please pay attention. We are about to begin. Good morning once again. And we are having the welcome address. Can I please call upon Mr. Sudhir Gautam, CEO and Editor-in-Chief, IndiGlobal Media Network, for a welcome address here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prerna, and a very good morning, everyone. A very good morning. How was yesterday? So we had a resounding, successful day one, and we are interesting panel discussion, and speakers are going to join us. In addition to that, we'll also have some guests from the Northeast joining us. We'll also have the minister from Assam joining us virtually. Some of the top bureaucrats from the northeastern states would also be joining us. So we'll start with the opening ceremony with some of our esteemed speakers who have joined us from across the country. And our program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal, would be joining around 12 o'clock. And then we'll have MOU signing with Indo-German professional courses. There is a delegation coming from Germany. And with the USA Wisconsin University is also MOU signing is scheduled. And following that, we'll have the direct connection from Northeast. The minister from Northeast, Mr. The Minister for Skill Development, Skill Employment, Entrepreneurship and Tourism Development, Ms. Sri Jayanta Malla Barua will be joining us for a special message, and also Dr. B. Kalyan Chakravarti, who is the Principal Secretary, Department of Skill, Labor, Employment and Entrepreneurship, Government of Assam, and also Ankur Jain, IPS. He is the Managing Director for Assam Skill Development Mission. Besides, we also have some delegation that joined us in person over here for the launch of IndiGlobal Bharat Summit that will be hosted in Guwahati in the first quarter of 2023. It is for 3 full days. So without further ado, I would like to call upon today's speakers for the opening ceremony, which will be focusing on role of educational institution in India's development. This particular theme was chosen keeping in mind that there was a saying, Padega India to Badega America. So keeping that thing in mind, we have some of the top decision makers, be it IIT, IIM, is where our top leaders are produced and they go and serve some other country. Now, the decision makers who drive IIM, IIT are the people to answer this particular question. How can we reverse Padega India to Badega India? Join me in welcoming the IIM Director for Amritsar, Dr. Nagarajan Ramurthy, with a huge round of applause. We also have a global speaker with a lot of exposure in research, academia, and also in service. He served in United Kingdom, now he's back and India and serving India, but he believes in the global competitiveness and the kind of collaboration. With over 30 years of experience in the construction and service industry, he has now serving as the founding president and chancellor of one of the well-known institutions, National Institute of Construction Management and Research. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anil Kashyap. A huge round of applause. It's an honor. The next speaker that I'm going to call upon would be representing the sports theme of our opening ceremony today. He is a he's been a national champion, and he also was part of Asian World Cup world competition in cycling, and now with over, despite several fractures, several injuries, he continued his cycling, and he is an inspiration. Now he's giving back to the society by producing several cyclists, and I'm sure they're going to make us and the country India proud by getting more and more medals in the Olympics or the World Championship that happen. Please put your hands together for Dr. Maxwell Trevor, the national champion. Dr. Maxwell Trevor is also the part of the advisory and strategy in the Khelo India, and he's part of several national boards which are related to sports in India. So first, I would like to call upon Dr. Anil Kashyap to throw light on the global competitiveness and the global collaboration that is needed. At the same time, the kind of environment that needs to be created for the Indian students and the leaders so that they remain in India, and ultimately that would lead to the progress of our country. Over to you, Dr. Anil.
Good morning, and thank you, Sudhir, for setting the tone of this morning's session. The issues which we are going to discuss and deliberate are quite multidimensional. Education is a critical indicator for development. Everybody understands that, everybody knows that with the education, a country, a nation, a state, a society, a community's development is pivotal. And that is where we always discuss that what percentage of GDP is getting spent and used in education infrastructure. There are always benchmarks, there are always parameters which are compared, but if you know that roughly in India, with a population of 130 crores, we in 2021 spent about 3% of our GDP into education infrastructure. Whereas UNESCO 2030 framework benchmarks somewhere between 4.6% or about. Some developed nations, for example, United Kingdom, they spend about 5% of their GDP on education. So if you look at the size of the country and we compare very recently, India GDP has taken over UK's GDP, and if we compare them as a similar number, the amount of money which UK spends for its population, which is about 65 crore, 65 crore, is actually nothing, in comparison to the size of the population which we are, talking about, and the kind of youth we have got. UK doesn't have that kind of, young population, and that's where this whole comparison comes. Also, we have just celebrated our 75th anniversary of India's independence, and there is so much of inequalities and disparities in health and education infrastructure sector. So education can play quite an important role in getting the economic development of any country, because we are producing work-ready individuals who contribute into the overall economy. But on the other hand, if I compare slightly differently, that how universities can contribute into the economy of cities and countries. Again, American universities, they draw a lot of international students, and they make a lot of money out of international education. The fees are at really high level, and students from China, India, they beeline there for in their universities, and that way, it wouldn't be exaggerating to say that many cities' economies are run by the universities. They are called university cities. An entire workforce, population, the shops and the businesses are actually dependent on the university. And those are called university towns. You know many of those university towns. In the UK, it is again the same story. Cities are built around universities. And somehow, if we look at in our context, universities and educational institutions are not seen as that much a great player, which is a little bit shame that we, the drivers of the economy in other parts of the world, are seen as only an institute or institution within the boundary walls. So this is another perspective I thought I will share with you, and I have seen that myself in UK. There are a number of cities like even, Oxford, Cambridge. Those are built around education and research economy and innovation economy. There is nothing more than that. There, in Oxford and Cambridge, if you visit, it's a university town. There are some startups, some companies which are run by the alumni or even the industry associating themselves with the university. An entire city economy is run by that. Can we imagine that kind of a city or a town in our context? And we can do that. It is time, we should be aiming for that kind of, and that is economic development. 120 universities, all universities are driving 120 pockets within one city or even a city in United Kingdom, and that is really huge economy. And if I give you a number, in 2021, all educational institutions in UK, they contributed a gross output of about 95 billion British pounds. 95 billion British pounds. The overall contribution to GDP was about 52 billion 52 billion British pounds, and that way higher education itself, the universities itself created more than 10 lakh of jobs in various sectors, right from the shops to to commercial centers, to research, to other activities. So we can see ourselves as an educator and as an educational institutions as a contributor to the economy, rather than coming from the other way around, where we always expect that the government spending should come from from the center, from the tax and the states, etc. But at the same time, if that is balanced, that is the best place, where if we contribute roughly the same amount of economy into the gross domestic product, but at the same time we get that investment back into the system as well, and that makes it sustainable. That is an ideal situation from economics perspective. Now, in order to make those institutions competitive, and that is where I was given this forum to discuss about it. How do you make those institutions or universities competitive or education competitive? You have heard about the QS ranking, Guardian League tables, Ivy League tables, or school league tables as well. We have got principals here as well. There are league tables of the schools in all places. Those league tables, they drive the competitiveness between the institutions. And those league tables are built on some real indicators. And those real indicators are around student success, how employability is measured, and how the contribution into the innovation, research, etc. And those exercises are done by independent authorities or independent agencies. Times Higher is not a government agency like NIRF or NAC or something like that. They are very independent. Guardian League Table, Guardian is not a government agency. So that is where that independence comes. Sometimes I feel really bad, and people, openly admit whether these league tables currently in our system, they are run by the consultant, or their consultant ranking, or the university ranking. There is a lot of debate around that as well. How the better consultant you hire, the higher your league table is. So are we into that kind of system, or we should be actually coming out of that and set up our own benchmark where we improve our competitiveness? And there are a number of indicators for competitiveness. And it can be global competitiveness. It is based on what kind of value is added to the graduate. When a 12th standard student come into your university or your school's student, when they graduate, what is the value addition to that? If the student is a second class grade student, 50%, whether the student when come out of your school or university is at a higher level or is at a lower level, that is the value addition, how that is measured. Second measurement is about employability, that how many graduates coming out of the university or education system, within few months of your graduation, they get into a employment which is commensurate to the education they have received. It's not that employability is only that after graduation you are a mathematician, but you go and do a shop sort of assistant role. That's not commensurate to the education. That is value addition. So all the education institutions and people around us listening to these debate, I think we should be focusing on some of the value addition parameters rather than some of those things which are pretty much mechanical, where you start filing patents and then your management tells you making all those patents overnight and submit that and put into the whatever spreadsheet and submit to the government and get your ranking. It's absolutely doesn't mean anything. One has to have the contribution to the society, upgrading the skills, upgrading the value, what is added to the student, what value they have got into, and this is the kind of parameters which are very important when you come and look at the Guardian League table or some of the QS ranking and all that. Third element I'll pick up from yesterday's inaugural session. Mr. Ronald Rose was talking about deprived society as well. So one of the indicator in my experience in UK had been that how one institution is able to enroll people from the deprived pockets of the city. In UK, there are so many deprived pockets. People have migrated from Africa, people have migrated from other places, or even in UK society, there are not many first generation university goers as well. People have just been into schools and gone into the parents and the families, and sometime now there is a first university entrant in the family. How a university is actually attracting those LPN, low priority neighborhood. They call it LPNs. Those neighborhoods where there is a low penetration of education in their families and all, and how you attract that. And in our case, if we look at the similar type of things, responsibility on education institution is to make some provisions for our society with less resources, and how actually we are attracting and educating those society, well-deserving, children, and bringing upliftment into the society as well. That is part of the social, cause and corporate social responsibility. That is another thing which actually is measured in terms of the ranking. It's a totally different thing, and that's how this competitiveness at that global level, although research teaching is always part of that as well. They also play majorly into the role and into the ranking system. Teaching, learning, research, innovation, those are all part, but there are some other indicators as well which are looked at and referred to, and they all together enhance the competitiveness. So we have to fix our benchmark, that how education system, what kind of education system we want to propagate into the country. I am sure, some of the colleague panelists, coming from the government organizations, perhaps might find it difficult, but I think many of our colleagues sitting from private universities and private institutions, there is a flexibility that where we can make some difference, even though it doesn't count into, sort of our bottom line, but obviously giving back to the society, and then, making it more competitiveness in the people's mind as well will be really a good place to be there. But again, in order to wrap up my sort of, conversation about, and my sort of pitch around global competitiveness, it is not about chasing the ranking. It is all about making difference into the society, for what purpose we are here as an educator or teachers, or it is all about making difference into the community, making difference into the society. And that's where we have to focus mainly on making ourselves, known for these kind of activities and these kind of, added into alongside high quality teaching and learning and research innovation. So thank you very much, Sudhir, for giving this opportunity. IndiGlobal Media Network for hosting these discussion and debates. I'm sure everybody is learning here, including ourselves, and we are having a lot of conversation around the networking event as well. It's a great platform to have these ideas, exchanges, etc. And we look forward to speaking with some of you during the course of these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil, for bringing in that global perspectiveness, and a person with such an experience, and coming back and serving again, and establishing the kind of collaborations that are needed. I think you are the apt and right person to represent this global competitiveness in terms of research, innovation, and the kind of economic development that can drive India. Thank you very much. Now we'll be moving on to our next speaker. Indian Institute of Management is something that sets benchmark and produces the graduates who ultimately become CEOs, vice presidents, and they take the leadership role in the top multinational companies. Now, let us hear from Dr. Nagarajan Ramurthy. How are these leaders going to stay in India and drive India's economy? A round of applause for Dr. Nagarajan Ramurthy.
Good morning. Yesterday, we had a very interesting session. And it was also interesting to listen to my predecessor, who talked about comparing the Indian education system and what UK and other countries are doing. Let me throw a different perspective, not necessarily to negate or contradict what he has said, but from my own experience, having taught in the US for 30 years and having taught in other various countries. There are times when I have felt both ways, that whether our education system is superior or the Western education system is superior. The reason why this debate was in me is that, as a faculty member, as professors, the most daunting task for all of us is to do the marking or grading the exams. Okay. Many times we find that, did I really teach the students, right? Is this what the response they have to give? Okay. No, that's a nightmare. Okay. In the sense that MCQs are easy, right? It's auto-graded or whatever it is, but when it comes to the descriptive, subjective answers, then I have to really think, that sometimes I find students writing 10 pages of no substance, and then should I just give marks for that? Or sometimes students write 3 sentences. There is some merit in it, but then they are not able to substantiate or justify, their answers. Okay. The thing is, I've seen this in both places. The Western US education system, particularly at the bachelor's level is highly MCQ driven. Okay. And when I was teaching the first time, when I started teaching there, the one question was MCQs. I said, no, I don't believe in MCQs. I'm going to give you an essays, subjective answers. And then what I asked them and what they gave me were completely two different things. Then that gets into a different mindset. Okay. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that there is clearly, there is no such thing as one best system. But a best system is something that must evolve considering what our situation, our context is, and our own historical things. At one point of time, India was actually an educational hub with, Patliputra, Rakshashila, and everybody used to go there from around the country, and somewhere we lost it. Even the Gurukul, for example, was a multidisciplinary education. Right? It's not simply about mastering a subject or theory and then writing some answers, but it is about a holistic education where social skills and life skills, obedience to teachers and everything come into play, okay, discipline and whatnot. Again, we talk about IIMs and IITs, or even the US, we talk about Ivy League schools. But unfortunately, the society, right, is not at a stage where everybody really gets into it, because it's a highly competitive process. I'm sure that is true even in India. Right? There are times during my days in 70s when I want to meet the principal during college admission season. The standard answer by the security is that the principal is not here. I used to wonder what the principal is or where he is. The admission season is going on, because during my admission season, I'm in there and Amritsar. Okay? So the thing is, the reason is, it used to be a highly competitive one, and then this is understandable. The same thing applies everywhere. But I think every educational institution, whether it's an Ivy League school or IITs or IIMs or other private institutions or even government colleges, we all have different roles to play in the society in educating creating a competitive workforce, right, skill development. So the measure of success, unfortunately, which I believe that we use is the benchmark of Ivy League schools, right, in the US and everywhere else. I have been part of this quality enhancement program for the institutions, accreditation at the university level, AACSB. Over 30 years, I have prepared many of these documents. So let us not go into that mindset, that this is the thing, because, every whether we have made a difference in a person's life. You know, in other words, someone who is unemployable, right, even if he gets a job, right, where, like, you know, instead of making 10,000 rupees a month, that person is making 25,000 rupees a month, we have made a difference to that extent in that. In other words, we should focus on the delta, right, in terms of what changes we have made in somebody's life. That is one aspect that we have to keep in mind. And of course, like, you know, nobody wants to really go into that type of this one where we go for education thinking that, you know, we need a degree. Okay, so I think the second hallmark that we have to really, how do we go into that stage? See, this is, for example, he talked about this UK model and rankings and the independent agencies and all that. Okay. See, even the accreditation, I mean, I don't mind saying this openly that I'm particularly a very serious critic of this one standard SSLC exam or +2 exam, right, that everybody has to pass, and that is the one that is going to determine a person's future career. Okay. Just to give you an example, I've been sick for 2 days. Imagine I'm taking an exam today. Obviously, my mind is not going to be working, and then I'm going to score lower, right? Then do I say that, you know, this person is unworthy of going into any other higher education because of this? No. Does it also mean that, you know, we should not have any standards like against which we benchmark? That is also wrong because, you know, you know, the question of what do you call, some of the institutions or whatever reasons, trying to give pass to everyone and then get them out saying that I have a 100% success rate. My wife is a school teacher. She has been a school teacher in the US for nearly 20 years now. See, one model where the US does is that the states provide the funding for schools. Okay. There is a continuous assessment of the student performance in the school throughout the year. Okay, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, right, and then 8th. One of the things they also do, for example, is that how do we assess the students' performance across the state standard? In other words, do the students meet the expectations of the state? There is a exit test for each subject, right? You know that they have to do 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Okay, because there they don't have 10 plus 2. It's 9 to 12 is one straightforward thing. Sometimes a student can take the 9th standard course in the 10th year or vice versa, but the thing is in that 4-year, like colleges, in that 4 years, they have to finish certain math, sciences, English, and all language and whatnot. The grades, continuous assessment marks are the ones that are reflected in the high school transcript of the student, okay? But the student also must pass a state assessment test. Right set of mind. And I do not know whether it is feasible. I think in India we have a tendency to over-regulate things, you know, which I am a very big critic. Okay. The market forces are powerful enough, the competitive forces are powerful enough to ensure that each one of us is doing our job for the simple reason that, you know, once I graduate a student, the student becomes unemployable in the market, you know, my enrollment, everything will go out, right? Automatically, I'm thrown out of the thing, right? So let us keep that in mind. I don't know. I think maybe as educators, as education leaders, like this is something that you all should really strive to work towards, okay, in changing the system. You know, the problem is, you know, sometimes we always say, like, you know, system aisa hai main kya karu? You know, but the system is something that you and I create. Right? Why don't we change the system if the system is not functioning well? Or why don't we strive towards that? Okay. The second thing, you know, accreditation part of it, right? This is again like, you know, one is the independent ranking. I'm going to keep these two separate. Ranking is separate and accreditation is separate. So ranking, for example, is something that, Business Week or Business World, AFT, Financial Times, they all do that and then say, which is an independent body not influenced, right, by the government agency or anybody. In the US, you don't have a government agency for accreditation or, for that matter, ranking, right? Then we wonder, how do we say, many of them say, like, this is SACS accredited or Middle Eastern State Association of Colleges accredited, right? These are associations of this one. So basically what happens is that we on our own really go into the accreditation process. We complete the data and then fulfill the data each year so that, we get a benchmark. I think here the benchmark becomes like, each of our own peers, right? How do we move up the ranking? Okay. So that is a different process that works. I think, I do not see a reason why a similar system or some sort of combination of both can work even in a country like India. So we can actually come up with a system that is context dependent for us, based on our own historical strengths we have had. Again, please don't think that I'm critical of the system here. The reason is that I am always a critic of one exam deciding, because maybe one question that day you don't know, right? Does it mean that you don't know that, or somebody else knows only 10%? All the questions come from there, the 10%, and then the person says like, So this is the thing. I think that is something that we must keep in mind, that we should have a system where there should be some sort of moderate level of regulation oversight. At the same time, there should not be an over-regulation. Also, many times we talk about resources. I do understand. Okay, in the US, the resources are more. But I can also tell you that when I see that how many of the students actually use the resources are completely different things. Resource availability is one thing, and then resource usage is another thing. Okay, this may be a surprise to many of you that in the past 30 years, I never used a PowerPoint right in my classroom. Okay. And in my classroom, laptops, cell phones are banned. Okay. So the first time when I told, I was teaching 9 years ago during summer, I teach in IIM Ahmedabad. So the students had the laptop. I said, I want all of you to close your laptop and no cell phones, right? And they said, we want to take notes. I said, you have paper and pencil, you take notes. And you don't need a paper and pencil also. The reason is that you should have prepared for the class before. If you have prepared, why do you need something here, okay? So this is more an engagement inside the classroom. And the penalty I used to tell them was that if anybody's cell phone rings during the class by mistake also, 48 hours, I used to take the cell phone away from them and don't give it back to them for 48 hours, saying that you will learn to live how you can live without a cell phone for 48 hours, right? So in 1 hour, 15 minutes of my class time, if you cannot devote your attention here, right, then you just learn, and I'll teach you how to do that. Okay? So the resources per se, right, may be constrained. I'm not denying it. I'm not saying many times, even teachers used to feel, and if you think these are the case, that's why I said the story about US. My wife many times spends her own money to buy what you call these books and, notebooks, and books are provided by the state, but notebooks, pencils, erasers and all that. So at the beginning of the year, I said, why do you buy so many of them? She said, look, that I'm a special education teacher, and many of them are downtrodden people. Parents don't have the money, they don't, the students don't bring these papers and all that. That's what I'm doing, right? So that is one aspect of it. So you can always use the current media and other reasons, other resources available to educate the students, to give them that critical thinking or whatever it is. The last point is the holistic education. I think I agree with the NEP that education should not necessarily be restricted to mastering theory or subject knowledge, but about overall personality development of the individual. I'll conclude with a small story. I think we have a sports topic also today. My youngest son is doing PhD. He just joined last year. So last month when I was in the US, he came. He said, Dad, I want to take my tennis racket and everything. He played tennis about 10 years ago in the school. He was representing the school team. Taekwondo, so many things he has done. Even in Japan, he was playing this, he was learning or practicing this I forget what it is. It's physical, this one. So I said, why do you need the tennis racket now? Because you stopped playing tennis 10 years ago, school days. No, I'm going to, there's a tryout, I'm going to play for the university, I want to try it out. I said, like you are saying, you're so much busy, like, the teaching, TA-ship, and your deadline for your research papers and all that. Where are you going to find? Plus, it goes for this chess championship tournament, right, in various parts of the states in Canada. So I said, why do you take on so much on yourself? Then he said, no, Dad, like, I see that, playing tennis and taekwondo, all that in school really helped me with my academic performance, right? So that is why I'm taking the tennis racket. I want to try it out, okay? So I think that is something that also I think as educationals we should be doing is that not necessarily the bookish knowledge, but the overall personality development, right, of that. I think sports, music, anything, even competitions like, essay writing, reading, doesn't matter what it is. I think they really help the, what they call the students do well. Okay. So let us keep this in mind. I think the bottom line is that I'm actually glad that, in India now our chess players are making big name around all the chess was invented by Indians. We lost it somewhere, but now we are again getting back. Let's also get back to our old roots of our old educational system and see that, at least in this century, right, we again go back to that level like we are on top of the world, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that enlightening perspective that you put forward. Now, we have special guests who have joined us all the way from Guwahati, Assam, as we have a special occasion of the postal launch of Northeast Rising IndiGlobal Bharat Summit in the first quarter of 2023 in Assam, where all the 8 northeastern states would be representing, and top CEOs, MDs, VPs would also be joining. This would be touching upon various subjects, including skill education. Representing the Assam state government delegation, we have a senior Assam officer, a bureaucrat, who has been, he is presently the Joint Secretary, Assam Transport Department, and is also Joint Secretary for Assam Skill, Employment and Entrepreneurship Department, and also Registrar of Assam Skill University, the first Northeastern Skill University. Please put your hands together for Dr. MD Hanif Nurani. Next up would be our sports speaker. Before that, there is a message from one of our, the pride of our India, the coach for national coach, chief for Indian badminton. A special message from Mr. Pulela Gopichan.
I'm very happy that Hyderabad is hosting the IndiGlobal session this September. It's great that the government of Telangana, through its Department of Collegiate and Technical Education, is hosting and being part of this wonderful summit. Unfortunately, I am not able to come as one of our top players, H.S. Pranoy, is getting married today. But my best wishes with the entire event, and I hope that sports, which is included in this part of this event, will be a great success and will help many more in their careers in the future. Sport is a very important facet of development. Education without the development of sport, which teaches us life lessons about failure, about handling success, about taking care of ourselves, and things like discipline, are very key components. I'm very happy that today in this summit we are going to take care of many of these issues. A career in sport is something which we look forward to for everyone. A career in sport is something which is very important, and today more than ever before, the opportunities for people to be players, to be coaches, to be support team, to be physios and sports administrators are many more in this country than they've been ever before. We've had a surge of medals at various events, and I only know for sure that with the initiatives of the government, we in the future will be a great sporting nation. Today, education itself, without sports and the knowledge and the experience of sport, is something which we all feel is inadequate and incomplete. If we cannot, as young kids and students, explore the length and breadth of our physical body, the way we can run, the furthest we can run, the furthest we can throw, the highest we can jump, the highest we can lift, if we can't explore the length and breadth of our body, the physical being, how are we going to be visionaries on the mental side? So I believe it's very important that education and sport are combined together, and sport becomes a key component in the entire growth of the individual. Along with this, if people win, I think the sporting stars of the country today are testimony to the fact that there is adulation, there is money, there is career prospects in sport like never before. Wishing to see many of you in the future take up sport very aggressively, not necessarily only to make them as career options, but to make them as holistic development of the children. I think education is very important.
Trevor, former national champion and coach, Dr. Maxwell Trevor.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, distinguished dignitaries off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, this gives me immense pleasure to be part of the second IndiGlobal Education Festival. Before I go further, I would like to thank Sudhir Gautam for this excellent platform. This platform is the need of the hour, where great minds like all of you come together to make a change for the better of our educational system. It gives me even more pleasure as a sportsman that sports is becoming an important part of our education system. Science has proved that physical activity improves your mental ability. I think education without sport, we are missing something. We are a nation with very talented people. We are a nation with a vast population. Yet if you see the medal tally at the Olympics, we don't figure in the first 40 countries. Where are we going wrong? I think this is the place where we need to discuss this and give more time and give sports a bigger role in our educational system. Making change at the grassroots level is what is going to win us medals at the Olympics. I still remember the school I studied in, and I remember them for what? For the time they gave me to practice. I was the national champion for 11 consecutive years. I still hold that record. I created 4 national records in various events. I went on to break these national records 4 times. I came 0.404 seconds close to the Moscow Olympic record. And I still remember my school, because if it was not for my school, it would not have been possible for me to achieve this. The reason why I remember my school is because my teachers, my principal, they would give me time out and say, you practice. What we want is a medal at the nationals. Don't bother about your attendance. And that, I think, made the change. And that is why I feel today that we need sports to play a bigger role in our educational system. I would also like to thank Naveen Mittal Garu IAS, Ronald Ross Garu IAS. They have made a tremendous change in the educational system of Telangana. The outstanding change that they made in the system, I think I would call it, they gave education in Telangana a new dimension. And with able officers and administrators like them heading departments, I have no doubt in my mind that few years from now, or maybe 10 years from now, India is going to figure in the top 10 of the Olympic Games. I believe India will be a sports hub of the world. I know there's a lot of teachers are here, a lot of principals, a lot of heads of departments of educational system, the system. I think you are the people who can make a change and win and allow our nation to win medals at the Olympics. This platform, the IndiGlobal Educational Festival, I think we need platforms like this, because if we don't have discussions with great minds like this, making a change in the system is not going to be easy. I have 45 years of experience in the field of sport. I am also part of the Khelo India project. In sport, many people come forward, many companies come forward after you achieve something in sports. After you become the national champion, people come forward to support you, people come forward to sponsor you. But the journey from the grassroots level to becoming a national champion is extremely difficult. Nobody comes forward. It's extremely difficult for people to recognize raw talent and to nurture that raw talent. There are two parts of talent. One is talent identification and one is talent development. In these two areas, even when the talent is identified, to develop that talent, there's a lot of efforts that goes into play. This is the area I think we are lacking in, for which I think the Khelo India project is an amazing project in which athletes between the age of 12 to 15 years are given an opportunity to exhibit their talent in various sports. And this has been it's a proven fact that this system is working. Because I can tell you in cycling, we have world junior champions. And they were identified right from the grassroots level at the raw talent from places like Andaman and Nicobar, from places like Manipur, where they had no sports background, but there are some parameters that the sports ministry lays down in which you test these athletes, and if they fulfill the norms, they go for a higher test, for a more sports-specific test, and they were nurtured. These world champions, world junior champions, were products of the raw talent identification. I'm sure in the schools that we have in Telangana and in India, we have a lot of talent. We Indians are extremely talented. I think the US runs because of Indian brains. Why can't we do that in sport? So I think you are the people that will make a big change in sports and education. These two parts, it is like training without nutrition. Education without sport is like training without nutrition. Training is a three-part program. It's training, nutrition, and recovery. If you lack in any one area, you're never going to make it big. I think sports and education is similar. You cannot leave out any one of them. So I request all the educational institutions, all the people here, let me tell you that your institutions are overflowing with sports talent. I know for sure, because we go to remote areas, we conduct talent identification programs. I'm also the president of the Dr. Maxwell Trevor Cycling Welfare Association, in which we conducted a talent identification program on the 21st of August last month. The response was unbelievable. We got 1,282 children between the age group of 6 to 15 years to take part. 1,282 is a big number. We had hundreds of children coming from each school. From this, we identify talent, and then we have this talent development program in which we develop their talent. We had a similar program on the 21st of August, 2021, in which we identified 40 children as talented children. We nurtured those children for a few months, maybe 4 months or 5 months. 8 out of those 40 children went on to represent the state of Telangana at the national level. I think that's a great achievement. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because we are overflowing with talent. I'm saying this because I'm on the ground there. I know how much of talent is there. We, as coaches, we have a very tough job to convince parents. Parents want their children to be doctors, to be engineers, and they think that sports is going to be a hindrance to their education. I'm here to tell you today that sports will develop them not only physically, but it will develop them mentally as well. I am extremely proud to be part of this platform, and I'm sure that this platform is going to be responsible for a lot of Olympic medals in the future. And I thank you once again, Sudhir, for that. I would love to see my country as a sports hub of the world. Wouldn't you like to see your country as a sports hub of the world? Yes. Well, I think we have all the golden wealth in your institutions. The golden wealth of gold medals at the Olympics is under your control. It's your kids studying in your schools. They have the talent, and they are the future of the Indian Olympic Games. They are the future of our Olympic medals at the world level. So you people, I am proud to be part of great people like you who are sitting on wealth of talent on sports. I would love to be part of any school. We conduct these talent identification programs. We come to your school and do it as well. We also have a special focus at the MTCWA in which we focus on the girl child and the underprivileged. If somebody has the zeal to do sport and doesn't have the means, we take care of their education, we take care of their nutrition, we take care of their equipment, we take care of everything that is needed to make them a champion. And I think there's great satisfaction in doing that. And if you know of anyone like that, you can please bring it to the notice of Sudhir. We will definitely come forward and take care of those kind of children and make them future champions. I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. I thank you, Sudhir, once again. Thank you, everyone and all.
Thank you very much, sir. So let's hear it for Dr. Maxwell Trevor once again. We initiated a special initiative that is called IndiGlobal Sports, and it was Dr. Maxwell Trevor's first interview on the Velodrome that is situated in Osmania University. And we plan to continue it with many other sports personality. Next is Pulela Gopichan, and we would be coming up with one full-fledged sports summit that would happen with many decision makers, technologists, and educational institutions together. One thing that I would like to mention out here is all the coaching that is being done by the Dr. Maxwell Trevor's Cycling Association is for free of cost. Let's give it up for the effort that he's bringing back to the society and the kind of talent he's nurturing. As you rightly said, all the educational heads are sitting with the golden mine in their educational institutions. Right now, besides the people who are here, hearing it live, we are also live through IndiGlobal TV. If you type in, who all have the mobiles here, can you raise hands? Yes, so you can type on the YouTube, IndiGlobal TV, subscribe, and you all are live now, and you're also live in LinkedIn and also Facebook, where with the page IndiGlobal Media Network, you're all live, and you can share and tag your friends' network and show them that this is something of two-day mega summit that's happening. So now I would like to call upon our special guest who joined us from Guwahati, representing the Assam government, Dr. Mohammad Hanif Nurani, to put forward and share with us the kind of the best practices and innovation that is happening in regards to skill, ultimately leading to employment and entrepreneurship, and what is the kind of vision that the Assam government is moving ahead with. A round of applause for our guest, Hanif Nurani from Assam.
Good morning. Yeah. So thank you, Sudhir. Esteemed members on the dais and respected members from the teaching faculty who are present here, and also members from the corporate houses and all other esteemed guests present here. As he has introduced that I am from Guwahati, the way he said it, it felt like as if I'm somewhere from a very far off place, but it's not that far off, it's nearby. And another interesting thing is I feel very proud and I feel very happy to be amongst you all here today. Before going to say something about my state, right from my childhood, like I have been born and brought up in the Northeast itself. I've grown up there in different states in the Northeast. So from the Northeast, looking at India, we always looked up upon the South Indian states. When we say about education, there was always special mention of overall as a South India as a hub for various educational activities. And most of our students for higher education, they either come to one of the South Indian states or to Delhi. And as a school kid, studying there, the best teachers, the best pedagogy, the best that were in offer there in the Northeast were teachers who have traveled from the South to teach in all the far-flung places in Northeast. So I salute to all the people of the entire South Indian states who have taken the trouble of traveling to my places and offering their services there. So going ahead about education, I won't say much about education because I have been into bureaucracy and I have worked in various positions, being a member of the state civil service. So I've worked in the villages, I've worked in the towns, and I've completed nearly 20 years of service. And recently, I have been associated with the skill department. And not as an educationist, but as a bureaucrat, I have seen how the education or the skill environment is picking up. As like our stalwarts have already mentioned, education is not merely about giving degrees. In the bigger perspective, which to some extent NEP is trying to bring about the change, that is of bringing a holistic development of the youth. that overall attitudinal change needs to be brought into our entire society, into our entire education society. During our days, as far as I can see, most of the guests out here are somewhat of my age only. When we were kids, we were always haggled. Study, study, study. What marks have you brought? What is this? What is that? Why you are not putting in more effort? It was always into how much marks you scored or how well you did in your term exams. But those concepts need to be changed with time. It is basically the journey. The kid has to enjoy what he is studying, what he is doing. A child may not be good in maths. He might be struggling in class 10 in maths, but he might be a wonderful sports person. He may be a great singer. So we should nurture the skill that he has, the skill sets that a kid has. So that change has to be brought into the thought process of each and every individual, because we are not talking about one child. We are talking of the society as a whole. So that change has to be brought in a mass way in amongst the entire individual of our country, so that we don't want just degree holders or doctors, engineers, sports persons. We also want individuals who grow up as happy Indian citizens. The happiness of each individual is the greatest achievement, is the greatest certification of a country or of an individual. If a kid grows up, whatever he becomes, and if he is a happy human being, then we can say that we have achieved what we are trying to incorporate or inculcate in our children. It is not a degree what he has gone into. So keeping all those holistic things into mind, your state is doing many great work. Like there's been like innovational, massive transformation in your education system. Basically, I was going through that coffee table book, Dost, and the innovation and the digital transformation that has been brought into the education system or admission system is something really appreciable, and that should be implemented throughout the country, where the student needs to get access to all the universities without having to travel to each and every college. That ease of access, the transparency, the accountability is a must, where each and every child gets access to all the resources that is available in the state. At the same time, the kid should be given the opportunity to take up whatever courses he likes, he enjoys. And with the implementation of NAP is also at its nascent stage, might be 2, 3, 5 years from now, all those options will be available, where a kid can take up maths and music, physics and history. All those combinations will come up, where his knowledge gain process will become more enjoyable. He will be able to take up what he loves, not taking up physics, chemistry and mathematics and struggling for the rest of his life. And even if he completes, he lands up being an unhappy human being, dreaming of maths and actually struggling with his physics or something like that, with different combinations. So he should be enjoying what he is doing and being associated with the skill ecosystem. So we are trying to bring in that attitudinal change also. Skilling not only takes up like taking up a vocational course, those attitudinal change should also be brought right from the school education system, where people start respecting what they do. As I was going through numerous articles in earlier days, like there were some statistics like those developed nations, say like Korea or Germany, their majority of the population have skill certification. I think Korean, Germans, they have 70–80% people are like, they have some sort of a skill certification, vocational skill certification. Whereas in countries like India, with such a big population, I think we have only around 4 to 5% of our people are skill certified. So there is a huge difference between the developed nations and our nation in regard of holding of certification. And to many extent, certification gives some sort of confidence to a person. Whatever work he may be doing, even like if he's a small-time plumber or whatever, if he holds a certificate, and if his certificate says that you are a degree holder in plumber, it brings into some confidence in him. You are an arts degree holder, so what? I am a plumber's degree holder. We are equivalent. Might be I am earning more than you. So those type of certification change, those type of attitudinal change where the people love what they do, they enjoy, they are proud of what they are doing. Those changes also needs to be incorporated into our entire societal development or our entire education system. So that massive transformation is there where our coming generations are proud of what they do and they are happy individuals leading our country into the echelon of what we say, the developed nations of the world. So in Assam also, we are striving in major ways now, like we are now catching up to, I would say we are catching up to what you all have achieved to some extent. Till a few years back, for the entire Northeast, there were only 3 medical colleges. But out here, as far as I know, every district has a medical college. So those things are changing now. Till 3-4 years back, there were 3 medical colleges, but now we will be having more than 15 new medical colleges coming up within a span of next 1-2 years. Same way, we are also trying to upgrade all our ITIs so that all the ITIs have the capacity and the necessary infra and human resources to impart industry-relevant training courses which are Industry 4 ready. In the same way, we are trying to bring in massive transformation in our entire education system so that we can take the best use of NEP. We are trying to amalgamate all the schools and make it into model schools. All those transformations are being taken in a big way, but there are many things yet to be done where we will be needing support of states like yours and other bigger states who have already achieved much in respect of education and overall development of their states. So I once again thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to be here. And as Sudhir has already mentioned, we would also be hosting the IndiGlobal Summit where great minds from all over the country and the world will be coming over to our place where they'll be interacting with the various decision makers, planners, and all the institutions present there, closer to overall what the world is thinking, what the country is thinking, so that there is close cohesion and Northeast also develops at par with entire nation and also competes with the world. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Our program chair would be joining in another 10 minutes. Meanwhile, one of our guests who are supposed to be here, Daggubatu Suresh, who is a filmmaker and also the president for VNR Vijnana Jyoti Educational Society, representing, there is a very wonderful initiative they have started where they have acres of land and they call upon the youngsters who are basically a failed or a 10th passed out or before that. They are given training and are given certain acres of land to do the farming techniques are taught, and also the marketing of agriculture are taught. To talk about that, we were supposed to have Dr. Suresh Daggubati, but he is unwell. However, there is a representation to talk about that wonderful initiative. Join me in welcoming Dr. Kiran Chakravartula from VNR Vijnana Jyoti Institute of Educational Technology. A round of applause for Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhir Gautam, and thanks IndiGlobal for this opportunity. I'm glad to be representing Vijnana Jyoti here on behalf of the President, Mr. Suresh Babu Daggubati, who could not be here today. So because Mr. Sudhir Gautam introduced the Agricultural Institute that we have, which is Dr. D. Ramanaidu Vijnana Jyoti Institute of Rural Development, which is in Tuniki village. So I would first talk about that. But since my background is from engineering and I do other things, I'm also the Global Relationships Officer at Vijnana Jyoti, VNR Vijay IET, and I head the incubator there. So I would also talk about the role of educational institutions as based on the theme that is given today. So at the outset, Dr. D. Ramanaidu Vijnana Jyoti Institute of Rural Development does a holistic, takes a holistic approach towards agriculture training. While governments actually can provide for resources that can actually take agriculture and the whole ecosystem of agriculture forward, they can do very little towards agricultural training, and that is where private sector and institutions like Dr. D. Ramanaidu Vijnana Jyoti would come into picture, where they train people from the rural areas to actually take agriculture forward. So at that institute, like Mr. Sudhir was mentioning, students actually get practical hands-on training with agriculture, where they go into the farms and work on farms and agriculture and learn how to improve an end-to-end crop production techniques about crop management, cultural practices, soil and water management, seed production, processing, packaging, marketing, agricultural produce, or in all ways improving agricultural productivity and production. They also learn about the aligned fields like horticulture, animal husbandry, and poultry in that institute, which was also, which also recognized international recognitions in the past. And now moving on to the theme that the other speakers have also spoken about the national education policy and the role of educational institutions. I believe the National Education Policy 2020 is, of course, a very great welcome move and is a revolutionary move in itself. Also because we had our first education policy in 1968 and then again in 1986. And the 12th five-year plan, which was supposed to be covering between 2012 and 2017, was also successful in the sense that it actually helped us establish several Indian Institutes of Technology, Indian Institute of Space Engineering Research, and more institutions in IIMs and all that included. So most of us here, I believe, belong to a generation where we thought IITs are those 7 premier institutions that everyone wants to go to. But now that number has gone manifold up. And that is also a result of that 12th five-year plan. But again, while the 12th five-year plan in itself was aspiring and was definitely ambitious, we should also acknowledge the fact that the journey until there was not really a bad one. Now that we revolutionized or took up a new policy does not mean the old ones were actually something that needed replacement. Of course, all the global CXOs that we have today in various companies were, of course, the fruits of that education and the opportunities that education gave them from India. But it is also time for us to understand that the framework of education, what we call the education system itself, even linguistically, gives us that framework, the idea of framework, which national education policy tries to break apart, tries to abolish the rigidness of it, and tries to provide what opportunities there can be for people. I'm sure most of you here are definitely aware of what the educational policy, the national education policy tells about the 10+2 structure being replaced by the 5+3 plus 3+4 structure, the multiple entry and multiple exit systems, and how students can get a diploma after the first year, a certificate course after the first year, an advanced diploma after the second, and the third year gives a degree, and with research, they can also get a research degree in the 4th year of undergraduate, which was until now a 3-year program, and then they can complete a master's within 1 more year. But it's not just about just changing the structure, right? It's also about changing the teacher's mindset, the infrastructure, the organizational context, and the cultural context of education, and what it does to our teachers and our students. Thanks to for example, in the engineering context, the Washington Accord, which was where India joined as a signatory, and which was in effect from 2013 June, the version 3.0 of Washington Accord, which is about the 4-year undergrad engineering program, talks about the 12 graduate attributes. Obviously, that came off after the 12th five-year plan. So it's good that India caught up with that. And there we are talking about in overall development, the role of engineers in the society, the ethics, the communication, how the project management happens in engineering, on all these aspects of education, which were not really in the fore earlier. And the multiple exit and multiple entry system and the academic bank credits, or the ABC, give students the opportunity, putting education literally in the learner-centric environment, or creating everything around the student or learner. That is where I believe that design thinking is embraced in the education system, where we started thinking about the users, the end users being the prime stakeholders, the learners or the students, and try to build a system around it. And that is where I believe there is a lot of opportunity for innovation also in the education system. So I believe also that there is a system design, system thinking approach that is needed at that particular point towards the education system itself, where we design and redesign our systems and our policies in such a way that they suit the ideas of multiple entry and multiple exit. A lot of us, including myself, of course, struggle to understand how that would work in the whole framework that we already have in minds. That discipline that is there, when we understand that the student may not come after the first year. Some of us here are definitely, I understand, teachers and education managers. We may not really be liking the very idea that the student may drop out after 2 years. But again, let's take the example of entrepreneurship, which also I teach, and like I said, I also head the incubation center. Entrepreneurship by design, in its fundamental definition, requires failing multiple times, and embracing failing and learning each time. That famous quote that we talk about, that failure is a stepping stone of success, is very true in the context of entrepreneurship. And then, education system, just now if you juxtapose these two, the idea of entrepreneurship and the idea of education system, we see there is a stark difference in that the education system is designed to ensure that the failure is not appreciated or celebrated. And there is this entrepreneurship that requires people to fail, learn, and move on with that learning. Make new mistakes each day so that you learn from the previous mistakes of yourself and the past, others in the past, and take it forward. And that is not really a part of the education system today. So if we want our students to become startup founders, to become entrepreneurs, to become innovators and researchers in emerging fields of technology where there is interdisciplinarity by design, then we have to definitely rethink how we approach education itself. Incidentally, I believe it is not out of place for me to mention my academic background. I'm a bachelor's of technology. I completed my bachelor's of technology in electronics and instrumentation engineering, and have done three masters in biomedical engineering, microsystems engineering, and applied physics. And my PhD was in engineering physics. And my PhD diploma was in innovation and design thinking. What I tell in my classes, I teach professional ethics and human values, entrepreneurship, design thinking, and innovation. What I tell in my classes is, it took me 5 degrees in engineering to realize there are other things to teach. And that was probably necessary for me because I had to complete those degrees that I started. If national education policy, I studied in the US, but if something like this existed around the world, I probably would have just picked the courses that really appealed to me, and I would have completed my education sooner than spending 16 years in the college as a student. Of course, with due respects to the whole system, that really matured me better. I totally agree to that. And the examples that I give in ethics class or humanities and sciences classes to engineering students are very relevant because of all this exposure. But my point is also that it was probably not really that necessary. And that openness, embracing that openness as teachers, education leaders, and managers is what I believe we should be doing if we are looking at education for tomorrow. The famous criticism about education, I may be paraphrasing, and I don't remember who quoted, I'm sorry, but they said, we are using textbooks that were written in 1950s, syllabus that was framed in 1960s, and teachers that were trained in 1970s, and we are trying to teach kids that are in the millennium, in the millennials and Gen Z. And about Gen Z particularly, what I observe as a teacher is the current students, the current Gen Z, what we call, or the millennials, they do not like what they are doing, but again, if you give them entire freedom, they don't even know what they want to do. And that is because of the brought up. That is because of the system that trained them to be that way. They can be free to choose, but they don't know what to choose. And that is where leaders like us, like the respected dignitaries on the dais, the networks like IndiGlobal come into picture, where we try to design our system to suit such people, to provide to them what they may want, to provide them multiple options for an engineer to become a musician, like someone was mentioning, or for a doctor to also practice engineering aspects of it. I mean, I was a biomedical engineer. There would definitely be doctors who would do that. My university in the US, Louisiana Tech University, my alma mater, provided, for example, an opportunity for engineers to complete an MD PhD degree in biomedical engineering. Such opportunity is what is necessary also here to be able to break the systems and let students choose what they want to be choosing. And in that context, I would be very brief about what we do at our institution. So, VNR Vijnana Jyoti has several best practices, what we call differentiators, that were inspired by Vijnana Jyoti as a system itself. A brief introduction about Vijnana Jyoti is that Vijnana Jyoti runs all education institutions, right from primary education with public school and all the way to doctoral education, engineering doctoral education, where VNR Vijay IET also offers PhD programs. Incidentally, VNR Vijay IET is also the only private engineering college in Telangana state to offer AICTE's National Doctor Fellowship Scheme for PhD scholars. And with that kind of background, where we have institutions that teach, of course, agricultural training, like I said, the Institute of Rural Development, we have the Institute of Management and Engineering, all these aspects together, and where we also incorporated design thinking into the curriculum of engineering as a mandatory course right from 2018. I mean, we have been working on it since 2016. We introduced that in 2018. And this holistic education, where students learn necessarily by design to be a part of open education, where they take open electives, where they have to mandatorily team up with students from other branches in the class, and also complete projects that are multidisciplinary in nature, particularly design thinking. We also understand that there is gender diversity in the way we think. Men and women think differently, right? There is established research for that. And so our design thinking courses are multidisciplinary, gender diverse, team project-based courses, where students can actually take projects inspired by the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations has identified and take up problems, narrow them down to a context that they can work in and work. This kind of holistic approach, the way students can actually put themselves as a part of the research and innovation system, where we also have been having studentpreneurs right from 2016. We have a whole ecosystem on innovation, where we have a competency development center, the Institute Innovation Cell, the Industry Institute Partnership Cell, and also the Global Relationships Office, which also looks into the global innovations, the Research and Consultancy Center, and the in-house incubator, VJ Hub, which I manage. All these together give students a culture. I mean, they introduce the students to a culture where students can actually be a part of the culture itself, get inspired by their senior students who are already a part of it, and learn the ropes from them, and be different from their peers outside. With 15 lakhs engineers nearly graduating every year in India, it's important for each of us to actually look at innovation as an important component, a necessary component of education outcomes. And I'm glad that we are thinking in those lines, and I'm also glad that organizations, the networks like IndiGlobal Network, actually give us such opportunities. And I really thank all of you for a patient hearing. And I'm glad I could be here representing Vijnana Jyoti in the absence of our president, Mr. Daggubati Suresh Babu Garu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravartulu, for that the initiative that's been taken up by VNR Dr. Ramanaidu Agricultural Institution. And till the time our program chair arrives, we also are joined by a special guest, from Germany. That would be, I think we are joined by Dr. Rodney. Yeah. Let us give it up for Dr. Rodney, who would be representing the Indo-German Vocational Education Department, our international guest all the way here to Hyderabad. There would be an MOU signing right now. I would request you to join us on the dais, sir. And we are also joined by our program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education, Government of Telangana, our transformational leader, bringing in several changes, reformation and all. Please put your hands together for Mr. Naveen Mittal. I would request you to join on the dais, sir. We are also, just to inform Naveen sir, we are also joined by a delegation from Assam government, Mr. Hanif Nurani. We would also be connected by some of the officials, Mr. Ankur Jain, IPS, Managing Director for Assam Skill Development Mission would also be joining us virtually, and we'll have a special message from the Minister, Mr. Jayanta Mallabarua. So I would call upon my colleague, Mr. Venu, TP, to give us a brief about this particular Northeast Rising IndiGlobal Bharat Summit. Mr. T.P. Venu.
A very good morning to the dignitaries and to everyone. I hope I am visible. If I am not, I cannot do anything about it. Yeah. It is my great pleasure to inform you that IndiGlobal Media Network is coming up with IndiGlobal Bharat Summit in Assam, Guwahati in the first quarter of 2023. I am a product of, our education system, and I'm still, stuck with the rote learning, so I will just use this particular slip which is with me. There were some queries when we spoke about a summit in the Northeast. And they said, why Northeast? Then we said, why not? The Northeast region has been wallowing in neglect for ages. And now the time has come, it is up and rising and shining. And this is the time, the right time to be there and do that. And that is the prime reason why we are doing it. The reasons are very simple. From the early 90s, the government of India is talking about the Look East policy. We have been talking for a long time. But that is coming to fruition now. It is very interesting to note, it's no more the 7 sisters, it is the 8 states now with the addition of Sikkim. And these 8 states, with the mainland, the connection with the mainland is a very narrow 22-kilometer strip, which is the Siliguri corridor. For I don't know for what reason it's called the Chinese neck. Sorry, I'm the chicken neck, I'm sorry. Yeah. Now, it's very interesting that these particular states are bordering with more than 5,812 kilometers with international borders. And we are very integral, the Northeast region is very integral to connecting the South Asia and Southeast Asia. The whole region, and more particularly Assam, is very rapidly moving ahead in the past few years, whether it is governance, whether it is health, whether it's infrastructure, you name it. And I think this answers all those people who ask me why. There are a few persons who ask me, I hope I've answered you, sir. Now, I do not want to talk too much. Now I would leave it to the dignitaries to do the other things, and that is we are going to launch the poster. So please, sir,
Thank you very much, Venu. With this, I would request we'll have the posters on dais to be launched, and we're also joined by Mr. Ankur Jain. Is he going to come on screen now? So I would request the posters to be brought on the stage. Rising Northeast, IndiGlobal Bharat. I would also request Mr. Dheeraj Singha, also an officer from the state of Assam, to join us on the stage for the launch. Mr. Dheeraj Singha. He is a skill project manager and social mobilization and capacity building and principal Northeast Skill Center. So I would request all the dignitaries to please come in the front for the poster launch. And Mr. Ankur Jain is joining us. So Mr. Ankur Jain is on the screen now, visible to all of us, and he can also see us, the audience, and also the dignitaries on the dais. Are we audible to you, Mr. Ankur?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Yeah, so the dignitaries on the dais and also the audience out here, let us hear from Mr. Ankur Jain the few words. Mr. Ankur Jain, IPS, is the Managing Director for Assam Skill Development Mission. Are we audible to you, Mr. Ankur?
Yeah. So, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Yeah, so the dignitaries on the dais. Yes, sir, you are. The audience out here, let us
Yeah. So, a very good afternoon to all. And very warm welcome from the Assam Skill Development Mission and the Department of Skill Enterprise and Entrepreneurship Development, Assam government. I have attended one summit in Karnataka, and I would say IndiGlobal summits are top notch. They bring all the industry players and stakeholders of the skill development scenario to the one platform, and this will help us to understand the latest trends happening in the skill development scenario. So in Assam side, we are progressing fast in the skill development front. We are bringing Assam Skill University, which is going to be operationalized in say 2 years. Interim campus is going to be opened in say 6 months. So for interim campus, we are looking for the partners, industry partners who can come over and we can have training programs as per the industry needs. So that is one where we are focusing more. Second is that our skill development scenario and TVET scenario. So we are going to improve our ITIs and polytechnics with the help of Tata Group. So 76 ITIs and polytechnics are going to be upgraded by the Tata Group's help. And government of Assam has started this new venture. Apart from that, we have our collaboration with the IT Singapore, and we have developed one center, Northeast Skill Center. This Northeast Skill Center is one of its kind, and it's a very successful center in hospitality sector, hospitality and retail. And we have 95% absorption rate in the industry, and all the big industry partners, 5-star hotel chain and the retail chain are our partners. This year we are focusing more on the international placement, and till now we have got 15 students which have got the appointment letter from the one placement agency for the placement in the Middle East. And these students are from the IT, this our center from Northeast Skill Center in Guwahati. And we are hoping for more. So we have all these capability. Apart from that, hospitality industry, we are in Assam, we are having huge number of cancer hospitals and multi-specialty hospitals which are coming up, and newer medical colleges are coming up. So medical tourism is going to be a big thing in the near future in Assam. So that sector is also open for the industry and training. And we are focusing more on the nursing institutes, upgradation of nursing institutes, A&M and GNM, and the training in the medical service industry. Caregivers training and all, we are more focusing on this thing. So with IndiGlobal media partner, we are going to partner Assam Rising Summit in first quarter of the 2023. I welcome all the industry partners and the other friends in community to join this summit and make the Assam Rising, Northeast Rising Summit a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ankur, for joining us. And we also have a special message from our guest of honor for this IndiGlobal Bharat Summit Rising Northeast, Mr. Jayanta Malabarua, Honorable Minister, Public Health Engineering, Skill, Employment and Entrepreneurship and Tourism Department. So let us hear from our special guest, the Minister from Assam. Joining us, and we also have a special message request the Minister
Pleased
from
to
Assam.
inform you that the Assam is making a giant stride in education, skill and entrepreneurship and socio-economic development. On the occasion, happy to know that the Telangana government is hosting a two-day conference on education, skill, HR, sports, innovation and technology in association with IndiGlobal Media Network. I extend my heartfelt greetings and wish for the successful exchange of ideas at the IndiGlobal Education Festival. I am pleased to inform you that the Assam is making a giant stride in education, skill and entrepreneurship and socio-economic development. On the occasion, I wish to announce that the government of Assam is hosting a mega summit in the Guwahati in the first quarter of 2023 with the focus on skilling, technology, health, education, tourism and hospitality and investment in Assam. I invite you all to be a part of the summit. See you in Guwahati.
I'm very happy that Hyderabad is hosting.
Thank you very much for this wonderful launch. And now there is yet another event that's lined up. We'll have a special memorandum of understanding between the Technical Education Department, Government of Telangana, and also with the Indo-German professional courses, vocational education development. And for this, we would like to call upon Mr. The Joint Director for the Technical Education Department, the Joint Director, Mr. Pullaya, and we already have Dr. Rodney on the dais, and Mr. KVL Narsimham and Priyanka. I would request them to initiate this process of MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between the Technical Department and also the Indo-German Vocational Education Department. Yes. Maybe we can have the, I would request Naveen Mittal sir to talk about this MOU that's happening. Then maybe Dr. Rodney as well can talk about a few words about this particular memorandum of understanding. Yeah, Dr. Rodney, a few words about this MOU.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here on this auspicious day to sign, hopefully, an auspicious start to an auspicious cooperation. Actually, my colleagues, KVL and Chandrasekhar and Priyanka, have been working here for a couple of years. My employer, my organization that I work with is called the GIZ, or the German Development Cooperation, in German Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit. And we work around the world in about 100 countries in various technical projects. And one of our hallmark projects is vocational education and training. We've been working now in India in this particular program for 4 years, and our main approach is to bring industry more actively involved in the education ecosphere. The main reason for that is because we truly, truly believe that the only way to really master a skill is to do it. So we really promote practical education and training to impart skills. The MOU that we have just exchanged is on this kind of cooperation, but in particular in e-mobility, e-vehicle curricula that we have developed here with support from the IIT Bombay. You know, as an educator, I think most of the people in this room are educators, you know that we're constantly called upon to predict the future. What will our students need in the rest of their lives? Which skills, knowledge, habits can we impart and imbue in the students whose training we have been entrusted with? We have to predict the future. In some things, for example, basic education, fundamental education, that's pretty easy. We know reading, writing, some social skills, the basics, mathematics. But when it comes to vocational education and training, it gets a little bit trickier. What jobs are there going to be in the future? Fortunately, e-vehicles are one of those areas which is very clear that the future is going to be. Electric vehicles are everywhere, and soon everyone here will be driving or riding in an electric vehicle. Some of it, they may not even have a driver. They're already piloting and using driverless e-vehicles in some parts of the world. I'm not sure how that'll work in India, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. This will be quite interesting for an e-vehicle to master the nuances of traffic in India. But I barely drive when I'm here. Anyway, but this e-vehicle curriculum is to help prepare a future generation of engineers from the polytechnics to be able to design, maintain, and ensure that the e-vehicles are as safe as possible, as reliable as possible, and useful to help us move into the future and a greener future, as everyone knows, because of the climate change and the challenges we're facing on that. So I'm very, very super pleased that we are able to work together here in Telangana and to share our expertise and our knowledge along with the professionalism and enthusiasm that I have seen here in the State Skilling Mission, and I'm very pleased. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rodney. I would also request our program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education Department, to talk a few words about this MOU and how is it going to benefit the state in general.
Very good afternoon to all of you. So I'm extremely pleased that today we have signed this MOU between the Indo-German Professional Educational Council and our Telangana State Board of Technical Education and Training on developing this electric vehicle curriculum for polytechnic students to begin with, and as we move forward, we'll also be extending it to the engineering students also. In fact, I must say that the cooperation which is extended by the GIZ, which is the German Agency for Development Cooperation, has been tremendous. And our team in the state and the German team, as well as a team from IIT Mumbai, they worked very closely together to develop this, and we're happy that it has got fruition today, and will really help the students to work in an area which is an area of the future. As we all know, the entire world is now trying to move from the conventional combustion engine to e-vehicles. And it's not a very, very easy task because the whole approach is very different. In fact, I can tell you about how Tesla became such an important thing. So when the entire world or most of the car companies were looking at hybrid vehicles, which they can run on both oil as well as electric, this one company said that, no, why do you need two different things? So they completely changed the whole approach by bringing in 4 independently operated motors which are on the wheels, and they are connected by the computer. So you don't have an engine, you don't have a gearbox, you don't have a differential, the whole car design changes. And it's ideas like this which ultimately come from some bright student who can really transform the way things work, and we expect our students to have that. And this is also in continuation of the focus which we are having in Telangana on emerging technologies. In fact, I'm happy to say that in last 2 years, we've added more than 25,000 engineering seats in the state of Telangana in emerging technologies. That is AI, ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, data science, cybersecurity, robotics, and you would be amazed to see this number in the context of what the entire country has got. So in entire country, about 1.25 lakh seats were added in these 2 years, and out of that, Telangana accounts for nearly 20% of those seats, that is 20%. So this will give you a context of the focus which we are having in our state in terms of focus on emerging technologies, and this is going to be one big step in that direction in ensuring that electric vehicles is also a focus area for our students to be experts in, and then really help to drive this revolution which is happening across the world and particularly in our country in the future. These few words, I also wish both the teams all the best, and I'm sure that this will really go a long way in helping the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we would be coming to the end of this wonderful, eventful opening ceremony of Day 2 at the IndiGlobal Education Festival. And there would also be a very important MOU that would be happening between the University of Wisconsin, Stoughton-Menomonee, Wisconsin, USA. And to represent this organization, we'll be having Chancellor Dr. Catherine Frank, Director of International Education, Mr. Scott Pearson, and the country representative, Ms. Anaga Pedneker. Global Education and Career Forum, we have Mr. Navin Mittal, and also the Secretary GECF, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan. Maybe we can break now, and meanwhile, I would request our program chair to give away a token of appreciation or gratitude to our respective speakers on dais, starting off with Dr. Maxwell Trevor. You missed his talk, sir. He's the national champion, cycling champion, now also the coach for Dr. Maxwell Cycling Association. Let's hear it for Dr. Maxwell Trevor. We have a special session that would be focusing on sports this evening, that's full of champions and experts joining us from all across the country. And moving on, the next memento to Dr. Nagarajan Ramurthy, the director for IIM Amritsar. Dr. Hanif Nurani, who is the Joint Secretary for Assam Skill Development Mission, and also the Joint Commissioner for Assam Transport Department, and also the Registrar for newly launched Assam Skill University. Also Dr. Anil Kashyap, the founder, president and chancellor for Nikmar University, Pune. Also Mr. Dheeraj Singha, the officer from Assam Skill Development Department. Mr. Dheeraj Singha has been active, if you all know, the Tangban Hussain Sagar when the Buddha fell. They have been playing the very important role to bring back that Buddha and erect it back to Hussain Sagar. And also to our special guest from the Indo-German Vocational Education Department, Dr. Rodney. I would request all the esteemed, there is also, since Dr. Anil Kashyap is also there, there is a leadership award since Dr. Anil has some other commitments. A leadership award is being presented to Dr. Anil Kashyap, a global leader who is the Director General for Nikmar in Hyderabad and also the founding president and chancellor for Nikmar University, Pune, Maharashtra. I would request all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to join for a group picture along with their mementos if possible and for a memory to cherish. Now we'll break for a short tea break and we'll join back for a very important MOU. Then we'll have a school track running in the Sink hall that is on the right side, and again those who are from the higher education can join back in the Kohinoor hall. We are also joined by the Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad Central University. So we shall break for the tea now.
And he has also clearly outlined how the state is marching forward in the conservation of energy and how the policies are implemented. Government is following to conserve the energy. As the head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
Thank IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we have had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower, you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one, on the strength of its education and the strength of its...
In Karnataka, we have around 1,500 ITIs which are providing long-term skilling courses. Also, they are now equipped to handle short-term skilling courses. So, we as a state has created this Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood as a first state after the Government of India, which has created the Skill Development Department in the country. By bringing all the...
We run about more than 550 government colleges, which include about 440 government degree colleges, more than 100 polytechnics, and 16 government engineering colleges. Applying the concept that I've learned into real life problems, this is where...
So one of the unique challenges that we often face in this entire journey that we have taken on as a Telangana innovation ecosystem is that we want out-of-box thinkers. But one of the small challenges that we have is our education system is about thinking, drawing inside the lines, right? So we try to teach our children how to do everything drawing within the lines, and then when it comes to innovation or entrepreneurship or any kind of future-ready skills, we think about out of the box.
ऐड कर देते हैं ना सर, तो ईजी हो जाएगा फिर। ठीक है बोल दे। हैवी वीडियो एक काम करते हैं, जैसे आपका ये पीपीटी एंड हो,
And he has also clearly outlined how the state is marching forward in the conservation of energy and how the policies are implemented. Government is following to conserve the energy. As the head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we've had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower, you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one, on the strength of its education and the strength of its...
In Karnataka, we have around 1,500 ITIs which are providing long-term skilling courses. Also, they are now equipped to handle short-term skilling courses. So, we as a state has created this Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood as a first state after the Government of India, which has created the Skill Development Department in the country. By bringing all the...
We run about more than 550 government colleges, which include about 440 government degree colleges, more than 100 polytechnics, and 16 government engineering colleges. Applying the concept that I've learned into real life problems, this is where...
So one of the unique challenges that we often face in this entire journey that we have taken on as a Telangana innovation ecosystem is that we want out-of-box thinkers. But one of the small challenges that we have is our education system is about thinking, drawing inside the lines, right? So we try to teach our children how to do everything drawing within the lines, and then when it comes to innovation or entrepreneurship or any kind of future-ready skills, we think about out of the box.
Check, check. We'll be starting the session in next 5 minutes. Request everyone to please wrap up whatever they are doing and get back into the hall in next 5 minutes. Also, please make a note, school track,
And he has
audience
also
and
clearly
delegates
outlined
can move
how
to
the
the Sin
state
Hall.
is marching forward in
And the higher education
conservation of
delegates and
energy
audience can stay back at
and how
Kohinoor.
the policies are
So we'll be starting back in next 5 minutes. Request everyone to
Government
please
is
wrap up
following
whatever
to
they are
conserve
doing.
the energy. As a head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
Thank IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we have had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower, you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one, on the strength of its education and the strength of its...
In Karnataka, we have around 1,500 ITIs which are providing long-term skilling courses. Also, they are now equipped to handle short-term skilling courses. So, we as a state has created this Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood as the first state after the Government of India which has created the Skill Development Department in the country. By bringing all the...
We run about more than 550 government colleges, which include about 440 government degree colleges, more than 100 polytechnics, and 16 government engineering colleges. Applying the concept that I've learned into real life problems, this is where...
So one of the unique challenges that we often face in this entire journey that we have taken on as a Telangana innovation ecosystem is that we want out-of-box thinkers. But one of the
Check, 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 check. I request everyone to please gather back in the hall. Volunteers, please move out and ask the audience and delegates to move inside the hall. Delegates, please move inside the hall immediately. Volunteers, please move outside and tell everyone to gather inside the hall. Please get up and go. Faster, faster, don't sit and think. Volunteers, you'll have to make it faster.
I would request all the esteemed delegates and speakers of school education can move to the Sync Hall. And Sync Hall on the right side of this particular hall so that the panel discussions can start there. I would request all the esteemed delegates to join back in the hall, Higher Education, Kohinoor. Please join back in the hall. We would be starting now.
Check. I request all the delegates to please take your seats. We'll be beginning now. School track people, please move to the hall named Sin, which is on the right end of this hotel. And the higher education audience can stay back in this hall. I repeat, people from the school track can move to the hall named Sin on the right hand side. And the higher education people can stay back. I request all the esteemed delegates, audience, speakers to please move inside the hall and take your seats.
So beginning post tea break, we shall start off now. I would request our program chair, Sri Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate Education and Technical Education, to please join us on the dais. And We are also joined by our special guests from the University of Wisconsin-Stout, Menominee, Wisconsin, USA, represented by Chancellor Dr. Catherine Frank. A huge round of applause for Dr. Catherine. Please join us on the dais. Also, Director of International Education, Mr. Scott Pearson. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Scott. Please join us on the dais. And the country representative, we have Ms. Anaka Pednekar. Please join us on the dais. And the chairman for the Global Education and Career Forum, our own program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal. And also join me in welcoming Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, representing GECF on this prestigious occasion. They are going to sign a memorandum of understanding. I would also request the Regional Joint Director, Mr. Yadgiri, and Mr. Rajendra Singh, both of you, please join us on the dais for this MOU. So with this, I wouldn't be talking much about this MOU. I would request the MOU process to happen first, then we can have our special guests to talk about it. A round of applause. I would call upon the Chancellor for the University of Wisconsin, Dr. Catherine Frank, to share the details about this MOU. Over to you. A round of applause for our special guest out here.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us here today. It is a very momentous occasion for us. We are very excited by this MOU, this Memorandum of Understanding. And so to give you a little bit of details on what this represents, this is a wonderful partnership opportunity for us as we think about how to engage with partners on exchanges, on training, on joint projects. So it's an excellent way for us to think about education from a global perspective. And to think about the importance of collaborating, sharing ideas, sharing expertise, and creating a better educational experience for our students. So this is really a remarkable opportunity and one that we're very, very excited about. And our institution, so that you understand a little bit more about where we're coming from, we are the University of Wisconsin-Stout. And we are what is known in the U.S. as a polytechnic university. We offer bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and doctoral degrees. But we are very focused on 3 aspects of learning, which makes this MOU even more special to us. We're very interested in applied learning. This means that we have 3 times as many studios and labs on our campus than we do classrooms, because we believe that students learn best when they apply their knowledge. We refer to it as if their hands are on, right? If they're working with their hands, if they're learning by doing, their minds are on, right? So that applied learning is very, very important to what we're doing. We're also career focused, which means that we care about what happens with our students after they graduate from our university. And we have an almost 99% placement rate across all of our academic programs, and we're very, very proud of that. Some of our programs have a 100%, or we like to say more than 100% placement rate, because our students have multiple job offers before they graduate. So we're very proud of that. And the third aspect, why we're so good at what we do, again, ties directly back into this memorandum of understanding. We collaborate, and we collaborate very closely with business and industry. Business and industry partners serve on all of our program advisory committees for every single one of our academic programs. And so this means that we're learning from business and industry when we build our course curriculum, when we build our laboratories and our studios, and when we supply those laboratories and studios with equipment. We are being advised by the very best in business and industry. So education in a space where we're thinking about employment, where we're thinking about application, where we're thinking deeply about STEM degrees, right? And we're preparing our students for success after they graduate from our institution. So the ability to think about our professionals in that education space, our professors joining with the best minds globally to think about how we educate, to think about how we research, to think about how we apply our expertise to solve real-world problems. This is what makes these types of partnerships so very powerful for our various organizations. So this is, again, a very special time for us, and I would like to give another special gift to the Commissioner, and I'm going to use this gift to tell a little bit of a story about our institution. So this gift is, we refer to everything you're looking at, from the packaging to the vessel inside the gift, inside the packaging, as made at Stout, made at our institution, because all of this is designed and produced by students. Thank you. So the vessel itself is a ceramic vessel that is made through a molding process on our campus. And students come to me, they come to my office, and they get a little bit nervous when they come to my office to pitch or present their ideas to me. So I had groups of students come in to explain to me from our design programs, and they explained to me what they were thinking about when they designed this vessel. And it is very industrial. It's very much focused in the manufacturing space. So if we took it out, you would see a very sturdy, well-constructed mug with a very industrial handle on it. That's part of what we do as an institution that focuses on manufacturing. So that was designed by our design students. Then you look at the packaging. We have packaging engineers on our campus. So we have a very unique program in packaging engineering, 100% placement out of that program. And so those students worked with our students in design, and they looked at the design of the vessel, they looked at the colors. If you can't tell, our colors at the university are blue and white, right? So they designed the packaging to match the vessel, and our packaging engineering students in our labs produced the packaging. There was a problem with this vessel. Students didn't anticipate that when they fired the mugs, they would shrink. And so the packaging had been designed for the original schematics of the original mug. Well, it shrunk during the firing process. So the students had to work with their professors to find a solution to that problem, and hidden in this packaging is an insert that keeps the mug from moving during transit, because that's the last thing we want is poorly designed packaging. So they had a problem, they worked with their professors to solve the problem, and we're very proud of the story that we're able to tell. So we'd like to give this gift, Everything Made at Stout, to the Commissioner. So thank you all very much, and I don't know if there's any other remarks.
So now I would like to call upon the Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education, Government of Telangana, Mr. Naveen Mittal, to throw light on this MOU and how is it going to reach our students in the state.
So first of all, I must say that we are really, really happy to have this MOU between University of Wisconsin, Stout, and the Global Education Career Forums and the Commissionerate of Higher Education in the state of Telangana. For those who are not familiar with this, the GCF is a consortium of institutions in India and abroad. We have got nearly about 200 institutions in this region who are part of GCF, and we have got close to about 100 international partners. And specifically about this MOU, this MOU is designed as an umbrella MOU to enhance the cooperation between the state of Telangana and the University of Wisconsin Stout, and working in multiple areas, which is student exchanges, faculty and staff exchanges, exchanges of academic information and publications, as well as even some kind of a joint research program, and also in terms of cooperating maybe in also helping each other understand the academic environments in both Telangana as well as in University of Wisconsin Stout, so that students who want to move from our state to the University for Higher Studies, they also understand the academic environment and system very well. So I think this is a very, very momentous occasion for both of us to have this MOU today, and I really, really am very, very confident that this will lead to a great cooperation between Telangana and the University of Wisconsin Stout, and help our students as well as faculty here and students and faculty at the university to mutually benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope and looking forward for the results to come out and the students of the state benefit, and there is exchange. I would request, as a token of gratitude and appreciation, we can present our guest a speaker memento. I would request my team to bring in the mementos out here. To Dr. Catherine Frank, Chancellor, Wisconsin University, very well explained how a student is the right way of promoting the kind of innovations that's happening in the university. And next is Mr. Scott Pearson, Director of International Education. And also Miss Pednaker, representing So with this, we'll move on to our first panel discussion. I would like to call upon our special speaker, the Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad, Central University of Hyderabad, Vice Chancellor, Mr. B.J. Rao. Please join us on the dais, sir. And also, I would like to call upon Dr. S. Srikanthaswamy, Senior Consultant and Expert, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. And to do the honors, we have Mr. Srikant Sinha, CEO, Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. And to do the honors, I would request B.J. Rao sir to moderate the session.
Should we start? Yeah? Welcome all of you to this very important and interesting session. Quality accreditation and ranking of higher educational institutions. This is a fairly loaded topic, and we have two esteemed panelists, and I would also join the panel to air my views. There are interesting sub-issues in this topic. I would request Dr. Srikant Swamigaru to pick up one of the sub-themes and elaborate on it.
Respected moderator, then my co-speaker, Professor Srikant Sinha, and all distinguished guests who are here, and my friends who are participating in this session. I would like to concentrate more on this assessment and accreditation because I am representing the NAC. Friends, as all of you know, even in Telangana, we have brought out two reports from NAC. One is called the State-Wise Analysis of Accreditation Report, wherein we have given a true picture regarding the number of institutions which have been accredited at Telangana. I think with respect to the government colleges, they have done extremely well. Whereas in the others, I think my real appreciation, and they have taken it very, very seriously under the leadership of our commissioner, Naveen Mittal sir. I think the vibration is there. We met the minister also there in Delhi, wherein it was released, and we brought to his notice that there is a need to make everyone to come for accreditation. Though the National Assessment Accreditation started as early as 1994, influenced by the recommendations made by 1986 policy, almost 27 years NAC has been there in this human task of assessing the higher education institutions. We have got different categories of universities, we have got different categories of colleges. Among the universities, I think deemed universities, I think they are doing better. Next comes the Central University, as per one, whatever the analysis that we have done, performance analysis of higher education. And then similarly with respect to the colleges, except a state like Telangana, in other states, I think private colleges are doing better. There are various reasons for it. But here you have taken it very seriously to see that infrastructure should be developed very well. They have done that. Even faculty should also be provided. That care also has been taken. Whereas in the other states, still there are many places in which The in-charge principals are there, therefore they do not know whether they have to take up the responsibility of going for accreditation. With all these 27 years of exercise, with lot of transparency, lot of robustness, in 2017 we brought change with respect to the assessment manual and under the name Revised Accreditation Framework. Before that, I think the peer team members, they had lot of freedom, lot of control they had. After 2017, we wanted to reduce that type of control because institutions may not be very comfortable with that kind of control. Therefore, almost 70% of the metrics are called quantitative metrics, and the remaining 30% comes under the qualitative metrics. The 70% of these quantitative metrics, they are all assessed based upon your SSR, whatever you are going to submit to the NAC. So almost 70% is done. And only 30% will be remaining, for which the peer team members will be sent to the higher education institutions. We keep 7 criteria starting from curricular aspects. And the last one is institutional values and also best practices. I think a lot of changes are happening, but we are never able to cover only some 23% or so with all our, exactly, around 23%. Therefore, many institutions have not come forward because of various reasons. In some place, they thought that the fees, what they are supposed to pay for, to come for accreditation is more. I think we have reduced that. In some places, they said the entry point is 30% if you are going to qualify under the quantitative matrix, then only we are eligible. That difficulty is there, therefore we have brought down to 25% only. If they submit the SSR, upon the 70% of the quantitative matrix, if they can get 25, I think they are qualified to come for the next step. I think that process is there. I am not going to touch upon the details. And to have a cross-check about the documents, whatever you are supporting, document is very, very important. Documents are given more weightage. Most of the higher educations, they do a lot of work, but they are not able to document the whole thing. That's why many experts will say in India we do a lot of good work. We are not able to maintain with a lot of documents. Whereas in some other countries, they start with the documentation, then they are going to do a lot of work. I think there should be a paradigm shift. I request here that each one of you, whatever the activity you are going to do it, you have to maintain documentation, and you have to upload the documents, which are very, very important, in your own portal. And without proper evidence, it is not possible for you to get the expected grade as well as the expected CGPA. I think here 3 or 4 points I wanted to highlight why many higher education institutions are not coming forward. One is curricular aspect. Most of the colleges, they do not have much hold, whereas universities can bring a lot of changes in bringing the curricular, changes in the curriculum development or curriculum designing. And only few institutions which are very familiar with respect to innovation, they are doing, and rest of the others are simply following. And to our notice, I think curriculum, whatever some of the universities, not all, I am not generalizing, they have taken from the other universities as it is that they are doing it. That may not be correct. Therefore, I expect that your curriculum should be customized, keeping the state expectations, and your curriculum should be customized, keeping the expectations of the students, and curriculum should also be structured, keeping the expectations of the other stakeholders. Then the second point, the quality of teaching and learning is not up to the mark. I think after COVID, everybody wants to say, Zoom link we are sending, you learn through that, participate that. I think yesterday also we debated on that. I think it is very difficult to substitute a very good teacher. I think teacher should be a compendium of many virtues. And if teacher is there, I think all technological aspect and technical aspect automatically follows. But we are in the technological era. Without the dependency to technology, we may not do quality work. And efficiency and effectiveness may not be up to the mark. Therefore, we have to accept the technology. But how much of technology, where we have to do it, how we have to carry on, with respect to teaching, learning, and evaluation, there is a great responsibility, dear friends, on our part. I have been there almost 48 years in teaching, almost 35 years in research. Still, I am a learner. Therefore, I feel that how best we can do it. Therefore, teaching and learning, we have given more weightage whichever the university or a college where they have taken this teaching, learning and evaluation very seriously, they get more marks and they are having the probability of getting a better grade. I think teaching and learning, mechanically it is happening. I am from the teacher education background. Pedagogy and andragogy, yesterday also we discussed. Without that, I think teaching may not be very effective. According to me, teaching is different from that of instruction. Teaching is different from that of lecturing. And teaching is altogether a wholesome, holistic process wherein you have to empower the learner, identifying the abilities of the students and how best you are going to transform in that way your teaching should result. But most of us, we think that teaching means preparing them for the examination. That is not correct. I think many tutorials are there where they are going to learn and they can do it. Why should they come to the university? Why should they come to the colleges? I think this question is applicable to me as well as to all of you. I think you have to take care of that. Then the third important aspect is with respect to the research. Even for Telangana, we have brought out a quality fact sheet in which the top 20 metrics where the Telangana higher education institutions are doing very well, we have highlighted. And at the same time, we also have highlighted which are the bottom 20 metrics in which that they are not doing very well, we have highlighted. Among this, I think one important aspect is about research. Research is not carried on with the true spirit. Research culture is not there in some of the universities. Therefore, there is a need to develop research culture. But hats off to national, instead of national importance, they have got a beautiful research culture. Some of the universities have got beautiful research culture. But in toto, if you take now, we are running research as a program. But without developing the research culture, I think the spirit of research may not be there. And the research bent of mind may not be there. And they may not be able to contribute much. That's why, though hundreds and thousands of students have done their PhDs, if you analyze what are the outcomes, where exactly their findings and conclusions are going to be accepted or applicable, a big question mark is there. Therefore, I appeal through this august audience that whenever you are just introducing a research program, don't introduce for the sake of competing with the other universities where they have got. You have to see in what way your research program is going to be quite different. Therefore, how do you monitor the research program, coursework, how do you monitor? The progress report, how do you monitor? Colloquium, how are you going to monitor? And even in Western countries, there are committees known as the watchdog committees. They suggest these are some of the areas for another 2 years, another 5 years where you have to do it. Whereas in Indian scenario, students have given too much of autonomy where they select some topics which are not going to have any kind of application. With the result, they get their degrees, they get promotion, but what happened to the application aspect, a big question mark. Since NAC, when it is going for that, we ask them how many patents through your research. What is the ratio between the faculty members and the number of guides who are there, and guides and students, that ratio, a lot of things we are going to ask. Therefore, this is one important area. I appeal to all of you, please see that research cannot be neglected. Then under the research now, research outcomes should also be specifically mentioned. Like any other course, when we speak about the outcome of the program, similarly we should be able to discuss about the outcome of the research programs. What are the 3 years a student is going to spend? What is that you are expecting from the student after completing 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Writing skills. We are insisting upon publication of 2 papers in a refereed journal, but still we are not happy. Then some students have been guided to publish in the care-listed journals. Even once UGC announced 3,000 to 5,000 journals as recognized one, and one fine morning it said, no, we are not happy about those, we are going to withdraw those things. I think some of these issues are there. Therefore, how do you develop academic writing among your PhD scholars by means of which it is possible for them to publish their articles in a good journal, refereed journals? Then the patent aspect also, many of them are not very clear, except the professors and the students of IIT, IIM. I think they are all comfortable. Even we are very proud that where good universities are there even in India. They can be role models for others also. Therefore, the academic writing, I think we have neglected that. Then the other part, especially in the science research now, laboratories are not there, still students have been admitted. Then students will say we are not able to do quality research work because laboratory equipments are not there. In such situations, NAC also suggests, why can't you go for collaboration? Just now we have witnessed 2 important MOs being signed. Therefore, there is a need to have collaborations within India, across the state, across the departments, wherein you also can emphasize too much on the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. I think that needs to be done. Then collaborations, as I mentioned, and MO also I mentioned, and encouraging the people to take up the research. Many faculty members are not coming to take up the research. In one of the IIMs, it so happened, when the visiting team went and visited, they told everything is fine with your institution. Yeah. With your institution, everything is fine, but number of publications are less. The director told, sir, give me an opportunity. Next time when you come, we are going to improve. Therefore, they announced the seed money for the publication. If you publish an article in a refereed journal, Springer or whatever it may be, it will be given 1 lakh. Like that, some incentives have been given, made the people to write the articles. Hitherto, they were saying no time, etc. Because of incentive, the same professors come forward and number of publications have increased. I think then the last point I wanted for research culture, research point. Last one is about what are the values, because without values, quality cannot be there. Percentages cannot speak about quality, the values. Even the infrastructure may not speak about it. Therefore, ultimately, values should be given importance because you know what is happening. TV you observe, newspaper you observe. Somewhere we feel that we are neglecting the value component, the peace component, global peace component. Therefore, I personally request that, that's why NAC has kept this criteria known as institutional values, and also about the other part known as the best practices. What are your best practices? How would you showcase your best practices? These are some of the issues I am highlighting. You are all doing. By my concluding point is, how do you come forward in order to prove yourself as a quality institution? Quality is the responsibility of both internal and external people who are involved. Therefore, internal mechanism and external mechanism, both are very important. I think this is what I want to share. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My request is, I think we should be very crisp and pointed and make some insightful points so that we can go with some take-homes. I would now request Srikant Sinhaji to make his observations.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao. Neither I'm a doctor, neither I'm a professor, but still I'm here. Probably the only reason is both are Srikanta. He's Srikanta, Professor Srikanta, and I'm Srikant. So maybe that's the reason I'm here. But I think more importantly, responding to what Sir has said, I think why we are not doing research, we talk about our placements, but have we ever spoken about the research being done by an institution? Do we say that this year so many research papers, so many patents have come out from our institutions? Do we ever talk about it? I think the only university has spoken about it was MIT University, and you can understand the journey, the last 15 years journey of MIT University, where they were and where they have reached. I think it's time that we give importance to these things. There is a sword hanging on our heads as educators that you have to finish the curriculum, right? And this was there probably before NEP came into picture. And with the growth in the education sector itself, with the institutions coming in, multiplicity of courses coming in, multiplicity of subjects that are coming in. Now it was STEM, now it is STEAM, and God knows what will be in the future. Because today whatever we are teaching may not suffice the needs of the future. And that's the reason things have to change. I think in all our universities as HODs, we are very happy having our own labs. But do you realize that India could not reach anywhere in nanotechnologies because we did not have interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary kind of facilities working together? The ranking also look at, do you have this much space over there in your lab? This is the student ratio. All these things which are there are something which we need to relook at it, given in the fact of NEP, where you have multiple entry and exit points, right? You would have multiple number of students coming in and going out. Yesterday we discussed about it. Where is our frameworks recognition frameworks, etc., going to cater to this? And that is where today the reality is, sir. My thing is that in case if we need to make institutions of eminence, we have to give importance to these things. Secondly, like being a part of the task force for the central government on animation and visual effects, etc., one of the recommendations we have made is something what Singapore does. Right in the 6th grade itself, you identify what are the attitudes and capabilities of the students. What is there, do some kind of a psychometric test to understand whether they are made up for research or not. Today, unfortunately, what is happening is people who are heading for research are people who could not get into the IT industry. And that is the reality of the situation. So what will we get? Garbage in, garbage out. They will probably look at subjects which are not that relevant. Industry keeps on waiting that they will be able to implement the research being done in academic institutions. They want the research as of yesterday. While the academic institutions will take time for it because there are multiple things and rigors for it. So how do we find the midway in between? Industry has to come forward and help with those research. They are the ones who are giving those problems. How do you take that forward? And the best part in India is you don't have to go out for hunting for problems. They are already there. I think NIRF is a very good method of creating a benchmarking. Today in Telangana, of course, if you look at the report, most of the institutions are ranked on that. But thing is that we need to also look at, because if you look at the future where we see a problem every day on the roads, right? Ambulances are blocked by traffic. Tomorrow we are talking about autonomous drones actually, and there are drones today which transport up to 100 kgs coming into picture. But this is not covered as part of our curriculum. We need research in these areas. And that is where we need to probably move. Seeing the growth of higher education, seeing the need for research happening, and probably that's my 2 cents on this topic, sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your views, both of you. I want to stir the plot a little bit. I want to firstly say that India, a country of 75 years of young age, has done extremely well in education and technology. We are the 5th largest economy in the world now. For the rupee spent, for the dollar spent, India has given the best in the world. Our problem is not the product. Our problem is the scaling up. We have not invested enough for the size of our country. Had we invested 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, we would have been globally the topmost. This is the best kept secret in our system. Per rupee spent, we have done the best in the world in many, many walks of life. In science, in technology, in strategic missions, we make the best satellite images even today. We probably make most cost-effective missiles even today. So therefore, India as a country, 75 years young country, we have done extremely well for so few resources that we started with. So that is our past, that is our nation. The real question is, are we doing well enough for the global higher-ups? That's the real question, and there we do not seem to be doing that well, because other countries are climbing up the ladder much better than us. This is a fact. Now, in the session that we are discussing today, ranking of educational institutions, it's a very important topic. But remember, it is a topic where education is being ranked. Education intrinsically cannot be ranked, because education is a learning process. It's the education with which you make a student into a scholar. You cannot rank the scholars. You cannot say a good scholar, a bad scholar at the end of the day. So in any case, education being an enterprise globally, it has to be quantified. That's the need. So therefore, we have evolved our own quantification methods, as did other countries. We have NIRF, we have NAC, we have NBA, and now we are thinking of a, sort of a conglomerate of single ranking system, etc., etc. Ranking is perhaps required. But in the current ranking system, there are some serious flaws, in my opinion. What does the current ranking system does? It evaluates what you have in terms of your resources, your infrastructure. Teaching infrastructure, 30%. Research infrastructure, 30%. Outcome is only 20%. And then 10% for how the world perceives you. And the 10% of how you outreach through the world. What is the best parameter in this? Outcome. What is the outcome of your education? That is only 20%. What you have, what you can give, resources is all 60%. So if you are a rich, well-decorated person, you are well-marked, even if you are not performing well. So in fact, ranking should be how well you perform with how little resource you have. That's India. That is truly India, because India always does jugaad. Jugaad is in us. So we need resources. You need to have good teaching classes. You need to have good teachers. You need to have good digital libraries. You need to have good research infrastructure. All that is good. But with all this, what is your outcome? Are you producing Nobel material, Nobel-like material? Are you producing scholars who are ready for jobs? Are you producing passionate teachers? Are you producing thought leaders? Are you producing entrepreneurial skills in our minds? That's the outcome. That we are not measuring that well, and that premium is very little. I'm sorry, I think I'm right. We are only giving 20% to that. We are giving 60% to how much you are decorated. There is a serious flaw there. Outcome must be given highest premium. Look at Raman effect. Raman, Sir C.V. Raman. Sir C.V. Raman did his Nobel Prize winning work at his home with his home-built machine, which is like this, with almost no grants, no institution. He did the outcome which got him Nobel Prize. So if he were to be ranked in NIRF, he will get 0 in infrastructure. He'll get 0 in research, amenities, because his living room was his research lab. No NAC team will go there. But he did discover Raman effect, which gave him Nobel Prize outcome. You would get 100%, that's only 20 percentile. So he'll fail in NIRF ranking. He was in pre-independent India, so nobody would have noticed him. Outreach was 0. Perception of C.V. Raman outside India was very little. Only a few friends knew, and they knew the effect of his discovery. So perception would have been 0. So Raman would have seriously failed in NIRF ranking and NAC ranking. I am sorry I have to say this. So therefore, we need to design truly India-specific, scholarly-oriented ranking method. Are we generating scholars with what little we have? How do we assess scholarliness? Do we have good methods to assess scholarliness? We don't have those. We need to innovate good methods. So while I agree that there is a need for a lot of skill development, good methods of analysis, NAC is only 20 percentile now in terms of penetration, even after how many years? 27 years. So we need to penetrate deeper so that people get, institutions get properly quantified. That is required. So both these approaches are required, but we need to be doing it differently. This is what my point is. So in all these methods that I have looked at, NAC, NIRF, as well as board accreditation, serious changes are required which really assesses the quality of the mind, the output in terms of scholarliness, in terms of depth of knowledge, in terms of skills. This has to be amplified in our weightage. Unless we do this, we will only rank the bells and whistles, not the inside of it. This is my take home. I think if you seriously disagree, I'm ready to discuss with you. But if you think that you are right, I'm happy I'm right. So I do not know how much time we have. I don't know whether we have time for 1 or 2 questions. Let us make it more lively, so not just one-way traffic. If there are 2 pressing questions, please come up with, but very sharp questions. Don't elaborate the question, just ask the question.
Hello.
Sir, only ask the question, no details.
Yeah, so my name is Dr. Bharat and I am from Vishwa Vishwani Business School, Hyderabad. My pointed question to you is that somewhere we are a little confused for 2 reasons. We talk about excellence and sometimes we talk about reach. For example, AICT UGC is trying to reach more and more people through this enhancing gross enrollment ratio, which currently is 27%. They are aiming around 40% by 2030. And that is the backdrop why UGC and AICTs and everyone is saying, like, digital education or online education or distance education is at par.
What is the question?
My question is, when we are talking about quality, how this initiative of UGC is going to help in our quality cause? Thank you.
Okay, good question. I will give a very crisp answer. India is a young country, both in terms of time of its existence as a free country, as well as average age of the population. Now, the rest of the Western world, developed world, is aging. So we need to generate a lot of knowledge resources in our population. That means your penetration of education power should be much higher. We are only 24-25%. If whole of India is educated, education is a pyramid. It's like this. If this pyramid is too large, you will have a lot of good top people. It's a distribution effect. If your distribution is large, you will have high achievers in higher number. If your distribution is small, statistically you will have few people performing high activities. We are 0 Nobel Prize now in the country, let's say. If your distribution is large, you will at least have 10, 20. We have to improve our distribution. Our gross enrollment ratio in the system should go deeper, at least 50, 60, 70%. Then, at least few numbers of very top deep leaders, thought leaders, Nobel laureates, etc. are very, very, very high innovators will come up. If your size of the sample is small, which it is now, you can't expect high stars. So it's a question of improving your distribution, your volume. High volume has the statistical power of generating high numbers. That's the secret. Any other question? One more question. Yes.
Good afternoon. Sir, straightforward my question. Why the very society that produced C.V. Raman is not able to produce C.V. Raman in spite of so much of so many resources, so much of modern awareness, and so much of such kind of resources available around?
That's the question.
Yes.
Very, very important question. Sir, you want to answer?
Probably say one thing. I think today our focus has changed in education. It is passing an exam, right? Today, everything is about passing an exam, and that's why today we are not able to produce C.V. Ramans, right? Because where is the research methodology? In fact, I keep on always joking, right? In our day and age, we used to play with Meccano, then mechanics, then Lego. Now everything has become let go. We don't create anything with our hands. Where are our students doing anything? When we were in schools, we used to play with, clay modeling, etc. Where are you creating that inquisitiveness in these students? If you ask us very frankly, as parents, when a child is there at home, we say, eat this, this is good for you. He comes to school, remember it because this will come in the exam, and there are tests where you check the rote learning memory of the student. When he comes to college, you say, do this question, this is important from an examination point of view. Where have you created the culture of asking questions? Where have you created the culture where people can start thinking differently, come up with solutions, come up with ideas which could be earth-shattering or changing the entire thing? Where? And that is where the challenge is today. Funding, etc. could be available. But then what are you going to create out of it unless and until, you know, the acumen is there, as Sir said. Today, the biggest challenge is, and I have seen this multiple times, all institutions under TechU Fund have set up incubators, right? Especially in engineering colleges. You look at what they have created. They put an Arduino board or a Raspberry Pi. They have connected a couple of, sensors, IoT sensors along with it. They have put maybe 1 or 2 motors, created some 3D printed parts. So the solution is ready now, and then they start looking at problem. That is where the problem is. If we start doing that, I will do only what I do, you will never discover or do research in new things. That's my thing from a complete outside point of view.
Thank you. Thank you. Very short. Yes.
Sir, while appreciating your question, I think Sir C.V. Raman is no more, but his effect is there. His influence is there. His inspiration is there. I think that's why so much of expansion is happening in the area of science, in the area of space technology, in the area of oceanography. If you try to contact the scientists and find out the quantum of work, what they are doing, I think we should be proud of. That's why we say India is not like how it was earlier, and India is in the stage of competing with the other developed countries to prove that we are capable of doing it. I think that's my optimistic answer. And the other one, the inducing effect is so much. Even all over the globe, if you take now, how many number of the Nobel laureates are there? Do you think that they have not contributed? Do you think that simply they have been recognized? Like that, even in India, many people are contributing, they are recognizing. And in their own silent world, in IIT, IAC, and also in many of the universities, people are doing a lot of work, sir. Let us be optimistic and see that Sir C.V. Raman is influenced many people to carry on the research. Thank you.
So one more short answer to that beautiful question is, we are educating our children too much. We are teaching them too much. That means you are overfeeding a child. Education should create hunger in the child. Instead of creating hunger, we are overfeeding the child. So there is no learning. In fact, we should not teach too much to the student. We should teach just enough so that the student can teach himself or herself. Just enough teaching so that the student will get so much passionate about what one is learning and he can teach himself. Once the student starts learning on his own, that is when the real education begins, not in the classroom. We are doing too much of classroom teaching, and we are sending the child to tuitions also. That will kill the creativity. Because we know young children do beautiful painting at home, but once they start going to school, they stop painting. That is the proof that we are actually killing creativity in our overly educated systems. Thinking has stopped, creativity has stopped, content is getting fed, and you get degrees. Nothing is there, mind is not active, mind is not passionate. Obviously, Raman effect will not happen. So, at the end of the day, we need to just ignite the mind through whatever model of education we follow. Create interest in the children in what you are teaching. Teach them concepts. Show them the benefits of education by real examples. Then the student will get ignited. Students are intrinsically brighter than the teachers, in my opinion. So just create them some hunger in them. They go to library and they start learning. In fact, educational institutes should not be populated by students. Libraries should be populated by students. Classrooms can be empty, but libraries must be full because that is where they are learning. In the future years, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40 years, maybe four-walled classrooms may not exist because there is so much of knowledge in the digital space, so freely available, and communication is so rapid because of quantum computing, etc. You really don't need physical universities. Knowledge is available as digital knowledge. Whoever is interested will go and learn. Lot of learning will happen by the students. In the COVID, we have seen it. They have learned on their own. That's a good model to follow. I think those type of models will generate innovators. I think that's the answer to the question that you asked. Thank you. So organizers, do we have time or it's over?
Yeah, we'll be closing the session.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I think we touched upon all the relevant topics.
All the relevant points with very striking and interesting answers.
Thank you.
Blatant one. Thank you for this wonderful session, sir. Before we could thank our panel members, there is one special message we would like to share with all our audience here, if that could be displayed on the screen. So this is a special mention, and this is certificate being which we have received from our esteemed Nitin Gadkar, Minister, Road Transport and Highway, Government of India. So he has congratulated us on the second IndiGlobal Education Festival, and he has just touched upon few things which I would like to read here for you all. The very purpose of introduction of development in pedagogy, digital transformation, trends and technology interventions, employability skills, human resources, job opportunities, entrepreneurship, innovations and challenges of NEP shows the motto behind this event. I congratulate the organizers for taking initiative for event and wish them success. I appeal all those related with the education sector to be a part of the same in large numbers, get acquainted with the modern trends in the sector of education and apply the same in their educational institutions so that the future generations get prepared to cope up with the challenges. So this is a message which has been shared by our very esteemed Nitin Gadkar. I would like a huge round of applause for our team here. Yeah, so thank you. Moving ahead, I would like to call upon our program chair, Shri Naveen Mittal sir, onto the stage. If we can just share a small token of appreciation to our panel members here who have given us such lovely insights and striking answers in this panel discussion. So I would like to call upon our very own Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, who has very well moderated this session. Can I hear some applauses for our speakers here, please? Can I now call upon Shri Shrikant Sinha, CEO, Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Can I also call upon Dr. S. Srikanta Swamy, Senior Consultant and Expert, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Can I hear a huge round of applause for all our speakers here on the stage, please? Panel members, please come forward for a group picture with the sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, moving ahead, we come back with one industry presentation, which we will be having it for next 15 minutes. This will be presented to us by Mr. P.C. Mauli, Vice President, Magnetic Infotech Private Limited. Can you please have you on the stage, sir, please?
Very good afternoon, everyone. We are already behind schedule just by 60 minutes, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. My name is Mauli. Of course, that's my full name. For short, it's just Mauli. And I represent Magnetic Infotech. In this brief presentation, what I'm going to cover is just about our company, what we do, and what our products are. Our company was established in the year 2000. That's roughly about 2 decades back. And we are focused only on educational vertical. That means we service only the educational vertical. We have not gone into regular software development in other areas, in commercial areas. And we are a team of highly experienced IT and ITAS company. I myself have put in more than 45 years in the IT industry, and this company is headed by Mr. Vijay N. Rao, who did his MS from Wisconsin University, and who also has more than 3.5 decades of experience in the IT industry. And of course, my name is Mauli. And we have one Mr. C. Praveen Rao, who is our director, and another core member of the team is Mr. B. Sudhakar. Besides us, we have a batch of people, 50 plus, highly skilled, qualified, and experienced team. We have expertise in solution design, not just an application design, development, and delivery, but we design the entire solution. When a client approaches us, or when we approach a particular client, we identify what their problem is, and we try to create a solution around that, design a solution, and deliver that solution. We have skills in project management, application development, systems development, and service delivery. And our portfolio includes end-to-end examination systems, that is pre-examination, conduct of examination during the activities during the examination, and post-examination processing as well, and complete student lifecycle management, that is right from the admission through progression and until final graduation, and of course beyond that, the alumni activities as well. And most importantly, recently we have started the answer book digitization. We have in fact created our own scanner. We have designed and developed the scanner. We have manufactured the scanners in India with components sourced solely from India. So it is a Make in India initiative. And we have created a software around these scanners specifically for the purpose of answer book scanning, digitization, and on-screen marking. On-screen marking or digital evaluation is another product that we have. And along with this, we also provide secure question paper delivery online at the time of examination. Just about 30 minutes before the examination begins, the question papers are delivered to the exam centers where they are printed only in required numbers and with a lot of security features within those question papers. And of course, related to this, we also do the development of web applications, that is integrating with payment gateways and citizen service centers and so on for accepting the exam applications or student applications and accepting the fees, accounting, and then downloading the hall tickets and so on. And of course, related to this, we also have a team for developing the mobile applications. And in fact, we have used these mobile devices in different applications, say for example, in recruitment process where the candidates' attendance, photograph, and biometrics are captured live during the examination when the candidate comes into the examination hall. And of course, we have a small portfolio on GIS applications. Our products include eval, that is the on-screen marking, or digital evaluation or electronics evaluation, whichever way you call it. It is nothing but scanning the answer books without cutting the spine of the answer book. I mean, there are different ways of scanning these answer books, but what we do is we have designed these scanners in such a way that you don't have to cut the spine, you don't have to cut, so that you don't lose sheets and you don't have to handle these loose sheets. And these scanners, people scan, and there are different modes in that. There is an auto mode, there is a manual mode, and things like that. We do this without cutting the spine, that is, without tampering the answer book as it is. And we scan those answer books, and the scanned images are presented to the examiner for valuation on a screen. And examiners sit in either in the evaluation centers, or in some cases from the comfort of their homes or offices or colleges or wherever it is. And in fact, in Telangana, particularly during the pandemic period, one university, a prestigious university of Telangana, has used this particular methodology. We have delivered the services there. They were able to declare the results by valuing the answer books of degrees students from home, even during pandemic. They have valued all the 26 courses results were declared well within time, even during the pandemic period. That's one example. And we have delivered these services to several universities across the country. And BankU is another software which enables collection of question banks, creation of question bank and then generation of question papers based on given criteria. And it has a lot of features again, like you can, you can capture, at the time of entering the questions, you can capture which lesson, which unit, which topic, which subtopic it belongs to, and what all the difficulty levels you can mention, how many marks you can assign minimum and maximum for that question, and so on. And the system also has, to some extent, eliminate the duplicates while generating the question papers. And of course, there is a provision for entering the questions first, and then creating question papers, moderating these questions, and then finally accepting and approving these question papers. Only those approved question papers will go. And the system also has a provision not to repeat the questions for certain number of exams, so that you will not get the same question again and again. But of course, that again depends on the number of questions available for each topic or each subject. Rescue is, as I said, the remote secured question paper delivery system. And Axis is our end-to-end examinations information system. Contest is online testing and assessment platform where the objective type testing papers are provided online, and then students take these exams, and then assessment platform. DocScan is our main platform. As I said, it includes the hardware as well. We have designed and developed the hardware in-house, and we have created a software around that so that it takes complete care of the scanning and digitization of documents. These are very few achievements, the most recent ones. We are the first in the country to implement QR code, barcode-based answer book scanning and digitization for on-screen marking without cutting the spine of the answer books. That's very important here. Because there are a lot of companies which are doing, and we also do by cutting the answer books, but that's not an effective way, and we realized. And we designed and built the book scanners and the software in-house with indigenously sourced products, and worked with Telangana universities for answer scripts valuation from home during pandemic through on-screen marking. And these universities have declared results well within the time, even during the pandemic period, when none of the universities in the entire country did either declare or value the papers and things like that. Most universities even have cancelled the exams and they have postponed their exams and so on. And just to give you the number, till now, we have completed about 40 million answer books scanning and evaluation. We have worked with several universities. At the end of this, I'll play a small brief video. You can just see how the thing happens. We implemented a solution for collection of photographs and fingerprints using mobile devices, particularly, if I may name, police recruitment boards, because there is a written examination, there is a physical measurements capturing system, and there is a, what do you call, the running race and things like that we have to capture, the speed at which they run and all. So what we have done is we have used RFID tags and RFID readers and things like that. And so when these candidates run, when they enter, their biometrics and other details are captured, and then when we give them a special bib with RFID stickers, and then when they run, at every stage, their speeds and their timings and everything is noted, and that's what we have done. And we have also used this at some exam centers where the students' biometrics, photographs, and other identities are captured there. Eval, coming to the online evaluation system, Eval is our product, designed and developed totally by our in-house team. What does it mean? It means it gives us flexibility to do customization, because there are many other softwares, many other companies which are implementing software imported through, or through some collaboration with some other foreign companies. But then what happens is, if there is a change required, if there is a customization required, then these companies will have to write to the parent companies, and then they have to, the principals, they have to go through the change management system, and then it takes time. And most of these companies, foreign companies, they have their own terminology, and we have to adapt to their terminology. Say, for example, a simple example I'll give. Some universities call model answers, some universities or some institutes call scheme of evaluation for giving a sample of how the evaluation is to be done. That is, if the student writes the steps, give him 2 marks. If he writes the detailed explanation, give him 3 more marks, and so on. To explain that, there is a scheme of evaluation. Somebody call it model answers, somebody call it scheme of evaluation, somebody call it by different name. But in our software, we have made it so modular that you can pick and choose only those modules which are required, and we can customize those modules. And most of these customizations are parametric customizations, in the sense that in the database, we just change whatever terminology you want and whatever messages you want and so on, and automatically the system takes care. And there are some more customizations like your branding, logo, image, and timings and things like that. They can be done because the entire software is ours. We know what exactly happens, where it is, and how it works. And so we can customize it within a very, very short time. And the modules of this application software are, one is online attendance. That is, even before the exam begins, the answer books are sent to the exam centers, and the center in charges will account for the number of answer books that they have received online, and then they acknowledge. And if they have not received the student data online with the answer books, there is a provision where they can print those QR codes and then paste it on empty answer books and then send it back. And there is a provision for, there is a module for special cases. Say a student who has changed his center or who has changed his subject suddenly, and then the system did not have the new subject or new center number. He goes to a center, he shows his hall ticket and says that I want to write the examination now. And so normally we give the benefit of doubt and we give him an opportunity. We allow him to write the examination. We'll see what happens later. And then, but since the hall ticket is there, there is a manual answer book given to him where he can write his hall ticket number and start taking the examination. But then those cases have to get into the system, so the examination center will enter those details, and those are the special cases. And in case of any malpractice or suspected malpractice, even those answer books have to be entered into the system. And then that goes to the malpractice committee, and they take a decision based on the findings. So there is a module in that, sorry. There's a module for handling that aspect as well. And then answer books logistics. Once this accounting is done after the examination, there is an RFID tag, there is accounting, that is all the answer books, numbers, totals, they bundle it, and then they send it to the evaluation center where the complete tracking right from the stage, including the courier slip is printed, and then the courier picks up with that slip, and then there is a tracking from all through and where it is. And then finally, the scanning, on-screen marking, and results processing are done. And there's a provision for reevaluation. There is also a provision for downloading the answer book image as valued by the examiner. It is, the students can request for the answer book post-valuation, and then they can see where they went wrong and how many marks were given to these questions and things like that. There is also a provision for reevaluation. And what are the features of this? Transparency, real-time monitoring and feedback. During the valuation, what happens is there is a real-time monitoring in the sense that two different examiners are giving for the same subject two different kinds of marks. Somebody is very lenient, somebody is very strict and rigid. And we can see why this is happening. And also, there are a lot of analytical reports that are generated right up to the question level, topic level, subject level, college level, and so on. So that within a particular college, if a particular college is not faring in a particular subject or a particular topic, not faring very well, we can even look at why that's happening, and if there is a problem in the teaching or teacher or the students of that particular area, and so on. It gives a lot of insights into the entire ecosystem. And then we have simultaneous multiple valuations. Say, for example, for post-graduation programs, normally we do double valuation. And in case there is the variance is much more, then it goes for a third final valuation. So these things can happen simultaneously. We don't have to wait for the first valuation to be completed and then go for the second valuation and so on. And there is a segmentation provision in this, in the sense that we have noticed that valuing a particular question, only one particular question, continuously by these examiners improves the quality of valuation. So what happens is we segment these answer papers into questions. Somebody might have written question number 1 and somebody might have skipped question number 1. But all the question number 1s given, will be given to one examiner. He continuously values them because he knows what the question is, what the answer is supposed to be, and how much to be written and so on. So he continuously values that. That is segmentation. And similarly, topic-wise segmentation also can be done. And there is a comprehensive real-time dashboard which enables the institutes to take actions based on the performance. And there is also performance feedback to the examiners. During the evaluation, what happens is we introduce some seeding, the moderated answer scripts, very well written, very well valued, well written and valued, and then poorly valued, and poorly written and poorly valued answer books we introduce into the system. Nobody knows where they are, but if there is a variance between these two, these already moderated answer scripts and the regular answer scripts, if there is a difference, then we can take corrective action then and there. These are our clients. In fact, many of the government institutes like state boards, universities, and so on. These are the states in which we have clients, we have delivered. And these are the standards and compliances. And finally, why us? Dynamic and vibrant team. We have, having put in so many years of experience in this particular field, particularly with educational institutes, we have the complete domain knowledge. We understand what exactly you mean and what your needs are. And we also have the technological expertise. And then we are most competitive and cost effective as well. And we are also agile and flexible on your requirements and deliverables. We don't say that this is what we have agreed upon and so this is what we will deliver. No, we will understand your requirements, and agility is the ability to respond very quickly to your ever-changing dynamic requirements. That's what we are. And then we are also stringent and rigid on compliance and schedules. Compliance to standards, quality standards, and delivery schedules and deliverables. That's what we are. So to know more, please reach us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mauli, for your input.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, distinguished guests of the day. So, as my colleague mentioned that on-screen digital evaluation system, which immensely benefit the Telangana government and other governments also. But we are very thankful to the visionary of Commissioner Technical Education, Commissioner College Education, Naveen Mittal sir. He introduced this system well before into the universities. Thereby it immensely helped everyone, including State Board of Technical Education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, one minute. Can we just call Mr. Sudhir Gautam to give a small token of appreciation to Mr. P.C. Mauli, the Vice President of Magnetic Infotech Private Limited. Thank you. Thank you. So, a small announcement. We will be breaking for lunch now, but in the interest of time, I request everyone to please gather here within 20 minutes. We'll, grab a quick bite and come back in 20 minutes. Post that, we are having very interesting sessions. So, everyone from the school track and the higher education track, everyone will be here for one session that has been scheduled for half an hour. So, as the time, what's the time? 2:30. So, the time is 2:35. Can we gather here back by 3, sharp 3? So, we can break for lunch now. Thank you.
We have a very interesting practical demonstration by Mr. Manish Jain on secret sauce for making education engaging and inspiring. He came all the way from Gujarat, Gandhinagar, Gujarat.
Oh. Everyone please move for lunch as soon as possible, and we gather here back at 3 o'clock.
And he has also clearly outlined how the state is marching forward in the conservation of energy and how the policies are implemented. Government is following to conserve the energy. As a head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
I must thank IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we have had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one on the strength of its education and the strength of its...
In Karnataka, we have around 1,500 ITIs which are providing long-term skilling courses. Also, they are now equipped to handle short-term skilling courses. So, we as a state has created this Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood as a first state after the Government of India, which has created the Skill Development Department in the country. By bringing all the...
We run about more than 550 government colleges, which include about 440 government degree colleges, more than 100 polytechnics, and 16 government engineering colleges. Applying the concept that I've learned into real life problems, this is where...
So one of the unique challenges that we often face in this entire journey that we have taken on as a Telangana innovation ecosystem is that we want out-of-box thinkers. But one of the small challenges that we have is our education system is about thinking, drawing inside the lines, right? So we try to teach our children how to do everything drawing within the lines, and then when it comes to innovation or entrepreneurship or any kind of future-ready skills, we think about out of the box.
And he has also clearly outlined how the state is marching forward in the conservation of energy and how the policies are implemented. Government is following to conserve the energy. As a head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
I must thank IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we have had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower, you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one, on the strength of its education and the strength of its...
In Karnataka, we have around 1,500 ITIs which are providing long-term skilling courses. Also, they are now equipped to handle short-term skilling courses. So, we as a state has created this Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood as a first state after the Government of India, which has created the Skill Development Department in the country. By bringing all the...
We run about more than 550 government colleges, which include about 440 government degree colleges, more than 100 polytechnics, and 16 government engineering colleges. Applying the concept that I've learned into real life problems, this is where...
So one of the unique challenges that we often face in this entire journey that we have taken on as a Telangana innovation ecosystem is that we want out-of-box thinkers. But one of the small challenges that we have is our education system is about thinking, drawing inside the lines, right? So we try to teach our children how to do everything drawing within the lines, and then when it comes to innovation or entrepreneurship or any kind of future-ready skills, we think about out of the box.
And he has also clearly outlined how the state is marching forward in the conservation of energy and how the policies are implemented. Government is following to conserve the energy. As a head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
I must thank IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we have had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower, you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one, on the strength of its education and the strength of its...
In Karnataka, we have around 1,500 ITIs which are providing long-term skilling courses. Also, they are now equipped to handle short-term skilling courses. So, we as a state has created this Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood as a first state after the Government of India, which has created the Skill Development Department in the country. By bringing all the...
We run about more than 550 government colleges, which include about 440 government degree colleges, more than 100 polytechnics, and 16 government engineering colleges. Applying the concept that I've learned into real life problems, this is where...
So one of the unique challenges that we often face in this entire journey that we have taken on as a Telangana innovation ecosystem is that we want out-of-box thinkers. But one of the small challenges that we have is our education system is about thinking, drawing inside the lines, right? So we try to teach our children how to do everything drawing within the lines, and then when it comes to innovation or entrepreneurship or any kind of future-ready skills, we think about out of the box.
And he has also clearly outlined how the state is marching forward in the conservation of energy and how the policies are implemented. Government is following to conserve the energy. As a head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
I must thank IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we have had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower, you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one on the strength of
This is where. So one of the unique challenges that we often face in this entire journey that we have taken on as a Telangana innovation ecosystem is that we want out-of-box thinkers. But one of the small challenges that we have is our education system is about thinking, drawing inside the lines, right? So we try to teach our children how to do everything drawing within the lines, and then when it comes to innovation or entrepreneurship or any kind of future-ready skills, we think about out of the box.
And he has also clearly outlined how the state is marching forward in the conservation of energy and how the policies are implemented. Government is following to conserve the energy. As a head of state, I want to mention as an individual.
Let's just thank IndiGlobal for organizing this education festival. So we have had this very tough, I would say, 21 months ever since we got stuck with COVID. And
I would like to start by saying that I'm reminded of one of the things that the less known presidents of the United States said, that to make a country, Lyndon Johnson said, to make a superpower you don't need arms and weapons. Give me a generation of educated, skilled people and make a superpower. And that's how America became one, on the strength of its education and the strength of its...
Hello.
So we as a state has created this Department of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood as a first state after the Government of India, which has created the Skill Development Department in the country. By bringing all the...
We run about more than 550 government colleges, which include about 440 government degree colleges, more than 100 polytechnics, and 16 government engineering colleges. Applying the concept that I've learned into real life problems, this is where...
So one...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome and welcome back to the second IndiGlobal Education Festival. I hope you guys had a very good lunch, and I'm hoping that, the further panel discussions will be very interesting and interacting, and hoping to receive a lot of applause and claps for our panel discussion members, speakers, and all of that. So I request everyone to please settle down in your places, and I hope the moment in the hall is reduced so that we can concentrate and start our further sessions. Yeah, so coming back, we've had a lot of discussions, lot of theories and multiple things that, yesterday and today. But this session is going to be something absolutely different. It's something which is practical. As you can see, the kind of objects that have been placed on the stage speaks for it. So we have someone coming here all the way from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, who's going to give us a very practical demonstration on something called the secret sauce for making education engaging and inspiring. Okay, so this practical demonstration is something which we'll be going to see for next half an hour. So I request everyone to please pay attention. Everyone, can I get a good afternoon? A louder good afternoon. Please have your eyes focus everything here on the stage so that, you don't have group discussion separately, and we have one single discussion here on the stage. So please help me, and please help me welcome Professor Manish Jain, Center for Creative Learning, IIT Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Can you please hear it for Professor Manish Jain, please?
बढ़ा दो ठीक है I just needed a bottle of water. Maybe I'll need a little bit more, but so anyways, thank you so much for calling me here. I especially want to thank Sudhir and Naveen ji for having me here, and my friend who's sitting right here, Vinay. And I didn't know about this thing, and I think a few weeks back, एक बहुत बड़ा कुछ. By the way, कितने लोगों को हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती है? सवाल कैसे समझ आ गया? So it's sort of a trick question. I thought I'll start with that because you know what's going to happen is I'm going to speak and I'm going to maybe tell you a few stories. But I might start up speaking in Hindi, and it's not because whatever it is, but अगर आपको दिल की बात करनी है तो मातृभाषा में ही होती है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. और maybe you are very upset at your principals or whatever that अगर उनको आपको यहाँ पर भेज दिया है और आप जाके किसी ज्ञान बांटेंगे, वो वहाँ पर बुढ़े लोगों को सुनना पड़ेगा. और अगर बहुत गुस्सा आ रहा है और गाली देनी है तो आप तेलुगु में देंगे तो ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा, इंग्लिश में मज़ा नहीं आएगा. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying, if you feel that I speak in Hindi, please raise your hand. I can converse in 2 languages, so I'll be happy to. So thank you so much for having me here. I was listening to some very interesting discussions that were happening. और मुझे लगा बहुत, I felt that we'll have to start talking about things that really make a sense and make a difference. My name is Manish Jain, and I work in this small lab called Center for Creative Learning in IIT Gandhinagar. Long history. In fact, as I entered this hall, I reminded myself 2003 was the last or the time I visited this particular place. At that time, I worked for Synopsys in the US. But anyway, so और कितने साल हो गए? 2000, almost 18 years. Place has changed, I think. But I remember this place from that lobby. So I'm not going to tell you a lot of gyan or whatever, but I'll tell you 2 rules that we'll have to follow for whatever we're trying to do. Right? We'll have just very 2 basic rules, and the first one of them is सभी लोग भाग लेंगे. भाग लेंगे. So I'm saying that while the doors are closed, no, everybody should participate, and then it doesn't matter what the right answer is or not. And we're going to have. I'm going to tell you a few stories and see convey something that I feel that I wanted to communicate. So we'll start with the first question. How many of you have eaten khichdi in your life? Khichdi. For those who don't know what khichdi is, let me define. It's not pongal, by the way. Pongal is the best thing invented by humankind, in my opinion. But boiled rice and boiled lentils, and there is no salt. That is the definition of khichdi. I wish you had invited me yesterday, then I could have said, यार अब जो लोग यहाँ पर आएंगे सबको 3 दिन तक नवीन जी क्या खिलाएंगे? खिचड़ी खिलाएंगे 3 दिन तक. So from tomorrow, given that we are all associated with education, let's start this experiment. We are going to eat only khichdi. So breakfast is khichdi, lunch is, dinner is, next day morning, and please see what the khichdi is: boiled rice, boiled dal, tur dal or whatever, and no salt. No salt. No, nothing on the side. आपने वो side में वो gunpowder or whatever podi, lots of nothing on the side. Only boiled. Next day breakfast, lunch, dinner khichdi. Third day breakfast khichdi, lunch khichdi, chai, no chai. चाय के साथ पकौड़े आ जाते हैं. No chai, khichdi. Now see what is going on with you. Try to feel what is going on with you. It is almost like 4th day, if you just see the khichdi, you don't have to eat. क्या होगा? Only देखने से ही जो कुछ अंदर है खाई नहीं है. क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि खिचड़ी है. Now think what we are doing in our schools and our colleges. We are doing khichdi of the curriculum. And we justify it. We say, oh, ye to particle, this is curriculum khichdi, you have to eat. 19,200 hours of khichdi. 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day, right? 200 days in a year. 12 years in a row. You multiply that. 19,200 hours of khichdi. And बच्चे तो 12 साल में खिचड़ी खा के निकल जाते हैं, thank God. हमारे और आपके जैसे टीचर मरते दम तक वही खिचड़ी खिलाते हैं. Till the time we die. And I think it's not funny. I think this is exactly what is ailing our classrooms. Or at least that's what I feel. I'm going to give you a lot of my opinions. So you have to take it as opinions, right? This is what I feel. And I'm just going to convey what I feel. This is what I thought. And this is what we are trying to do in this small lab called Center for Creative Learning, where the goal is to make, now imagine this khichdi, iske saath agar side mein thoda dhokla, jalebi, khakra, you see I'm saying only all these Gujarati things, but you can do whatever else that you want. Suddenly this food becomes more interesting. Ab khane ka man karega. To curriculum zaruri hai. Some people are saying रटना जरूरी नहीं है. रटना जरूरी है. बहुत सारी चीजें हमें रट जाती हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि मजा आने लग जाता है. If we start enjoying, रटना is not a chore. You know, it is something that I do all the time. कितनी चीजें, सारी गर्लफ्रेंड्स के नाम रटे हुए होते हैं और कैसे हो जाते हैं, मजा आ रहा होता है. Or whatever, boyfriends, whatever, right? Because I'm enjoying all of that, right? Can we do the same thing to our learning and education? And I think we can. And that's the idea. That's the secret sauce. We have to make our education engaging and inspiring. And I'll tell you the benchmark. So I studied at IIT Kanpur, but that was way back. And, as an 18-year-old, 12वीं खत्म हुई और वहाँ पढ़ने का मौका मिला. At that time, it was considered one of the best places to go study. As an 18-year-old, the best thing about IIT Kanpur, and let me tell you, was there was no attendance. And I think it's a benchmark for all our schools and colleges. आप कल से attendance खत्म कर दो और देखो कितने बच्चे आते हैं. I think we can do that. And that is what I'm going to sort of, maybe in whatever time that I have, give you a few examples. I think that is what is ailing. And, the reason, like I said, I was doing chip design in the US after my, BTech from IIT Kanpur. Then I was in the, studied a little bit at Stanford, and I was doing chip design. And then I decided to come back for various reasons, but something very interesting happened. And I want to give you an example of that and maybe do a test right here. Right? Something very interesting happened. In 2012, there is this test called the PISA test that happened. I am telling you this story for a reason. Again, I think the whole idea is if I can communicate that, बाकी की चीज़ एकदम आसान है. फिर कुछ नहीं है, मैं आपको फटाफट 5 मिनट में इतने सारे खिलौने दिखा दूंगा. My job is over. 2009 PISA test happened. This is a test that happens every 3 years. How many of you have heard of PISA? Oh, wonderful. कुछ लोगों ने नहीं सुना, वो भी पढ़ सकते हैं. PISA मतलब वो PISA वो वाला PISA मतलब PISA, Program for International Assessment. Every 3 years this test happened. India decided to do this test in 2009. The results came in 2012. We were 73 out of 73 countries. नीचे से. We were doing only science, math and language. मैडम वो क्या है ना, हिमाचल प्रदेश और तमिलनाडु को 2 भागों में बांट लिया था, तो we sometimes we did 73 out of 74, largely, but whatever, not picking the details, but largely science, math, and language. And the idea was we were doing very well. Lots of countries whose literacy was much better, much lower than ours, did much better because we were not focusing on. In fact, आज अभी lunch के time discussion हो रहा था. There is a lot of focus on how. Not on why. I think that is what something that we'll have to focus on. So anyways, this PISA test happened, the result came out, and that's when I decided to sort of, मुझे लगा कि इतनी बुरी हालत नहीं होनी चाहिए. हमारा सिर्फ परिभाषाओं के ऊपर जोर है, समझ के ऊपर जोर नहीं है. Sorry. We are focusing too much on the definitions, but the why question is not being asked. So let me give you that example. So like I said, everybody has to participate. सभी लोग को इस activity में भाग लेना है. भाग लेना है मतलब participate. All right. Everybody has 100 rupees. Everybody has to buy iron. Everybody has to buy iron. Okay. 100 rupees iron. There are 2 shops selling iron. 100 rupees a kg and 100 rupees a liter. सबको खरीदना है. 100 रुपए किलो, 100 रुपए लीटर. ठीक है. कितने लोग 100 रुपए किलो खरीदेंगे? सबको भाग लेना भाई, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं खरीदना है, एवरीबडी हैज टू बाय. आप मैडम नहीं, you have to buy either kg or liter. Please raise your hands. We all had food. Okay, largely everybody is buying kg. How many of you are buying in liter? You are buying in liter. Why are you buying in liter, sir? Density. Somebody else is saying it is molten. I can, by the way, do this experiment for long. It takes about 45 minutes to convey this. I'm not doing that. But largely most of us bought in the kg. कितने लोग यहाँ पर 5वीं पास हैं? So, we do this in grade 5. Grade 5. Volume is length time breadth time height. 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter block of iron is 1000 cc, 1 liter. You can feel that. I did not carry it in my box because then the airlines would have charged me extra. 8 किलो का वो 1 लीटर का डब्बा है. 8 किलो का. और हम लोग 1 किलो लेकर आ गए. 8 गुना लुट गए. Because density की परिभाषा रट ली. Weight by volume or mass by volume, and we'll fight whether weight or mass. But we did not. So imagine you fill a bottle of iron with nails or iron filings or whatever. You can almost feel it's very heavy. Right? Why? Because that's the definition of density. And all of us, and if I were to ask you to buy oil, we will buy in liters because तेल है तो लीटर में खरीदेंगे, solid है तो किलो में खरीदेंगे. 5वीं में पढ़ा था, volume is LBH. लेकिन implement नहीं हुआ. I think this is why in PISA when we were asked, and the other sad thing, and I think with that data I'll show you a few things, 80% of our children were level 0 and level 1 competency, which means वो 19,200 घंटे की खिचड़ी से जिंदगी में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा. It did not make a difference to the life by spending those, whatever hours in school. I think we'll have to start looking at education making more meaning to my life. It has to make a difference in my life. It has to be experiential. It has to be something that gives me wings to my desires. यार सोच पाने की क्षमता हो, उसके ऊपर ज़्यादा जोर देना पड़ेगा. Process of from why, from how to why. And that is basically what PISA was trying to say. This is what we've been trying to do in this lab, like I said, Center for Creative Learning, जहाँ पर हमने ऐसे हज़ारों खिलौने बनाए हैं, 1000 खिलौने, जिससे आपके और आपके मतलब टीचर्स और बच्चों की आँखों की खोई हुई चमक वापस आ जाए. That's the goal of what we try to do. Bring back that gleam in the eyes of our children. And I'll show you by an example. It was interestingly, when I was trying to set up this table, this is a toy we just designed. Anybody who's interested, I can show you. By the way, there is an award for 5,000 rupees for anybody who solves this. Cash award announced by Sudhir. Anybody who solves this puzzle, 5,000 rupee cash prize. So I was setting this table, and the person who was helping me, I think a young student, उसको ये सब करने से कोई मतलब नहीं है. उसकी बॉस बोल रही है यार लगाओ, उसको इस खेलने से मतलब है. He is trying to solve this problem. Anyways, so I have this a straw in my hand. I made 2 pieces, and I'll cut it. मुझे चश्मा लगाना पड़ेगा. ये हो गया थोड़ा सा गड़बड़. And I will make two cuts, 2 triangular cuts. All right. And press it a little bit and then blow. ये इसलिए भी है कि कुछ लोग सो जाते हैं ना. अक्सर वर्कशॉप में प्रेजेंटेशंस दिखाए जाते हैं तो सो जाते हैं, तो जगाने के लिए है. और यही काम मैंने दूसरी स्ट्रॉ के साथ करा. इसके साथ भी 2 टुकड़े करते हैं. 2 triangular cuts. And I'll put it in my mouth and blow. क्या होगा? This is longer. So in the evening, अक्सर when husband and wives are fighting, you know who this is, and you know who this is. This is because the length is longer, so the frequency is shorter. इसकी pitch कम है, frequency कम है, और इसकी pitch ज़्यादा है क्योंकि लंबाई कम है. और λ/4 और तमाम चीज़ें क्लास में पढ़ाते हैं. इसके ऊपर हमने छोटे छोटे वीडियोस भी बनाए हैं. About a 10-minute video of why this works. We'll not do that. But this is very interesting. Now what I'll try to do is to convert the the sound of the husband into और एक और थोड़ा सा छोटा कर देता हूँ. तो धीरे धीरे करके, and of course when you do this experiment on your own, you have to be careful because sometimes, you know, like I was very involved, sometimes it will, in the end, and then the sound will be very high pitch from somewhere else. But don't do that. We have had this incident, by the way. And then I can put these two together and put it in my mouth and then blow again. Now this is the sound of a train horn. Why? Because two frequencies which are very close by and are relatively prime, or whatever you want to define. We can do a lot of very interesting science, but I'm not doing that. I'm trying to see if I can engage you. If I can engage, you know, people from 30 years all the way to 50 years, 60, whatever, then the children are right there. हम कुछ दे ही नहीं रहे हैं यार उनको कुछ करने के लिए. हम सिर्फ पाठ्यक्रम की खिचड़ी खिला रहे हैं और वो भी कहते हैं सर खोलो उसके अंदर उड़ेल दो और सर को बंद कर दो. सोच ही नहीं पाते हैं यार. I think it is something, and then I can talk about, you know, why this thing works like a horn, right? Why does it sound like a horn? Because then, you know, these two frequencies which are very close to each other, which means relatively prime, they will not interfere, and so there will be lots of notes that will be formed, and hence आपको ये सुनाई देगा. But पहले ये काम करना पड़ेगा. और बच्चे के रोने की आवाज भी बना सकते हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें कर सकते हैं. इसी में अगर मैंने 2 छेद कर दिए तो बांसुरी है, बेसुरी है, you can figure that out. 2 holes, 3 noises for a 7, you know, if you need 7 notes, you need to have 6 holes. How many ways can you put fingers on 2 holes? A lot of binary mathematics, by the way, invented by Pingala in 400 BC. Last episode, something that we did. I'm sort of glossing over, but the whole idea of this talk is to give you a possibility of what can happen. If we start to do things with our own hands, if the goal is to make sure that the classrooms are joyous, experiential, full of hands-on activities, and then I focus on the curriculum. वहाँ से चालू नहीं करेंगे, वहाँ पर खत्म जरूर करेंगे. But I'll start with something that I have and that I can do. I'm going to show you, क्योंकि ये दिखा रहे थे तो ये भी दिखाता हूँ. It's also another thing which I often use. For those who are sleeping. All I have is a simple, you know, this is something that you get in the market. ये टी वो जो प्लम्बिंग का लगता है, एक साधारण पाइप है, उसमें रबड़ लगा दी और ऊपर एक प्लास्टिक की पन्नी बांध दी, you know, a polythene sheet. That's it. Now when you blow, the air tries to go out. It doesn't. It finds this thing vibrates. This is the air column. You increase the length. Smaller frequency, you decrease the length. आपका ये trombone बन गया 15 रुपए का है. A lot of times, all these and lots of very interesting science. सुबह C.V. Raman के बारे में बात कर रहे थे. He had 53 scientific papers written on the sound of musical instruments. First time I came to know about it. The only person, by the way, if you are a cello artist in Europe, और आपको समझना है कि भाई cello में होता कैसे है स्प्रिंग, आपको इंडिया आना पड़ेगा कलकत्ता में. उसने सारंगी, वायलिन कैसे बजती है, उसकी फिजिक्स को इन्वेंट करने के लिए एक अपनी मशीन बनाई थी. हमें वो समय अपने बच्चों को वो चीजों को देना पड़ेगा. ये स्ट्रॉ की जब वो काट कर मम्मी और पापा की आवाज बनाएंगे, हम अच्छे सवाल पूछ सकते हैं. हम कह सकते हैं, हाउ मच शुड आई कट so that sa becomes re? How much should I cut so that re becomes ga? And the answer is not linear. You know why? Because we teach this in grade 7. We call this indirect proportion. ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, direct, indirect. Speed 50% बढ़ गई, time कितने % कम होगा? 50% कम होगा? नहीं. Direct proportion में होगा, जितना बढ़ेगा percentage उतना बढ़ेगा. लेकिन indirect proportion में नहीं होगा. 50% बढ़ी तो 33% टाइम कम होगा. अगर स से रे काटने में 1 सेंटीमीटर गया तो रे से ग काटने में कुछ और होगा. एंड very interesting things happen in the right context. Another episode we did on the mathematics of the sound, which is where we did. So hopefully that is the idea. We'll have to sort of relook at and just to give you a background, we did this program called, by the way, maybe you should all subscribe to our channel also. It's called CCL IIT Gandhinagar, CCL IIT GN. You can just Google search CCL/3030. So we did this program before pandemic called 3030 STEM. The reason we called it 3030 was because we had exactly 3030 subscribers when we started. 3030 subscribers थे. और हमारा उद्देश्य सिर्फ यही था, क्या? पाठ्यक्रम में जिंदगी का तड़का. We want to spice up the curriculum. We have seen that the classes are, dry, drab. उसमें कुछ interesting चीज कर सकते हैं क्या? That is where we came up with this, and we did this series twice. We have now 2.5 lakh subscribers. We want to make sure आप लोग भी जुड़ जाएं. वो घंटी जो भी दबाते हैं दबाइए. 2 crore people have watched that program because we are doing all of these things by things that are all around us. आसपास की चीजों के अंदर से ढूंढकर गणित और विज्ञान की चर्चा करेंगे, तब हमको प्रोग्रामिंग समझ में आएगी. छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं. आज सुबह ही चर्चा हो रही थी. How many of you know how to add 2 numbers? Everybody, I'm assuming. Okay. When we add 2 numbers, we add from units, then tens, then hundreds and thousands. All right. But if I give you notes, I say 100 rupee note, 10 rupee note, 1 rupee note. Which one will you add? पहले तो 100 करेंगे. So why do we do things in classes and do something completely different in our lives? Which one makes more sense? If I were to write a computer program to do addition of 2 numbers, which way should I do it? Why should I do it from here to here? I take this example further. If I have to subtract 2 numbers, again I'll do. But if I have to multiply 2 numbers, same thing. But if I have to divide 2 numbers, अब आप उल्टा जाते हो. क्यों जाते हो? Why do we go division the other way? And 3 things we go this way. What is so magical about it? Why should it work? Why should it not work? And in fact, that is my challenge or whatever. I think our students should be able to, write a program or algorithm or whatever कि इधर से divide करो या इधर से. भगवान जी ने नहीं लिख के भेजा कि यहाँ से करना है. हमारा फोकस सिर्फ प्रोसेस पर है. ऊपर से नहीं जाता तो ऊपर चढ़ा दो. ऐसे कहते हैं 0 ऊपर चढ़ा दो. I don't know what you say in English, but 4 by 3, 4 doesn't go with 3, so add a 0. Bring it down. Tell me which programming language, which white hat junior will tell you how to bring it down. It doesn't exist. There is nothing like bring it down or take it up. In mathematics, there is plus, minus, multiply, and divide. You have to use that to write the algorithm of division. I think we are not focused on the algorithm. We are only focused on karna kya hai. Kyun? And that is where, in my opinion, the beauty of education is lost. And I'll just give you one example and this thing, and then I'm done. I'll probably run out of time. I'm also part of this committee which is writing textbooks of NCERT. I'm part of that NCERT ke wo math syllabus committee. So we were thinking about, and we had this question, should we teach quadratic equations to our students in class 10? How many of you think we should? Okay, how many of you have used quadratic equation in your lives? एक जने को छोड़कर, I bet जिंदगी में क्वाड्रेटिक इक्वेशन नहीं आए काम में, नहीं आएगी. 99.9999 नहीं आएगी. तो फिर क्यों पढ़ाना चाहिए यार? हटाओ. सिलेबस बढ़ जाता है, किताबें बढ़ जाती हैं, दिस दैट व्हाटएवर, राइट? हटा देना चाहिए. जिंदगी में काम नहीं आएगी. Why should we teach? There is this big thing that if it is useful in our classes, if it is used in our life, we should do it. Otherwise, so a lot of people were saying. But then I said, I'll give you another example. Imagine everybody has a bat and a ball. And everybody is asked to, bat को लिया और ball को मारा और जोर से मार दिया. और एक धोनी है और एक विराट कोहली है और एक आप है और एक आप है और एक आप है. सभी के हाथ में बॉल है. अब धोनी मारेगा तो बहुत दूर जाएगी. विराट मारेगा बहुत जो. मैं मारूंगा तो 90 पे मारोगे तो गड़बड़ है. सीधे सर पे आएगी. But my contention or challenge to you is, you hit at any angle. And whoever hits, कितनी भी जोर से मारे, कितनी भी धीरे मारे, कितने भी एंगल पे मारो, बॉल पहले सेकंड में 5 मीटर ही गिरेगी. गारंटी. दूसरे सेकंड में 15 गिरेगी. तीसरे में 25 गिरेगी. इंग्लिश. In the first second, the ball will fall 5 meters. In the second 15. In the third second, 25. In the fourth second, 35, and so on and so forth. Guarantee. Why? This is the definition of quadratic equation. If we are going to teach quadratic equation as minus b plus minus root square of b square minus 4ac upon 2a, I think we should not. But if we teach how Dhoni will hit a ball or I hit, and it doesn't matter, the distance falls is always incremented by 10 meters, then it suddenly becomes interesting. Now I'm interested in your mathematics, not because I'll use it in my life. जब हम कोई बढ़िया पिक्चर देखते हैं, कोई बढ़िया मूवी देखते हैं, रिवर फ्रंट पे जाके मजा करते हैं, या यहाँ पर जो भी आपकी लेक है वहाँ जाकर आप मजा करते हो, तब पूछते हो कि जिंदगी में काम आएगा कि नहीं? तब तो नहीं पूछते, यार मजा आ रहा है. Why can't education be enjoyable? That I think is something that we are missing. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कल से बस enjoyable नहीं, but उसका भाई कुछ तो एलिमेंट डालो. अभी तो उसको गला नहीं छोड़ के बाहर कर दिया, मार दिया. So that is my contention. I think we'll have to fundamentally look at how, one, content, and two, how. And by doing this program, we realized when we had 2 crore people watch this in Hindi, we realized these 3 things. And I'm going to give you that example of what can be a good, in my opinion, something that can engage. Like, we have to start telling, we have to start to tell stories, which we probably don't in our schools and classes. हमें लगता है टाइम ही नहीं है. भैया कहानी सुनाओगे तो इतना मन लग जाएगा कि बाकी करिकुलम बच्चे अपने आप घर पे कर लेंगे. आप सुना के तो देखो, हम भूल जाते हैं. So 3 things I thought. After doing this, I realized we as a team, we are a lab of 25 people, completely sponsored by us. We would like to work with, the state here. Had very interesting discussions with Sinha ji. And आपके साथ जो चर्चाएं हुई, कुछ करेंगे. But मुझे 3 चीजें समझ में आई. पहला, धमाल. 3 चीजें जो हमारी कक्षाओं में, 3 things which are extremely important in our classes, in the content that we try to deliver, whether it is high school or senior secondary or whatever it is. 1, धमाल. पिक्चर देखिए सबने, धमाल. मजा आया कि नहीं? मजा. So one axis is मजा आया, धमाल. Second axis, the content that I'm trying to, आपको quadratic पढ़ानी है तो a square minus plus bx minus c, whatever plus c करना पड़ेगा ना. The content, वो तारे ज़मीन पर. Content. That is the second axis. धमाल हुआ, तारे ज़मीन पर हुआ, लेकिन सबसे ज़रूरी और उतना ही ज़रूरी is 3 idiots. कोई ना कोई बात दिल को छू गई. Somewhere the content touched the heart. I will remember it for my life. That I think is extremely important. Now, I'm not going to tell you how much of Dhamal you do, how much of 3 Idiots do, how much of whatever. You decide because you know your audience the best. But ये डालना ज़रूरी है. We cannot escape it. Our classes have to be engaging by all these 3 things, and we'll have to do that. And so, this is how I am sort of putting it. Maybe there are other ways of how you do it, but that is basically, I thought I'll just convey it very quickly, given the time thing that I have on my head. ठीक है, अब मैं आपको कुछ थोड़ी सी चीज़ें दिखा देता हूँ. I sort of need a clock thing there, and I need a newspaper in the end when I finish. You have to let me know when you want me to finish, 5 minutes before, so that I wind up. मैं आपको ये 2 चीज़ें दिखाता हूँ. ये मेरा पानी की बोतल कहाँ गई? हाँ, 1 मिनट आएगा, कोई आएगा इधर? आप आएंगे? मैं नीचे आ जाता हूँ. इतने एक कोई पानी का ग्लास भर ले. होपफुली नहीं निकलेगी, बट आपको मैंने बड़ी सिरिंज दी है और मेरे पास छोटी है. नहीं, आपको यही लेनी पड़ेगी. आप बड़े हैं तो आपको बड़ी सिरिंज देंगे, हम छोटे हैं तो छोटी सिरिंज देंगे. ठीक है, तो मैंने इनको बड़ी सिरिंज दी है, मेरे पास छोटी है. अब देखते हैं कौन जीतता है. ठीक है, दबाइए. आप दोनों हाथ यूज कर लीजिए. आप कुलीग्स को बुला लीजिए. आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते, मैं एक उंगली से आपको हरा दूंगा. You see what is going on? And then what we did, Naveen ji, was, of course, आप बोलिए मत अभी, but we added more syringes here. कि भाई आपसे एक से नहीं हो रहा तो 3 लोग लो, 3 सिरिंज लगा दी मोटी, आप लगा लो दम. और मैं अकेला. You know what is going on? This is the definition of a machine. And it is so sad that a lot of times in the competitions we see these jack, वो hydraulic jack वाले आ जाते हैं ना, वो बच्चे ऐसे सिरिंज दबाते हैं. The input and the output is exactly same size. It is not even a machine. The difference between the area of this syringe and this syringe, that is a machine. ये छोटी है और ये बड़ी है, इसलिए ये हार गए. 16 गुना ज़्यादा, और 2 to the power of 2, this is 25 times the volume, right? 25 times the volume. So 25 to the power of 2 by 3, and you can figure out why. That is the amount of force. That is the times of force he has to apply for, because that is Pascal's law, grade 8. Force by area is pressure, which is same. पर आप ये कराओगे क्लास में ना, तब वो हमेशा याद रहेगी और मजा भी आ जाएगा. पहले खेल. First we do the game. This is a different way of thinking about pedagogy, in my opinion, and has to happen at every level, not just कोई बोले अच्छा प्रॉब्लम भारत में है, हायर एजुकेशन से पूछो तो वो बोलेंगे सर ये प्रॉब्लम ना हाई स्कूल वालों की है. हाई स्कूल वालों से पूछो सर ये मिडिल स्कूल वालों की है. मिडिल वालों से पूछो सर ये प्रॉब्लम प्राइमरी वालों की है. प्राइमरी वालों से सर ये पेरेंट्स की पैदा ही क्यों कर दिया. अरे यार जहां आंख खुली वहीं सवेरा ऐसे बोलते हैं ना. वी शुड स्टार्ट वेरेवर वी गेट द अपॉर्चुनिटी. लेट्स जस्ट फोकस on making our classes interesting. That's all there is to it. Curriculum अपने आप हो जाएगा. Let's keep it on the side. Too much pressure. As a result, we are not enjoying. अगर enjoy करेंगे तो अपने आप बच्चे पढ़ लेते हैं. उनको कोई सिखाता है PUBG कैसे खेलना है. मेरे पास एक बहुत सुंदर खिलौना था और इसके लिए मुझे फिर से नीचे आना पड़ेगा. 2 चीजें मैं बहुत बढ़िया आपको दिखाऊंगा और इसके लिए आपको तेलंगाना सरकार से 1 पैसा मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है. I guarantee you. See, sometimes I feel there is a problem in our, मतलब वो मानसिक गुलामी वाला खेल भी है. It's not just that we are a poor or rich country, but so I have this piece of rubber and 2 straws, and I'll put this in my, just a bucket of water, and I'll blow. बढ़िया. अब मैं इसको उल्टा करता हूँ. So I do this, and I do this, and then what I do is put it like this, and then I will spin. When I spin, it is like a sprinkler. ये छोटा सा खिलौना 1 पैसे का 3 तरीके से काम करता है. एक तरफ से सीटी, एक तरफ से फुवारा, तीसरी तरफ से स्प्रिंकलर. दोनों स्ट्रॉ बराबर हैं. The first question is, why does it behave differently? I can use the same toy in grade 3 and say, why don't everybody make this and let's go out and play? And then of course it will not work. अगर दोनों बराबर रखोगे तो दोनों तरफ से या तो सीटी बजेगी या दोनों तरफ से फुवारा बजेगा. दोनों तरफ से नहीं बजेगा. आप बनाओगे तो देखोगे. This is what we will do with our teachers and professors who come to IIT Gandhinagar and visit our campus, which is what I was suggesting to you, that people come and spend 10 days. हमारे यहाँ 22 दिन तक teachers आते हैं, professors, for 22 days. Because if we have been trained, or I had worked with Arvind Gupta, I don't know how many of you have heard of him. I've worked with him for about 3 years before I moved to Gandhinagar, and he used to say, Manish, training is for horses and mules. Human beings can only be inspired. So if you feel bad by what I'm saying, these are his words. I strongly believe that. आप कभी समय तो बिताओ यार साथ में 12 दिन 10 दिन. It will take that much time to think about things differently. हमको क्या होता है यार, प्रोजेक्ट कर लो, कल इम्पैक्ट दिखा दो, परसों पायलट करेंगे. फिर यार 75 साल से चल रहा है, आपको समय देना पड़ेगा. रोज पौधे को हर रोज निकाल के देखो बढ़ा कि नहीं बढ़ा, वो मर जाएगा. You try that in your house. Take up plant and then not increase, put more water. Not increase, put more water. Not increase, dead. Let's give it some time. Let's give it some खाद or whatever, and hopefully एक और सुंदर खिलौना था, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ. This is something I felt, which is why I thought I should do this. I had realized कहानियों का क्या रोल है, but इसको मैं यहाँ पर भर देता हूँ. यहाँ पर पानी, दोनों काम हो जाएंगे. सुंदर खिलौना है, शायद भर गया. और ये चिड़िया का पेट भरा है इसलिए बोलती है. अगर इसको मैं खाली कर दूंगा, इसके अंदर पानी निकाल के, अब नहीं बजेगी. हमने अगर किसी को दिया, बाय द वे द साइंस ऑफ इट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. द इनकाज यूज्ड टू मेक वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग विंड इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स. वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. हर तरीके की चिड़िया की साउंड निकल जाएगी, बट आपको क्रिएटिवली उसको बनाना पड़ेगा. ये पुराने जमाने में बनती थी. मट्टी की चिड़िया एक ही तरह की बनती थी. हमारे बच्चे अब इसको क्या करेंगे, खोलेंगे, वो इसके अंदर 3 छेद हैं, अच्छा नीचे पानी भरा हुआ है, एंड देयर आर vortices that get created. There is this whole episode on 3030 we did on sound where we explained why this thing works, and the science is very very complex and interesting at the same time. मैं ये कह रहा था इन्हीं खिलौनों को, जो मेरे पास ये जो खिलौना है, I can do it in grade 3, I can do it in grade 14. 14 मतलब BTech first year, which is what we do in IIT Gandhinagar. We'll say, at what angle will the water go out the farthest? Interesting thing is, the textbook says 45 degrees. And we have proved that. Sine square of 2 theta, whatever is 0, so sine, 2 theta is 90, so, whatever is 45. Neeraj Chopra, when he won the gold, threw the javelin at 36 degrees. 36 degrees. A Bofors gun or similar howitzers, when they fire at 55. And the textbook, 45. The sad thing, and this was our first episode, by the way, which was the most watched episode, where we said, Neeraj Chopra ka bhala. Why did Neeraj Chopra threw at 36 degrees? He was not an idiot. He knew exactly what to do. He knew 36 पर फेंकने से सबसे दूर जाता है, पर किताब कहती है 45. And the point is not whether the किताब is right or Neeraj. The point is that when we read these news, am I able to reason and think, यार ये तो गड़बड़ है यार, किताब में कुछ है, ये कुछ है, कुछ तो चल रहा है. That is the way of looking at newspaper or stories that we want to bring in our schools and classrooms. And this can be done at whatever level. इसमें 45 डिग्री पर सबसे दूर नहीं जाएगा. And in fact, when you spin, it seems like ऐसे गोल गोल जा रहा है. पानी स्प्रिंकलर के जैसे लगता है ना, गोल गोल जा रहा है. तो कुछ लोग से हाँ गोल गोल है, तो क्योंकि आप गोल घुमा रहे हो तो गोल जाएगा. आपको लगता है अगर गोल जाएगा तो इसकी छत पे चढ़ जाओ, गोल गोल घूमो और यहाँ उतर जाओ, क्या होगा? योर लास्ट एक्सपेरिमेंट इन फिजिक्स. When you out in the air, you will not come back. You go down because this force of gravity will only pull you down. Those drops of water which look like a sprinkler, they are different drops. Each single drop is going only in a straight line. लगता है ऐसे. Now, suddenly, interesting things are happening. अब हमें ये सब करने में मजा आ रहा है. अब हमारा इंटरेस्ट बढ़ गया. अब हम बहुत सारे करिकुलम की चीजों को, इसको छोटा, इसके लिए क्या आपको स्टेट से पैसा मांगना पड़ेगा यार? Many toys. All of these, a lot of these toys. Of course, that doesn't mean we don't have to equip our classrooms. In fact, we have ये डब्बा, मुझसे कोई पूछ रहा था, आज मैं सुबह विनय के घर गया तो बोला तुम्हारी अटैची बहुत बड़ी है. That is my अटैची. The only thing is that अटैची is this डब्बा. That's it. I carry one, I just wear this piece of cloth, और रात को धो दिए, सुबह पहन लिए. Same thing yesterday, same thing today. This is the only thing. 3.5 kgs, the airlines allow you. Imagine this is the box that is there with every single teacher in our classrooms. खोजी डब्बा. कीमत नहीं है, लेकिन सोच चाहिए होगी. और अगर ये डब्बा सबके पास है, तो अगले दिन देखिए क्लास में क्या माहौल होता है. और स्कूल में. I think it is all our imagination. I think that is what we'll have to do. And there is Mr. हमारे DC NVS के बैठे हुए हैं पीछे. Thank you so much for coming, sir. We are doing this program with NVS. And every Sunday program that we do, NVS के हर क्लास में हर बच्चा बैठ के देखता है टीवी पर. और वो 200 बच्चे बैठ जाते हैं और पूरा प्रोग्राम देते हैं. He can tell you about this thing that we are doing with NVS. Their teachers have come 22 days and spent with us 10 days. In fact, when they come for the first time, मुझे कहानी सुनाने में थोड़ा सा अच्छा लगता है. This is probably the last story, and after that there is just one toy, and that's. So when they come, sir, they'll carry a big water bottle, right? बहुत बड़ी पानी. In fact, this is the most important thing that I'm going to tell you. It can save your lives from boring workshops. Always carry a large water bottle. This is what this teacher was doing. उनको JNV से नोटिस आ गया, मैडम आपको IIT गांधीनगर में कुछ बुढ़े लोग आपको पढ़ाएंगे, आपको 10 दिन के लिए जाना है. Some teachers are very happy. परिवार से छुट्टी मिली. See, you can see all the smiles on the faces. Some people, of course, are saying Gujarat very hot. कौन जाएगा गर्मियों में? But I had this teacher, first time she was coming to Gujarat, big water bottle. I said, madam, इतनी बड़ी क्यों लाए? छोटी पानी की बोतल भी तो है. नहीं sir, नहीं sir. I said, no, tell me. I said, sir, okay, I bring this because these workshops, no, it gives me 2 reasons to walk out of the room and the speaker doesn't feel bad. I said, okay, what? Sir, अब पानी की बोतल है तो पानी भरने जाना पड़ेगा. Okay. और इतना पानी पिएंगे तो बाथरूम के लिए जाना पड़ेगा. 2 कारण हैं, आप बढ़िया पानी की बोतल साथ में रखो, आप बच जाओगे, जिंदगी बन जाएगी आपकी. This is what our impression is about teacher workshops. Can we change that? I think we can. This is what we're trying to do with JNV or with KVS or whatever. So I would like to invite all of you to come see our lab, small lab, 3 rooms in IIT. Whenever you are that side of the country, please do come and visit. 24/7 हमेशा खुली रहती है. Every Sunday, last 6 हफ्ते से, like I was saying, मैं नहीं सोया because वो series episode चल रहा था. This is a charkha, and it comes out alive from this sheet. I mean, all of these toys have been designed in our lab. When I spin it, if you focus here, ये बत्ती बनाता है. It is now spinning electricity. Why? Because there is a cycle spoke. When I spin it, it has 2 magnets inside. There is a coil, and you spin, it produces electricity. You can ask various questions. This is DC, current is AC, why does it light? चाहे ऐसे घुमाओ तो भी जलता है, ऐसे घुमाओ तो भी जलता है, क्यों होता है? All of these questions can follow. But first you have to make it. And how you make it? All these pieces are designed in our lab. Nowhere else will it be, कहीं और है नहीं दुनिया में. और इनको जोड़ने के लिए रबर बैंड लगती है. ये pieces Lego की तरह बाहर आ जाएंगे. Somebody was saying Lego. You were saying Lego. All these pieces come out of Lego. My son used to do a lot of Lego. Interestingly, he didn't go to school. After grade 7, he decided to not go to school. Ghar pe hi raha. He's studying his medicine at AIMS. But usko Lego se bahut prem tha. In fact, मुझे बता भी देना चाहिए. This toy is something that he had designed. I call it beautiful, right? I mean, of course, he designed one, but 3-in-1 छोटा सा खिलौना है. और ये by the way, आप लोग अगर कोशिश करेंगे तो मैं बता देता हूँ चलता क्यों है. नहीं तो या नहीं बताना चाहिए, या बता देना चाहिए. ये ऊपर की स्ट्रॉ बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट है. अगर आप फोकस करके दिखाएंगे ना तो शायद कैमरे में दिख जाएगा. लेकिन नीचे वाली का रास्ता आधा रुका हुआ है. This straw is blocked by the bottom straw halfway, so that when I blow, the area is less to go out, so the speed increases, pressure decreases, water comes up. When I blow from here, nothing like that. This starts to vibrate, sound is produced. So this works like Lego. Only pieces, and just these pieces which are laser cut, we design laser cut, and then give it to some vendor. He will give these sheets. You get this sheet. Takes about half an hour. You make your own charkha generator. This is a gift I thought I'll give to. आप बाद में देंगे, हम आपको पहले मोमेंटो दे देते हैं. This is a gift from IIT Gandhinagar. And I'll just come to the end. एक मुझे अखबार का कागज दे दीजिए. I will just end with a story. जब तक आप देते हैं तब तक मैं दिखा देता हूँ. टेबल पर 4 बच्चे बैठे हैं. हाँ, बिल बत्ती से जलेगी. Now, rhetorical, right? हमारे क्लास की हर बच्ची जब ये जनरेटर अपने हाथ से बनाकर बत्ती जलाएगी तो दिमाग और देश की बत्ती जलेगी यार. जलनी भी जरूरी है, पर वो करना पड़ेगा. वो क्लास में चालू करना पड़ेगा, कॉलेज में चालू करना पड़ेगा. एक टेबल पर 3 बच्चे बैठे हैं, अचानक एक चौथा आ गया, वही टेबल रही, लेकिन अब 4 बच्चे बैठ सकते हैं. एक बच्चा वापस चला गया तो अब ये वापस से. Where should I cut these? What should these pieces be? So that what should the size be? ये 10 by 10 का है. Now the interesting thing is इसका कोई करिकुलम नहीं है. ये आप 5 में भी पढ़ा सकते हो, 10 में भी पढ़ा सकते हो. जिसने BSc करी है उसके लिए भी ठीक है, जिसने नहीं करी उसके लिए भी ठीक है. Why can our curriculum be more inclusive in that sense? लिखा पेन से, खड़ा कर दिया. Now this pen is standing in the air. ये हर टीचर के टेबल पे हो सकता है. आपने साइन करा, अधिकारी लोग आप सर साइन करते हैं ना, वो साइन करा और यहाँ पे हवा में खड़ा हो गया पेन. कुछ है नहीं, एक चुंबक है, दूसरी चुंबक है. बहुत ज़्यादा पास रखेंगे तो चिपक जाएगा, एम्पल डिस्टेंस रखेंगे तो खड़ा रहेगा. एंड सिंस द टाइम इज लेस, वी आर इन द हार्ट ऑफ सिलिकॉन वैली इन इंडिया, और वेल मे बी Bangalore wants to call it and Hyderabad wants to call it. I don't know who will win, but whoever it is, I'm not going to get into that. But एक बहुत सुंदर खिलौना बनाया है. And all of these toys, by the way, are available, are all completely designed by us in our lab. And interestingly, none of them are patented. We have not, probably thinking we don't know whether we will, they are registered, but we want all of these to be used. ये सारी चीज़ें हमारे स्कूल, हमारे टीचर्स, हमारे बच्चों के हाथों में तो जाएं. ये बहुत सुंदर, और कहीं नहीं मिले आपको. मेरे पास 26 पत्ते हैं, 26 cards, A to Z. They have holes in them. right? And if I have to ask you to sort them, you know what sort is, right? पहले A ढूंढ के लगाना, तो पहले A ढूंढेंगे, A मिल गया. मान लो A लास्ट में होता, तो कितनी बार ढूंढना पड़ता? 25 times I have to skip. So you should not answer. And then let's say, what's the worst case? फिर B लगाओगे तो कितने बार ढूंढना पड़ेगा? 24, because that guy can be the last. So total कितनी बार करना पड़ेगा? 25 plus 24, blah blah blah, all the way till 1. तो कितनी बार total हुआ? अब लिखेंगे 1 plus 2 3, 3 plus 3 6, 6 plus 4 10. In grade 3 this story happened. Somebody was asking कि Nobel Prize क्यों नहीं मिलते? ऐसे कहा था ना किसी ने, कोई अभी चर्चा चल रही थी. I was hearing that story. How many Indian people have got Nobel Prize in mathematics? Now you'll say, oh, mathematics में तो मिलता ही नहीं है. There is a prize called the Fields Medal, which is equivalent to Nobel. 0. How many women have got? 1, except for this last year, the second woman got. And this woman, this woman, Maryam Mirza Khani, who's American, or he was Iranian, went to Stanford, studied, became an American. She won the Nobel Prize by she was not interested in mathematics. Her brother in Iran told her this story. कि एक टीचर आए क्लास में और 1 से 25 तक नंबर लिख दिए और बोला जोड़ के बताओ, तो बच्चे लिखने 1 plus 2 3, 3 plus 3 6, 6 plus 4 10 plus 5 15, और आगे जाएंगे तो बहुत धीरे हो जाएगा. एक बच्चा बैठ के कोने में कुछ नहीं कर रहा था, फोन पे कुछ कर रहा था. तो टीचर ने बोला क्या कर रहे हो, बताओ आंसर. तो बच्चा खड़ा होकर बोलता है 5050, 1 till 100. टीचर इज शॉक्ड. Why are you not adding? No, I am looking at the patterns. 1 and 100, 101. 2 and 19, 101. 3 and 98, 101. 4 and 97, 101. How many pairs? 100 numbers, 50 pairs. 50 times 101 is 100 times 50, and 1 times 50, which is 5,000 plus 50, 5,050. Teacher says, get out of the class. Because I have no more to offer you. This child was Gauss. He was the one who did absolutely amazing things in, basic mathematics and physics. This same story inspired Maryam to pursue mathematics, and she won. We will have to tell our children inspiring stories and give them interesting curriculum. Only then there is a chance that we win. And absolutely, हमारे देश में बहुत भूख है. भूख समझते हैं? There is a lot of hunger. Unfortunately, we are not able to whet the appetites. And it doesn't cost a lot. It does cost money, but money is not the only issue, in my opinion, of course. Like I said, all these are my opinions. I have an opinion just like you all. So I have these numbers, and what I'll do is I'll put a stick. These are all shuffled, and pull some cards out, and idhar aa gaye. 5 holes. Put it in the next one. Put them out. Bring it here. Put in the 3rd hole. And bring it here. 4th hole. Okay. And the last one. See, abhi bhi kuch hua nahi hai. And the last one. And suddenly something has happened. And suddenly something has happened, and you can see it here. By the way, if you go and come and study at IIT Gandhinagar, this is how I will teach you programming. Or radix sort. This is radix sort. Why does it work? इधर से डंडी डाली, इधर से डालेंगे तो वो बोलेगा उल्टा हो जाएगा. 5 में हो रहा है, 3 में भी होगा. I will leave that as an exercise. I will not show it, but I can sort it by 3 also. This is binary mathematics invented in India in 2100 BC before Leibniz. Pingala's Chand Shastra. Because they were pursuing poetry. They were saying Laghu and Dha and Din. How many rags can you make with Dha and Din? 0 and 1. They did, something called Pascal triangle. कितने लोगों ने सुना है Pascal triangle? काफी सारे लोगों ने. It is actually Meru Prastara. Exactly. Wikipedia says it. Go to Wikipedia today, check Pascal's triangle. Pingala's Meru Prastara, 400 BC. We are still calling it Pascal. And beautiful. By the way, this is where Pascal's triangle, this is binary mathematics. इसके अंदर Pascal triangle बैठा है. But हमने कहा binary में क्यों करें? Ternary में कर देते हैं. 3 छेद में कर देंगे. But इसमें 3 तरीके के छेद हैं. 0, 1 and 2. I'm not going to tell you, but it works with 3 holes. And it's a challenge for you. आप 2 से बना के दिखाओ और चलाओ. This is how we should teach programming, in my opinion. White Hat Junior will not do it. That's what I think. I don't know. Basic algorithm, basic, very basic. आज सुबह किसी से बात हो रही थी. For those who know how to do square root, वो दो के पेयर बनाते थे, डबल कर देते हैं. चलता क्यों है भाई? Why does it work? ठीक है जी, खत्म. I just need a newspaper and I'll finish. That's it. I have lots of toys, by the way, and I could have gone on and on and on. ये मोटर में 2 LED लगा दी. ये पेन हमने लिटाया था, ये पेन खड़ा हो गया. खड़ा मतलब अब ये हवा में लेट गया. पहले ऐसे था, अब ये ऐसे है. This is spinning in the air. Just 3 magnets. 50 paisa, 1 rupee magnet each, a pen, and this will spin in the air. This is my hand pump. I'll not show. ठीक है. I think I have lots of toys, but maybe this is very interesting. Just to finish, and that's it. I think This is a fidget spinner, and on a CD, if I keep it like this, it falls. But if I spin it and keep it here, it will not. If I keep it like this, it will spin the other way. If I keep it like this, spins the other way. If I spin it like this, it turns. But अगर मैं घुमाऊंगा और करेंगे, नहीं होगा. This is why your helicopters fly and don't crash. वो पीछे दिखते हैं ना, वो रोटर, टेल रोटर. ऐसे ताली मत बजाओ. इसको बनाकर खेलना पड़ेगा, समझना पड़ेगा, तब समझ में आएगा टेल रोटर के कारण हमारा वो उल्टा क्यों नहीं भागता. ठीक है जी. I am a little pressed. I feel I am pressed for time. आप सभी के पास न्यूज़पेपर पहुंचे क्या? नहीं पहुंचे. रहने दीजिए टेबल पर. चाहे तो साथ में बना सकते हैं. But this is I could go on and on. I have lots of toys, but in the interest of time, I think I should end. I'll just show, but not go in details. This is a car that draws a sine wave. आप इस कार को चलाओगे तो कार सीधे चलेगी, पेन ऐसे चलेगा, लेकिन वो वेव बना देगा. ऐसे बहुत सारे खिलौने हैं जिसमें मैं अभी रहने देता हूँ. Actually, yeah. Okay. In the end, I will ये story. This is my favorite thing, and when I felt कि यार हमारे साथ धोखा हो गया. आर्किमिडीज का नाम कितने लोगों ने सुना है? सबने सुना है. क्यों सुना है? यूरेका, you know, whatever, right? If you ask Archimedes if he were alive today, what is your most important discovery that you have given to mankind? He will not say Eureka. He was the first person to have discovered the volume of a sphere. And actually, while he was doing it, his head was chopped off. And while a Roman soldier was trying to cut his head, he was drawing on the floor and he said, "Don't disturb my circles." आज उसके tombstone पर आज भी एक सिलेंडर है, एक कोन है और एक स्फीयर है. 4x3 fire cube. He did it before calculus was invented, 1600 years before. His proof is absolutely elegant. Only Pythagoras theorem and laws of lever give me a rod long enough I can lift the earth. हम अभी भी उसमें अटके हुए हैं. इसमें पानी भरिएगा तो जितना पानी इसमें आता है इसमें exactly उतना आएगा. This is 1, this is 1/3, minus that is 2/3, that's why this is 2/3. कितने लोगों को तैरना नहीं आता? Last story, I'm done, that's it. क्या यहाँ पर कितने लोगों को तैरना नहीं आता है? तैरना नहीं आता है. Vinay, why don't you come? Vinay and I were in college together 4 years, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Vinay, for ऊपर आ जाए. So Vinay doesn't know how to swim, but समुद्र में यात्रा करने का शौक है. हिंदी में ही सुना देता हूँ, चलेगा? दौड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो फ्लो ना वो अंग्रेजी में निकलेगा नहीं यार, थोड़ा सा. विनय को तैरना नहीं आता, लेकिन समुद्र यात्रा करने का शौक है. समुद्र यात्रा करने के लिए उसको एक शिप चाहिए और शिप को चलाने के लिए कैप्टन चाहिए, और कैप्टन का नाम है टोपी शंकर. एंड सो ही सेज 4 दिन की यात्रा है और आपको हम 4 दिन में आपके घर छोड़ देंगे, बट एक शर्त है कि रोज आपको टोपी पहनाएंगे, खाना पीना और ड्रिंक्स बिल्कुल फ्री. विनय इज वेरी हैप्पी, ड्रिंक्स फ्री हैं. तो पहले दिन डेक पर आए, टोपी शंकर ने कागज में 3 फोल्ड लगाए और ये बन गई पहली टोपी, और इसको बोलते हैं खुमरी. खुमरी. Chhattisgarh or wherever they do rice planting, paddy planting, they wear this kind of a cap, of course made out of wood, straw and bamboo, so that it keeps you protected. Very good. He's very happy. ऑफ कोर्स शाम को अपने घर में जाकर कमरे में जाकर सो गए, खाना पीना ड्रिंक्स बिल्कुल फ्री था. He was very happy. Came the next day evening, Topi Shankar made 2 more folds and then made 1 half fold, and this became the second cap. It's called the fireman's cap. अग्निशमन कर्मचारी की टोपी, fire person's cap. All right, and you will see that there is something that is jutting out, right? That is an specially designed thing in fire extinguisher people who douse fires, because spinal cord runs very close here. और अगर वहाँ कुछ भी गिरा, you are paralyzed. So protect this part of the neck. There is a protection on the. So Vinay is very happy. He is now a fire extinguisher. Comes back the next day, third day. Topi Shankar makes 1 more fold, और ये बन गई तीसरी टोपी. इसको कहते हैं शंभू शिकारी की टोपी, एडवेंचरर्स कैप. टिंकल नामक मासिक पत्रिका में ये टोपी आती थी. अब थोड़ा सा बोर हो रहा है, 3 दिन हो गए, समुद्र की यात्रा, पानी पानी, देखने को कुछ नहीं है, तो बोला घर छोड़ दो. टोपी शंकर ने बोला नो प्रॉब्लम, लास्ट डे लास्ट कैप, दिस इज पांडू कैप. पांडू हवलदार की टोपी, बॉम्बे में जितने भी हवलदार हैं यही वाली टोपी पहनते हैं. तो उसने बोला ये टोपी पहना दी, और अब उसने कहा आपको घर ले जाना है तो हम आपको घर इस नाव में बिठाकर घर में ले जाकर छोड़ दें. और जैसे ही जा रहे थे, कहानी में थोड़ा सा ट्विस्ट आएगा. नाव में क्या ट्विस्ट आएगा? जोर की बारिश, तूफान, और लहरें इतनी ऊंची ऊंची ऊपर नीचे जा रही हैं, और तैरना. एक लहर आई, तेरे जोर का थपेड़ा मारा, और ये वाला भाग टूट गया. अब तो नाव डूबने लगी. देखिए कितना गमगीन मामला है. एवरीबडी इज लाइक क्या होगा विनय का, राइट? इमेजिन दिस इज व्हाट कैन हैपन इन आवर क्लासरूम. बट एनीवेज, अब ये नाव डूब रही है, और कहते हैं बला आती है तो जोर की आती है. इधर एक और टाइटैनिक, राइट? टाइटैनिक बल आती है, जोर की आती है, किधर भी थपेड़ा मारा, ये वाला भाग भी. अब ये टाइटैनिक नहीं है, ये तो यहाँ की हैदराबाद की चल रही है कहानी. अब ये नाव बिल्कुल सीधी ऐसे रहती थी, अब सीधे डूबने लगी. और कहते हैं, और यहाँ पर विनय एंड टोपी शंकर आर सिटिंग हियर टू ट्राई टू स्टीयर द बोट एंड सेव देमसेल्व्स. और कहते हैं जब भगवान देता है तो छप्पर फाड़ के देता है. इधर भी एक लहर आई, और ये वाला भाग भी टूट गया. अब बचने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, तैरना भी नहीं आता, लेकिन उसको टोपी शंकर के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है, क्योंकि उसके पास एक लाइफ जैकेट है, और उसने लाइफ जैकेट पहना दी. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर कॉलिंग मी हियर. सी यू सून.
So, was it worth it? Let us hear louder for Mr. Manish Jain. We were telling him 20 minutes, then he said 30 minutes. Now it overshot more than 1 hour. But all of them are engaged. So I think it is worth it. So I would call upon our program chair, Sri Naveen Mittalji, to please come on the dais. And it is an honor, a man with such a practical demonstration deserves something where he's also passing on this innovation and creative learning, secret sauce for making education engaging and inspiring. So there is a positive thing, and maybe the Telangana schools and colleges might also have that secret sauce coming into their classes. Okay, now we'll move on to our panel discussions. We overshot, and this maybe now our school speakers and delegates can join in the sync hall back there, and the higher education speakers and delegates can remain here. So now we should start here. We have a very special and a well-known academician, a leader in the education sector. Please join me in welcoming Professor P.J. Narayanan, Director for the International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad. He would be delivering his views and thoughts on investments and funding in education sector, funding in R&D, global collaborations, and role of banks and financial institutions. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to Sudhir, Naveed Mittalji and the IndiGlobal Festival to invite me here. Unfortunately, I need to leave soon, and thanks for adjusting this also. So I'll just say, I'll be very brief. I represent IIIT Hyderabad, which is a unique experiment that the state government did 25 years ago, almost 25 years ago, of setting up a institution, a higher education institution in IT, focusing on IT. The state government set it up, but state government gave some land and building, but no money, no grant, no nothing. They connected us with 4 or 5 industries who gave some little money. So this is an institution started by state government, but run as a private institution, because we have no donors, no management, neither the government is the management, nor some family trust is a management. And it wasn't clear. No, so this is 1998. We are completing 25 years next year, and we started a year-long or year-plus-long Silver Jubilee celebration. It was kicked off with an inaugural lecture 2 weeks ago, exactly 2 weeks ago. And there I was saying, when this started, it was not clear how this institution will survive or how long it will survive in this model. I'm glad to say we have done very well in terms of the educational achievement, not just surviving. And so we do, every rupee that is paid as salary to me or to the support staff or paying the bills is raised by ourselves in multiple ways. So this is a truly self-sustaining institution. But from the beginning, we aimed at being a top research institution among all the IITs, IASC, whatever there in the country or the world. we didn't want to be just a teaching institution. People know that, tuition fee, N amount, and you can somehow break even. There are many teaching institutions in the outside of the government sector, but there are very, very few. We are probably the pioneers of top-end research institution outside of the government setup. That is no guaranteed funds. We do get funds from state governments, some department, but many from the central government research funding against research proposal. These are against proposals. They're evaluated again, they're competitive against other institutions, and we get funded. So that for specific engagement. So that's where we come from, and we are able to do well, sustain well, etc. But the question is a broader question, not only of funding education, but also R&D. We all know the story in India, how hardly 1%, 1.5% of the GDP is invested in research or R&D future, whereas countries like Israel or South Korea, 3%, 6%, you hear all these numbers and they are all true. If you want to be anywhere close to that, we have to first start with investment. And there is also a topic, the relevant today is that there are a lot of CSR money or philanthropy money going into institution. We have another very unique institution right next to us called ISB, which is also a similar model, but it focused on high-end management education. But it also started with probably the who is who in the world being sponsors and supporters with big money there. So you go there, you see world-class infrastructure buildings, etc. You come to IIIT, you see Jugaad infrastructure. Only recently we are able to raise some funds ourselves. TCS gave us 20 crores 5 years or 7 years ago, and we built a building called Kohli Research Block, named after FC Kohli. So these kind of philanthropies, giving money to institutions like us is not very common. It's increasing now. And what we see encouraging is like alumni funding, not for us yet because we are a young institution, our alumni is still young. But you see big announcement in IISc got 300 crores or something from Mindtree founders and other alumni. We see IIT Kanpur got some 200 crores, something very, basically very, very, very significant money. 100 crores, 200 crores. IIT Madras got some from Chris Gopalakrishnan and other foundation. And, you can also see how this, both IISc and IIT Kanpur at least are expanding from their engineering, science focus to healthcare focus with this money, which is a very encouraging development. So this kind of, CSR money or in individual philanthropy helping education is starting now, and it's an extremely encouraging sign. But at the very end, so okay, if an IISc is doing extremely well, want to expand into new thing and funds come from them, that's very good. But I think the bulk of higher education, the purpose of higher education is for the society, and hence the major responsibility of funding higher education, whether it is research, whether it's the basic institution and its upkeep, has to lie with the government. It cannot be that, you can replace the government because, of a philanthropy, all it put together will not amount to even the, 1% of the total education budget of the center and the states put together. There cannot be. So there are challenges, but I think we need to, we talk about the demographic dividend. IIT has, India has a median age of some 27 or something. That means we have roughly 3 crore children born every year, which means there are 3 crore students in class 5, 3 crore in class 6, 3 crore in class 7, every one of them. And every other country, Japan has a median age past 50, I'm told, and China is graying. So this having young population is a great asset and what they call demographic dividend. But that asset is, it's a diamond lying in the mines. It has to be taken up and polished well, and that happens only if they are all given very good quality education. Not just having youngsters is not enough. They need to be educated well so they become productive citizens of the country, and not just, there are too much talk about industry-oriented education. I'm not I'm not very fond of that kind of thing. I think our students or children should go beyond all that. They should be building industry rather than, being workers. Industry-ready education, industry-ready graduates, etc., still looking at people who are workforce for an already existing industry. I think time has come to move beyond that, you should be building the individuals who build those institutions. So this requires a lot of investment. And there's a lot of talk about these things now, which is a good thing. But I think adequate understanding of the scale required to achieve that has not been there either in the central government or the state government, and there is a lot of resource crunch, all right. But I think if you take a long-term view, the investment in education pays back very heavily in the future, and that's the message I have. I don't have any magic solution, naturally, nobody has magic solutions. But I think the single most point is education, higher education, definitely school education, even higher education, is an investment for the society, and the society has to at large realize that. And once you do that, it's just like we are all happy about funding defense because it's about protecting ourselves. Here it's a similar thing, your defense against the future. So that's the message I have. When governments have to step up, but all the philanthropists, all the foundations and all the people out there who have spare money now, funding education again will be one of the best things that you will do. And this includes all of you. Go back, think of your own institution or think of the institution you studied. You are alumnus of some institution. Whatever you have, give 1,000 rupees, give 10,000 rupees, give 500 rupees. That's what we are told when we said our alumni relations start. They said, it doesn't matter, you don't have to give crores. You start them off. You say every student gives 500 rupees a month from now onwards. Get it, get a thing set up so that they take it from the bank directly. 500 rupees a month, which is almost every graduate of IIIT can afford, maybe from year 1, year 2, year 3. So it's the starting that is important. So all of us are alumni of multiple institutions or at least one institution. Support starts there. So it is it's a responsibility of the society to fund higher education, research and all the other aspects. So, and the responsibility lies with us. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for inviting me and accommodating this request. I have to leave right now. That's why this slight change in schedule. Thank you very much. Thanks, Sudhir.
A round of applause for Mr. P.J. Narayan. I would request Naveen sir, if you can do the honors by presenting the speaker memento to Mr. Professor P.J. Narayan, Director for the International Institute of Technology. Thank you so much.
Hello, check. Moving ahead to the third panel discussion for the day. Here we'll be talking a lot about challenges in management education, enough MBA graduates but not enough managers in industry, value and outcome-based management education, best practices and innovation in management studies, emergence of online management courses. So here can I call upon Dr. Nagarajan Ramamurthy, Director IIM Amritsar. Professor Dr. K. Sri Harsha Reddy, Director IMT Hyderabad. Also, can I please call upon Professor Bharat Bhushan Singh, Director Vishwa Vishwani Institute of Systems and Management. Also, can I have Director Karunakar B, Director Geetam, Hyderabad Business School at Geetam Deemed University. Since Dr. Nagarajan Ramamurthy will be moderating this session, I'll give it over to sir. Can I also have Sanjay Filoria? Also, can I have Mr. Srinivas Murthy from IPE Institute? Check.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's just start the session. I've been told to keep it to about 30 minutes, so let us try to focus on the key points and then move on. For the panelists, this is going to be the process. We have 4 topics and 45, about 30 minutes now, about 6-7 minutes per topic. So we'll have one round where please express your opinion to restrict yourself to 1 minute. And then on the same topic, we'll have a second round, right, based on what comes up with the first one. And the first question for the panelist is, we have enough MBA graduates, but not enough managers or leaders in the industry. In the context of challenges in management education, can you please elaborate what is the one single reason you have, or you can think of, a challenge?
Okay, so very good afternoon to all of you. So coming to this very important question, enough MBA graduates, but not enough managers. It's all about how we are training our students. If you take a look at India, currently we have got something like 5,000 management colleges, and are all of them providing enough right pedagogy and quality? To train one into a good manager, it's not just the theory, the systems thinking and the mental models. What is really important is also the hands-on approach. And that happens through the various internship programs that a student undergoes. Also the way the whole course is conducted. So when you do a 30-hour course, how much of the involvement of the student is there in terms of assignments and projects and group discussions, things like that. So it is the pedagogy, it is the active involvement of the faculty. Many of the faculty, they are good instructors, but they are not really that great facilitators. So these are the kind of pieces you need to work on that will lead to coming out with great students who will find a quick absorption in the industry. So that's my point of view.
Your point.
Thank you, Professor. Very good evening to all the esteemed members here, and my congratulations to the organizers who have thought this theme and doing this two-day festival, especially Sri Naveen Mittalji and Sudeep. If only we try to enrich the teaching learning process. In teaching learning process, we have one stakeholder teacher, the other stakeholder student, and make it more application oriented. If only our curriculum can be designed using this framework called KSA framework, where all the ingredients of the curriculum moves around knowledge, skills, and attitudes. So this is one intervention which can help overcome this challenge of handling the employability or industry readiness of the MBA graduates, and we can turn them into employable business leaders. Second aspect is, of course we will have a wonderful curriculum, but who is that who is going to implement this? It has to be teachers. So it has to be the professors. So if only we can have a better exposure to the professors. Yesterday in inaugural session, I heard one of the speakers talking about, I have lakhs of students, but I only have 11,000 teachers. If we can invest in teachers and make them appreciate this KSA framework and give them enough exposure to adapt experience learning pedagogic styles, then that would help to resolve the problem of this industry readiness, the problem of not just having mere management graduates, but we would have the business leaders in place. So I'll park here and pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for putting your perspective. My name is Dr. Bharat, and I am representing Vishwa Vishwane Business School, Hyderabad. It's such a pertinent question. Enough MBAs, but not enough managers. So my take here is, when I did my MBA, it was somewhere in 1985, 90s, and we used to talk about, is management a science or an art? And the debate used to go on, and then thereafter someone coined, it's neither art nor science, it's a mix of it. And thereafter, when liberalization came in, and then we are seeing a lot of global impact on workforce and the way they are being trained, people are talking MBA is neither art nor science, it's the discipline of practice. So if we have to produce enough managers, we have to take this particular program from practice perspective. The way an MBBS or a dental sciences students are being trained, our MBA students needs to be trained in those lines only. Not in the classrooms, not with curriculum, but giving them challenges of businesses and making them solve outside the classroom. I will give you an example how Harvard and even ISB at Hyderabad is addressing this issue of challenging these MBA students to make them a great managers for future. So Harvard runs a program, it's a one-year program, internship program, or they call it as immersion program by the name Field. So 1 year MBA, but they learn all the craft while interacting with the industry. So they solve many problems through simulation or actuals, and at the end of the day, they are well-rounded, well-hammered professional who are ready to take up any challenges of the business. Same goes with ISB. They also have a beautiful program. They have coined it as SEAL program, wherein lot of immersion activities happens. I think it runs for around 3 months or 2 months, wherein the students are sent in the industry and they handle the situations and problems of the industry. So whatever is expected of them, they are learning while doing. So I think around 1 o'clock, madam from Wisconsin University, she was talking about students learn the craft while engaging in actually solving the problem. So that should be the future. So I feel instead of approaching MBA as an academic learning, wherein we focus too much on learning in the classroom, passing the examination, we have to think in terms of integrating this MBA with the business world, wherein they approach the problem and solve it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Yes, it is a challenge. That's a very big challenge where so many MBA graduates get into a college, but they don't get the qualities that they need to be good managers or leaders. I think the biggest solution, or the only solution that I can think of, is interaction with the industry. So unless they interact with the industry and get inspired by what the leaders in the industry are doing, it will be difficult for them to go forward and get into a corporate environment and do something which is good. Another aspect that is missing is empathy. So a lot of these students need to understand empathy, so they have to get into live projects. I'll give you an example. So we are working on a project called a Digital Street Project, where we are interviewing street vendors and trying to understand the problems that they are facing in their daily lives and how did COVID affect them. So what we did, we involved all the students. So we have multiple centers across India. We involved MBA students to interact with the street vendors so that they understand that these are the kind of problems that these people face, and they also got some credit for it. So such kinds of interventions are needed, and that will definitely lead them to become good managers and leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Chairman and Sri Mittalji and all the academicians and friends over here. The situation is a case of a demand-supply mismatch. The supply side is more than the demand. The demand for the right type of candidates who can take up the job from the day one. So while we have a system where we have large number of engineering colleges in the country, while we boast of the demographic dividend for India because of the population, we can certainly be boast of India producing large number of engineering graduates from IITs and also National Institute of Technologies and so many engineering colleges. But it's not stopping there. For getting job, students are going for management education. Then when you go to the management education, industry is expecting certain traits from the students. And the curriculum we design should ensure that they go in the form the industry wants. Industry wants a student with 4 qualities. I call it as in Telugu, there is a word called cusp. Should have the urge to excel. K-A-S-I, cusp. K stands for knowledge, A stands for attitude, S stands for skill, and I stands for integrity. So a well-rounded personality who is right for the job, it may be HR or finance or operations, is he aware of the job itself, first of all, proper training to take up the job and understanding colleagues, working the team spirit and working with colleagues, proper communication skills. So the curriculum and the pedagogy we follow in management schools should ensure that the candidate we sent out is ready to take up the job and ready to be accepted by the industry. So we should try to provide the product in such a way that they are ready to take up the job. Unless in the case of medical profession, but there is no critical method of evaluation, but industry has its own method of shortlisting candidates. At least can we ensure that our students, they get through this selection process. They have to crack either GD or aptitude test or even interview. Finally, of course, they are going to train them for a short period of time. But they don't want to take up the major responsibility of training for a longer period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. We got some interesting perspectives. Let me take one more round from the, maybe again this time we can start from here. I think yesterday also one of the speakers mentioned that about 80% of the MBA graduates are not employable. Okay. I forget which session it was. Given that we know the issues we talked about, pedagogy and industry relevance and all that, what do you think should be one single most important intervention that as educators we can do?
Thank you, sir. It is an extension of the argument I was making earlier. And the pedagogy should provide ample opportunity for students to understand the realistic situations using case studies, simulations, and the students should really feel that they are solving a real-life business problem. It's not theoretical one, but they should be given with case studies and they should be involved with the discussions, and we can even invite industry experts to share their problems, but they should have a feel of industry problem being discussed in the classroom. And with the technology playing a greater role, the students should be exposed to similar problems in different types of industries, in different countries. It's easy for us to bring a lot of cases to the classroom and enable students to discuss. And then actually the question of employability comes into picture because the industry is not accepting the raw form. So can we really fine tune? Can we really nurture? Can we really bring the students in proper form that they are strong in fundamentals, they are good in the skills, at the same time they have right type of qualities like integrity, and they should be ready to accept others' opinion, and they should be ready to work in a team. So this is an integration of domain experience as well as experience related to the human values. I think we should have a holistic education to improve these employable graduates.
Let me just refocus for you. I think we talked about faculty, right? I think one of the speakers said that 11,000 faculty, but 1 lakh students and all. Now, what intervention do you see for faculty members to help prepare better MBA graduates, who can be effective managers and leaders?
So my point of view is faculty members alone can't do this job. So I'll stick to my point. I am talking from the perspective of management education only. So here industry requirement is the prime focus. So let's say a faculty member is discussing a case on a platform. Okay, so let's say there's a platform called Trice which delivers food into different communities in Hyderabad. We are discussing that case and there are some problems that the Trice platform is facing. So if we invite the founder of Trice into the classroom and he interacts with the students and asks them questions, what are the suggestions that you are giving and does he agree with them or not? So such kind of interventions will be very beneficial. So you can have people from different types of industry, from the social sector, from the government sector, from the technology sector and all that. And jointly, if the faculty members deliver such sessions and discuss such cases or stories, then the intervention will be fruitful. That's my brief point.
So your thoughts on?
Thank you, sir. So it's very interesting actually. We are talking of how to avoid redundancy in management education. If I tell you, probably many of you are aware like why so many good Hindi movies have failed. People are talking about boycotts, but it's not about boycotts. The new generation is not finding any connect with the kind of movies being made by Bollywood. Tollywood is doing great, even Collywood is doing great, but Hindi movies, they are not doing great, and people are talking about there is a disconnect. I will give you one example of my institute, and then I will connect what interventions are required. So, in my institute, we organized one hackathon for 24 hours, which was sponsored by NASA. And what was that hackathon about? We set team of 3 students, identify the greatest problems of our country, and then what is your strategy to solve it. And they had 24 hours to do it. And then we created a kind of activities every 2-3 hours. Some presentations were happening. You won't believe we had 90% attendance. Whole day, whole night, guys struggled. And we had some wonderful program, wonderful activities and wonderful problems and solutions. In that process, we trained individuals to imagine, identify problems, and then approach with limited resources and solve it. So that is what is required. Faculties should stop teaching in the classroom. We should not teach now because students are more smarter. They are 6G, we are 2G. So therefore, to become compatible with them, we have to be more imaginative and create challenges and problems for them and be a great facilitator and push them in. They are going to do wonders. I feel, because I have seen as a director how my students at the dead of the night were working. At 2 o'clock, they were working on the problem because they wanted to win. They wanted to present the best. And in that process, they learn a lot. Management education has to approach from this angle, and the intervention from our end is let us be more facilitator and less teacher, be more imaginative and throw challenges to our students and make them work hard on that. You will see the wonders. Thank you so much.
Extending the same logic, I just want to share 2 interventions where IMT was part, one with the students and one with the faculty. So, in association with Hyderabad Management Association, we have launched a program called Industry Readiness Program, IRP. Now, the we've recently concluded 3rd one, where 42 hours of input was given to BBA final year students and MBA final year students from affiliated colleges in and around Hyderabad and Telangana, divided into 3 modules. 1, basic soft skills, 2, employment readiness skills, and 3, industry readiness skills, where the inputs were given not only by the faculty members but also industry, what Professor Sanjay was referring to. It's a co-designed, co-delivered module to the final year students with an objective to enhance the industry readiness skills. This was a pilot which can be scaled up if only, this is an open program. So all the while I've been requesting Sri Naveen Mittalji that let us expand this to the students of all the affiliated. I learned that 200 BBA colleges are there only in Usmania University purview. So this can be scaled up and could be a solution to enhance the industry readiness skills. Second one with faculty. So way back in 2014, when Vignan University was setting up, then their chairman took initiative and asked us to train their 12 faculty members. So we designed a 15-day module where 3 kinds of inputs are given. One with reference to participant-centered teaching pedagogy. Second one on research, both theoretical and action research, on research methodology. And third one, how to collaborate with industry. So many a times faculty would complain that academia would complain that industry is not coming forward. If only you show them the relevance, how we can partner with industry. Industry is far more ready to come and collaborate with us. If only you create a purpose and facilitate it. So, I mean, once again, this can be an initiative which can be scaled up to the 300 odd faculty members in the state of Telangana. So I feel these 2 interventions for students as well as faculty, where colleges like ours and associations like CII and department like Higher Education Department, if we can come together and create such intervention, this would this would be a significant step towards handling this problem of employment, lack of employment skills among the MBA graduates. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah. Enough research has gone to understand why people really succeed in life. And I'm speaking with specific relevance to management education. So, a couple of things are what I would call it as the hard skills. And this is systems thinking and mental models. So, many of the management schools, they provide this kind of systems thinking and mental models in each of the functional subjects that they teach, be it marketing, finance, HR, operations, etc. Now, this happens in the classrooms. And, well, the faculty is also innovatively designing the curriculum so that there is a continuous evaluation, there are quizzes, assignments, projects, etc. But that's not enough. A lot of learning happens outside the classroom. And this is very important. And there are 3 critical elements which a person has to pick up over the 2 years MBA, or let's say even the BBA, which is a 3-year program. And these 3 qualities are, number 1, personal mastery. Number 2, very, very important, team working skills. And number 3 is, you need to have a personal vision. Now, for these 3 things to happen, I think the best platform, and I've seen it, I've experienced it, is the student club activities. And some excellent examples were given just now by Bharat. Hackathon he talked about. Okay, I've seen students simulate this Indian Premier League competition. Who's the best CEO, who's the best CFO. So student club activities, I think, are very important. Sports are extremely important. There is no better way to learn about team working skills than through the team sports. Okay? Having said that, I think one thing which probably some of the best of the management schools are doing is they are trying to put in a mentoring system. For example, here at Geetham, where I'm working, we have a mentoring system. A faculty is given 20 students to mentor, and when it comes to the BBA students, over the whole of the 3 years, any problem, any issue, that particular student can approach the faculty. So same kind of mentoring system is there even for the MBA students who are undergoing the 2-year program. And the faculty have been trained as to how to mentor. Mentor is not about giving advice, okay? In fact, mentoring is all about understanding that student, helping him understand what are his strengths, and helping him realize his personal vision, which I talked about. So it's a lot of deep work. It's a very involved work. And I think that can make a real big difference when it comes to creating a holistic management graduate who will find immediate placements when he walks out of the portals of the institute. So just to summarize, it is not just the hard factors, which is systems thinking and mental models. It's a lot to do with the soft factors, the personal mastery, the team working skills, and helping that student to probably come out with a personal vision for himself. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. Now let's go to the third and fourth and try to combine the best practices and innovation in management studies and the emergence of online management education. The reason is that, after 2 years of COVID, when we had to quickly make adjustments to our teaching and pedagogy, right, and get the students graduate, we learned a lot about, innovation, some different practices. Okay. What do you think are some of the best practices in management education that we have learned in the recent past? And with online education, probably, either in its entirety or in a hybrid manner, is going to be the future. What challenges do you see in that?
Yeah. So coming to the best practices and innovation, I think our NEP, the new education policy, has got some really great stuff in it. And I think a lot of hard work has gone into crafting and shaping that policy under the chairmanship of Kasturi Rangan. Okay? So, one of the great things about that particular policy is, and I'm keeping in mind the BBA students who go over a 3-year program, that particular student has the option of learning new subjects from other disciplines. It could be from engineering. I want to learn more on artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud, etc. Okay? So there is this, or I want to learn more about psychology or something on environmental science. So this system of open electives, wherein you're required to give 24 credits or 8 subjects, which are spread over 2 to 2.5 years, I think is a very, very welcome thing. Because many a time what happens is the students, when they join, quite a few students, they have joined more because of their parents' compulsion into that particular area, rather than trying to really understand what is their real interest. And I think this was brought out so beautifully in this movie called 3 Idiots, where one of the characters, is put into engineering when actually his interest was in wild photography or something. So I think that's a very welcome thing. And the second thing, one of the things we have been working on at Geetham is to have a holistic career guidance. We call it as Geetham Career Guidance Center, where one of the pieces I talked about is the mentoring. Second is the soft skills development. And the third is what everyone knows it as placements. And these are very beautifully integrated. We do, right at the beginning, a psychographic profiling, and this kind of data comes to the mentor, and it helps him to kind of guide the student over his 3 years journey. And another point I just want to touch upon is we are giving a lot of importance to entrepreneurship. We want job creators. So we have a venture development center where we have collaborated with the Northeastern University at Boston. And we are now creating that platform of incubation. In fact, this work has been going on over the last 2 years. So I would say this is a very, it's not that we don't know about the entrepreneurship development. Yes, I've been hearing about it over the last 10 years, but I think how you really implement, that is the key. Many of the ideas are already there, but I think the trick is about the art and science of implementation. I think that's very important. And that comes only when you have got level 5 leaders within the institution.
Thank you. Just 1 minute.
So I'll just share about one innovation which we have been practicing. It's called practitioner sessions. Right from 2011, across every course, 20% of the course is handled by corporate leaders who are involved in designing, delivering, and evaluation of the courses, which is very difficult to implement. But this straight away brings corporates to the academics and then enhances that industry-academia interaction. And with reference to the online, thanks to COVID, so many of us could quickly adapt to the online teaching learning process. But if you ask both teachers and students, none of them had that enriching experience. So, good news for all the teachers and students. There is something called Metaverse which is coming up, which is a three-dimensional, the two-dimensional website, what you see now, which will be three-dimensional. And so, hopefully, as we move forward, blended learning will exist. That is both physical as well as digital, called as phygital. So, gear up for the phygital mode of teaching and learning. Thank you.
Well, for paucity of time, we have got a warning. So I'll just take 20 seconds. So the question was, what best practices we have started or initiated post-COVID? So if we look at NEP, it talks about giving credits for all the non-educational or non-academic activities. Earlier it was not. Like if you're in the sports, you are missing classroom, you fail in the exams. And if we want to train real managers, we have to give them a lot of activities and projects so that, as Sir was referring to about team building, about problem solvers, about understanding, imagining. So we started giving credits for all the club activities, all the organizing activities, all the off-class, whatever work a student is doing. If he's organizing a quiz, we are giving them a credit. If they are part of the club, if they are even organizing Freshers' Day, we are giving them the credit for that work. And that has really helped us in ensuring a very holistic approach to what we are trying to achieve as a business school, a premium business school of Hyderabad. And the results we are seeing, the first post-COVID batch has passed out 2022. And the results has been really great. So this is what I urge all the colleges to give them credit for whatever they are doing it. And the results will definitely be different. Thank you.
So one best practice that we are continuing post-COVID is the ability to invite the best people around the world through the online sessions. It could be Zoom or Google Meet. So anywhere in the world, if that person is, we don't have to spend money and we can simply invite that person. All the students and faculty members can get enlightened with their views. And one drawback that I see of online education is in the field of evaluation. So if you are trying to conduct a test and trying to evaluate students, how do you make them responsible? How do you make them avoid cheating? So that's a big question mark that I see. Apart from that, doing multiple degrees or doing multiple courses through online education is a big plus point. Thank you.
online courses have become necessity in the wake of COVID. In a way, we are able to integrate online into our regular offline course system. It has helped us to offer many courses, online courses, and we are able to manage the time. And in fact, the industry has also appreciated the way we have done the courses during this Corona period. We at IPE, we followed hybrid method. Initially, we have gone for complete online. Then there was some improvement. We have gone for hybrid, where students were sitting in the classroom and others were at home. But then we have come back to the offline. But whatever is the mode of method we follow, what is important is whether the student is able to get what is he expected to get. So the eye contact is possible, and we should ensure that they are actually getting the inputs we have provided in the curriculum. So as I told in the beginning, if we ensure that they have a proper mix of knowledge and skill and integrity, I think, and of course what we have done at IP, we want to bring out socially responsible citizens. So we should also involve students with society, taking them to orphanages or other places. They should feel that management education is one where they not only work for some corporates, but they should also work for the society.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. We got an interesting perspective. Let me just conclude, because I was told that, time is running out. One food for thought for you to think. Case studies are being used almost extensively in many universities. A few years ago, Columbia University's business school conducted a study, and through the recruiters, what the recruiters are looking for is for managers graduates or managers who can make decisions under uncertainty, which to me is taking one step beyond the case study, because case study we already know what happened. So here, how do we impart those type of skills where the decision making under uncertainty can be done? With that, I conclude, and once again, I want to thank all the panelists and the organizers for organizing, allowing us to share our experience. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you all the panelists for such insights and interesting discussion. I would like to call upon our program chair, Shri Naveen Mittal, IAS Commissioner, to please hand over a token of appreciation to our panel discussion members. Can I please have Professor Dr. K. Sri Harsha Reddy, Director IMT Hyderabad. Next up, can I have Professor Bharat Bhushan Singh, Director, Vishwa Vishwani Institute of Systems and Management. Can I have Dr. Karunakar B, Director, Geetam, Hyderabad Business School at Geetam Deemed University. Can I have Dr. Nagarajan Ramamurthy, Director, IIM Amritsar, who has so wonderfully moderated the discussion. Tell me the name. Can we have Sanjay Floria, please? And can we have Mr. Srinivas Murthy from IPE? Can we ask all the panel members to come ahead for a group picture? Thank you all the members. So moving ahead, the last panel discussion for this season of second IndiGlobal Education Festival. So I request every one of you all to to be attentive and listen to this last panel discussion. A very interesting panel discussion and something which is brought newly to you. This speaks about sports and games in school and college education. Sports education is part of school curriculum. Development of sports infrastructure in schools. Sport as a career. Role of sports school. To moderate this, I would like to call upon Colonel Praveen, in charge, Training and Administration, National Cadet Corps, Sikandrabad. Can we please have Colonel Praveen in charge? Also, can I call upon Dr. Trevor Maxwell, former national cyclist and coach, to be a part of this panel discussion. Further, can I call Mr. Victor Amal Raj, former national football player and coach. Can I also have Sri Vishal Kurma, CEO, Voksan University. Can we have Miss Roja Paul, Principal, Meridian School. Can we have Sri Rama Lakshmaya, Sports Officer, T. Suarez. And finally, can we have Miss Aarti Nalge, Video Analyst, BCCI. So starting with the session, I would like to give it over to Colonel Praveen, who will be moderating this session.
Good evening, everyone. For the past 2 days, we have been enthralled with the thought-showering and completely engrossed with the intellectually stimulating discussions on the topic which was most relevant, the NEP. Many speakers yesterday, they have gone to the Vedics and talked about Taxila, Odantapuri, Vikramshila, and Nalanda, the cradles of civilization. Somehow they were affected by the clash of civilizations, which the Samuel Huntington says. After that, we were fed with the Macaulay's system of education, which was mostly of rote learning of 3 hours, reading, writing, arithmetic. It has become a mysterious process which passes from the lecture note of a professor without entering into the mind of either. And a couple of, just to lighten, the couple of quotes which you see on the t-shirts. I was born intelligent, but the education or the education system ruined me. And they say, the only thing which affected me, my constant growth or my continuous learning, was my education. Somehow there is a hope for this change to be made with this new education policy. Again, it comes with a huge baggage of objectives. Humanistic, flexibility, integrated, inquiry-driven, dialogue, discussion-based, discovery-oriented. But how will we be able to achieve all these things if the student community in the present generation, the Gen X or generation, are physically weak, mentally unable to withstand the pressures, emotionally imbalanced, they can't take any emotions, they are fraught and with fear, anxiety, so many vagaries of society are affecting them. So there is only one magical bullet with us. The panacea of all these things can be achieved if you put them on the ground, put them into sports, let them play, let them sweat. There are so many qualities which they can learn, which the school, which restricts them to the 4 walls, won't be able to. There are so many qualities, the character building, the courage of conviction, courage to face the challenges in life, character, creativity, everything, team building, you name the adjective, they all can be achieved by this when they are included into sports. However, we have been hearing the importance of sports for a very long time. We have all the proverbs, all work on no play makes Jack a dull boy, sound mind, sound. But the thing is, where is the proverb and the practical approach? Where is the intent and implementation? There is a huge void. Now, today with me, the elite panel which we have are a thoroughbred gentlemen who have dedicated their entire life. I'll take a couple of minutes because I'll be doing injustice if at all I don't introduce them. As such, they don't need any introduction. The first on to my right is Dr. Maxwell Trevor. Cycling and Dr. Maxwell Trevor are synonymous with this country. From 1980 to 1991, 11 consecutive years of national championship, breaking the record of his own records he has broken many times, which after even 3 decades, there is no one who could surpass him. He has represented India in Asia and Asian Championship and the World Championships. He has held innumerable number of appointments in Advisory Council. Presently, he is the advisor for the Khelo India mission, which is happening all over the country in scouting and identifying the talent. Apart from that, but the greatest thing which he is giving back to the society is in the Usmania University, Velodra. He has been facilitated by all the CMs and the Prime Ministers of India. On to his right is Mr. Victor Amalraj. He has a rare distinction of leading 3 clubs of Bengal, Mohammedian Club, East Bengal Club, and the famous Mohan Bagan. And he has also 4 decades of experience in football. Whenever I say football, I remember Swami Vivekananda's words, you will be closer to the heaven by playing football rather than reading the scriptures. So the importance has been felt much. And he has, not only in football, he has conducted many interdivisional tournaments ranging from table tennis, hockey, football, badminton. On to the next is a gentleman, most challenging and satisfying assignment he is performing as a sports officer of so many social welfare schools, which yesterday Dr. Ronald Rose has mentioned. He has completely busted the myths of, about Nandini, the entire state team of Telangana, which is having the students from social welfare societies. On to my left is again a thorough gentleman who has industry experience of almost 2.5 decades. He has worked with FMCGs, Dabarco, PepsiCo, and now he is the CEO of the Oxen University, one of the first, private universities which is located in the outskirts of Hyderabad. He will bring the industry perspective of how we can ameliorate the present situation of sports. On to his left is an acclaimed academician. He is a teacher, principal, friend, guide, mentor. Ms. Roja Paul, he is the principal of Meridian School. And on to the extreme is, I have to, remind you about the Sun Tzu's war strategy. Like if you know your enemy and know yourself, you don't have to worry about the n number of 100 of battles outcome. Because she is the video strategist, Aarti Nalge. This is a special topic and career which she will be touching upon, along with many other careers. Aarti Nalge, after doing her video strategic course, she was selected by the BCCI, and ever since 2010, she was part of Syed Mustaq Ali, Duleep Trophy, Ranji Trophy, Vijay Merchant, and Colonel C.K. Naidu's tournaments. In 2014, since 2014, she is part of women's cricket team, which she gave all the strategies of enemies' weaknesses. If you know your enemies' weaknesses, our team can, overpower them and do their own tactics and strategies, because strategy is very important. And 2017, she was at Lord's also during the final World Cup, Women's World Cup cricket match. So Aarti Nalge comes with a huge experience, and the lady, I think she is the first Indian women video strategist who has been again felicitated by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. So without much ado, whatever the topics that are given to us, I'll directly pose the first question to Dr. Maxwell Travel. So why do you think sports are necessary? What are the qualities that they give? And to become a sporting nation, where are we and what is the long road ahead? Can you please elucidate and enlighten the audience, sir, please?
Good evening, everyone. Yes, the importance of sport for anyone in life, I think it's extremely important, because if you talk to people who are not successful in life, you know, I interact with a lot of successful people. I also interact with a lot of people who are not so successful in life. And when you ask the people who are not so successful in life, where did they go wrong? Some will tell you they could not handle failure. Others will tell you they could not handle success. Some might tell you they could not handle the hectic lifestyle because they didn't have a disciplined lifestyle. And so on. And if you ask me, all these areas are addressed by sport. In sport, you learn how to handle success when you win a race. You learn how to handle failure when you lose a race. You learn how to handle pressure because you're always under pressure to train hard to win a race, or the pressure of your opponents and your competitors are always there. Time management. As a sportsman, you have a very disciplined life in which you have a disciplined eating habit, you have a disciplined lifestyle. There's a lot of time management that one needs to learn, and one does learn when he's a sportsman. If you take a student, he goes to the ground, he trains, he manages his school time, his homework, his training time. In the 24 hours, he learns how to manage the 24 hours very well. That is a great asset as you go on in life. So I think if you look at sport from any angle, it is extremely important part of anyone's life. You know, recently I was talking to somebody and they did not make it they were not so successful in life. And he said that his indisciplined lifestyle caused him to lose out on a lot and not allowed him to be successful in life. So if you look at any angle of your life, somewhere sports is going to help you. So I think it's an extremely important part of it, and I have no doubt in my mind with a person like Sri Naveen Mittal Garu, IAS, he's done an excellent job in the educational system. He's given the educational system of Telangana a new dimension. And with a person like him, I have no doubt in my mind that sports in our educational system will lack nowhere. We thank you, sir, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you and appreciate for the excellent service you've been doing in the field of education. Thank you, sir.
Hello. I'd like to add on the adjectives, whatever you say: unwavering commitment, dedication, undaunted faith, indomitable spirit, courage, everything you will get in sports. It actually teaches the philosophy of life also. If you have seen the Asian cricket, on one Sunday with an opponent team, we erupted with joy because we won. Exactly 1 week later on Sunday, you are down. Nothing is permanent. But if you can apply this philosophy to everything, life is also like, you know, Albert Einstein said, life is like riding a bicycle. If at all you have to maintain the balance, you should keep moving it. So it teaches so many things. My next question from here would be to Aarti Nalge. Sports as a career. We are a nation with a teeming population. What are your views, Aarti, on sports as a career? Can you please explain what are the different? Because when we see sports, we only see those two players or someone who is published on the papers. We consider them there's heroes and they are the stalwarts of the hero. But the thing is, there's an entire ecosystem and supportive system which is working for them to make them the harbingers. Can you please explain various types of careers which are available through sports?
Thank you so much, sir. Firstly, I would like to thank IndiGlobal and Naveen sir for giving me this opportunity, to bring up this topic called as, can you take sports as a career? There was a myth, with the parents thinking that, what will my child achieve if my child is just playing? Maybe once he or she is 30 years old or 40 years old, they'll have to leave the sport. They have nothing in the sport for them. And because of this myth in their mind, we have lost a lot of talented players in the country. But, the same thing luckily did not happen to me. I had been a state player, a national player with the country. Apart from that, when I quit playing, I still had that love and passion for sport. And I come from a cricketing background. So, and because of this, I wanted to really find out what can be a career to me in sports. I was deeply hurt when I knew that, I could not go ahead and play cricket. But then I thought, let me make a career out of it. And that's how I recognized that, there are different kind of courses which happen. They could be at the diploma courses. They could be undergraduation courses, post-graduation courses too. A lot of people are not aware of the same. Apart from that, if there is a student who is interested into science, maths, they can still go ahead, and work as a psychologist, get their studies done, work as a psychologist, a physiotherapist too. There are a lot of opportunities as a broadcaster. There are a lot of opportunities with the media. There could be a sports photographer too. That's how, when I got to know, I went into the video and strategic course. I got it certified with BCCI, and then I became a video analyst and a strategic analyst with the team. And that's when the doors were open, where I got an opportunity to work with the Indian team. And I'm just giving an example of mine so that it is realistic. And so that parents should also see if their kid is interested in sports, why don't you encourage them? We have a coach here with us in the panel. You can see he also was a player and then he became a coach. So that's how they've perceived their careers. Me too have perceived my career like that. And we need to encourage a lot of kids to be a part of any sport they are interested into, which will keep them physically active too. So sports as a career is really very important. Don't think that you will not fetch anything. 9 to 5 is not a job. You can do beyond that. Thank you, sir.
May I say something to that?
Okay, please.
I'm sorry, I know it is not right, but she spoke about careers which are relating to. Well, I have been into sports, and I'm a principal. So it's not what only the careers that you are. I am what I am today. It's because of being part of sports from a very young age. So how do I see myself different from a field of sports? Sports taught me all that Maxwell sir has mentioned, time management. Most importantly, dealing with stress and playing to galleries. There is no other, if I may say, profession or opportunity or anything that will help us to deal with failure. So if I endure to become from a homeroom teacher in a matter of 2 decades to become a principal, it's because of the discipline and the values and skills that were given by sports. So yes, a principal too, I would like to add to that.
Thanks, Arti. It was actually eye-opening thing because we don't, except for the players, we don't know much. the strategists, umpires, scorers, media journalists, camera persons, so many. There is an entire ecosystem which is supporting, especially in this IT world, when you are sitting in the Silicon Valley, where these graveyard shifts, which are termed as irregular timings of American timing, the back end office which you are doing. And I would like to share, she has traveled half the world without spending a single rupee. How many of us, we must have traveled, but think we have spent from our own pocket without being under pressure, because players are under pressure. She is not under pressure. She collects the videos, she develops the strategies, and she informs. So this is one field, definitely if at all children are interested, we should encourage them to go such fields. Having said that, my next question is to Mr. Victor. So sports, in any case, is a costly thing. You need ground, you need sponsors, you need specialists, you need coaches. You need a whole lot of infrastructure to deal with it. But let's be realistic. As a country in India, where are we with the current state of infrastructure? May I request you kindly deliberate on this issue, sir?
A very good evening to all. First of all, I thank IndiGlobal for inviting me. With regards to your question, infrastructure, we saw a lot of infrastructure in Bengal. I was in Bengal for 18 years playing for big three clubs. The infrastructure they had, in our time, we had only Eden Gardens. Then subsequently in the 80s, they had constructed Salt Lake Stadium. Then each club has own stadium. Mohun Bagan has own ground, East Bengal has own ground, Mountain Sporting Club has own ground, and other local clubs also have their own ground. So if you have a own ground, then we have a lot of, what you call it, encourage under age, 10, 12, for boys and girls, we encourage. So we lack a lot of what you call infrastructure in our country. Now at present, the infrastructure available only in Northeast. There's Assam, other place.
Manipur, Nagaland.
In Northeast only. Sikkim, Darjeeling, Guwahati, lot of what you call infrastructure has come on sports angle. Not only football, other games, cricket, basketball, badminton. So we lack, even for example, we in 60s, 70s, Hyderabad produced a lot of Olympians. In 1956, when India participated in the Melbourne Olympics, 9 players from Hyderabad. That time we had a lot of encouragement. We have a football grounds, Fateh Maidan Club ground was there. In Secunderabad, Hyderabad, and also colleges, we had football grounds. The sports culture was there. Now we lack like that. We lack infrastructure in our country.
True, sir. Let's accept the reality, but we have to find a solution. Probably at the end of the panel discussion, I'm sure we'll be able to find the solution from one of the panelists. So my next question is to Ms. Roja Paul. Yeah, please, sir.
I do understand that this is not my question, and I just thought I'll just butt in and give a little bit of perspective on the infrastructure things which are going on. And I think in the state of Telangana, I would definitely, makes me proud to share that with everyone, that the sports infrastructure facilities which are being created here in this state is definitely phenomenal. And many of the educational institutions are coming forward to really build that kind of infrastructure which is going to be beneficial not only for the students, but also as a budding sporting nation, which we want to be. Just to share with you that Watson University, it's a new state-private university awarded by Honorable Government of Telangana. And we have put together one of the finest infrastructures in the sports as we speak today. So you talk about volleyball, we have it there. Sand volleyball, we have it there. The FIFA level standard football, 2 of the football grounds, we have it there. ICC standard cricket ground, we have it there. Basketball, if we talk about, we have it there. The badminton courts, open badminton courts, we have it there. The indoor ones, which are as per the turf and the maple wood specifications which are there by the Badminton World Federation. So those kind of standards are being maintained to provide to the students. And the idea is to catch them young, to catch them right. And the more you are able to do that with the kind of infrastructure, and not only infrastructure, but also with the kind of best-in-class coaches which we have in the country, thankfully, because of our legacy, we will be able to put that forth, and that is going to reflect in the kind of work which our students is going to do and make our nation proud.
Well, but we have to think in a larger perspective of 75% of the rural population which we have. So I will come to you, probably we will find a solution when I ask the question, which is very pertinent, and I will corner you on that CSR thing because you come from an industry. Okay, Ms. Roja Paul, let's be very honest. Let's talk, brutally honest rather. Let's be realistic. In your 1 week curriculum of school, how many periods do you have for PT? Let's be.
Is it by the board or is it by the school?
School.
Okay. By the board, it tells us to give physical activity in different forms. It could be yoga, it could be physical education, it could be free play, it could be anything. But I would like to be honest, like as you requested me, most schools put it on paper. I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say.
I'd love to add on here.
We put it on paper. So the moment there is some shortage in syllabus, okay, somebody is running behind, which gets cut off, snipped off. Okay. But it is sad to say, and I am a product of somebody who has done well for herself. Because of sports, the discipline and the values and skills that it has given to me. But I, as an administrator too, probably have been guilty of doing the same. But I think what we need to do smartly is, or rather be very rigid about it, just like how I have evidence of assessment for academics, I should have evidence even for sports. Then nobody will do a snipping tool to that.
We have almost, as per the data, more than 10 lakh schools. So you need 10 lakh sports PT instructors. Do we have that?
So when there is, if I'm not a good economist, demand and supply.
Okay, fine. But the thing is, it's a reality check because we can keep talking till the cows come home.
It's that they, for sports, sir, they don't see evidence. But for academics, I see number. But for sports, which is the longest, this thing, and NEP actually speaking about 21st century skills. I don't think that these 21st century skills, academics will be able to facilitate those as much as extracurricular, co-curricular can do. Most importantly, sports.
But my request to all the school teachers, especially because we need to catch them young at a very young age, maybe we can daily for at least 15 to 20 minutes, it is in your hands. We can teach children yoga and meditation because our generation, I am very honest again, our generation has done maximum damage by bringing in religion into everything which was very good. We have protected it. We are insulated by bringing religion into everything. Let the children meditate on the blooming flower, the river, the flowing river, or nothing, just inhale and exhale. Because the moment you bring in yoga and meditation, there are n number of other schools of thoughts which come into the place. It is for our own good health. The moment you say you have to chant something, then there are different schools of thoughts which come in. But it is in our hands while doing some meditation at third or fourth, if you can introduce, because college is very difficult. The catch them at the age of 7 or 8 is the time wherein you have to tap them. They have to get into that regime of daily doing that meditation, and while doing meditation, let them be introduced to the other forms of divine music. Let be Ustad Bismillah Khan, Zakir Hussain, MS Subbulakshmi's birthday, which birth anniversary was yesterday, anything of Carnatic music, Melakar Taragas, anything of that you can play. It serves two purposes, one of meditation, one the children will be introduced to the music, which is again a bliss. They will find their happiness when they go, and there is a saying, as you say, you have to train, the more you train in peace, less you bleed in war. This is the time wherein you have to train them. When they train, when they get into the real world, which is not so beautiful, then they are ready to face those challenges. So I request from this forum to kindly, this is, no board has to say, it is the principles which can always implement, taking 15 to 20 minutes of introduction of yoga and meditation. Even if you have a playground, if you don't have a playground, we'll not get into all those details. My next question will be to the sports officer of the social welfare. Sir, we have the raw power. We have the raw power. You are training you get the rocks and you polish them to the diamonds. There is so much of hunger in their belly. There is a fire. There is aspirations to excel in their life and in their sports also. Like we have seen so many examples which the secretary mentioned yesterday. Mr. Vishal was telling that we have the world-class infrastructure. Hyderabad has got the state-of-the-art equipment, infrastructure. But sir, sorry to say, Asifabad or Adilabad are very far off. What is your take on those issues, sir?
Very good evening, all of you. It's a great opportunity for me to share my views in this Global Education Summit. In order to get into my topic, first of all, I want to say some information. I want to share it. We have 238 institutions from 5th to intermediate and 30 degree colleges. The Telangana Social Welfare Residential Education Institution Society, under the aegis of Government of Telangana, we have been established 28 sports academies, 24 up to intermediate and 4 for degree colleges also. We will conduct a battery test at a school level first to identify the most potential and able students to get into these academies for all disciplines. We have disciplines like boxing, judo, wrestling, volleyball, softball, handball, chess, athletics, and we have golf also. Soon after completion of the selection trials at school level, we will conduct district, then zone, then state. We will see that these students will pull up at a designated venues where you have been established. We will see the specialized coaches will be there. That means NIS diploma holders and certificate holders, where we will pay 35 to 40,000 to the NIS diploma holders and certificate holders from 20 to 25,000. With all these things, in order to strengthen the sports activities at school level, the sports activities, the academies, soon after doing all these things, within span of 3 years, we have achieved many medals at international level, national and state level. Innumerable medals we have achieved. We got laurels to the Telangana state and social residential education institution. For statistics purpose, national level so far, we have achieved 457 medals, and our students, 1,258 students were participated national. 13 students participated international level. Of them, 7 got medals at international level. If you come to the state level, 901 state gold medalists are there, 674 silver medalists are there at state level, and 475 bronze medalists are there. Apart of this, even if we are getting a good result also, some challenges that we are facing in our society. Very first and foremost, just now Praveen Garu requested how many physical education teachers are there. In our institution, that means in our society, we should have 506 physical education teachers and physical directors should be there. Totally 268 institutions are there. But we have only 115 physical education teachers. This is one of the big challenges that we are facing. While we are conducting the selection trials at school level, only we are utilizing the part-time teachers because of some technical reasons. Even our authorities are trying to recruit, but due to these technical reasons, we could not. Another important challenge, we are facing that soon after pulling all these kids in academics, these kids should be migrated from one institution to another institution from 50 to 60 kilometers or more than that also. They will not adjust the atmosphere. We have to convince them like anything, parents and students. Somehow we succeed. Later on, after completion of 3 to 4 years, they will come to national level player. Definitely they will reach the 10th class on another day. This phobia, 10th class phobia, we are facing a lot. Most of the principals and my senior officers are cooperating like anything so that we can get good result. In the same manner, just now we discussed about the infrastructure. In the infrastructure, we have very low infrastructures we are maintaining, but due to that, our students should not get back. Our Secretary Ronald Rosar had a MOU with Gopi Chand Academy, which is going to be in use within short period. There our athletes will utilize that infrastructure. These elected players will take part at international level definitely. Another important challenge, this is a fact that what I am going to say in front of you all, different organizations will be there because the students, those who want to take part at state and national level, they are supposed to take SGF, School Games Federation Tournament, and association tournaments. School Games Federation tournaments are nothing but it's a affiliated and recognized organization, whereas association tournaments, every association, every discipline, we will have 2 to 3 bodies, which is the recognized body, to whom we are supposed to send these kids. Soon after getting the certificate should also be recognized. It should be benefited to the student. But there we are facing a lot of problem. And one more thing from the associations, that means organizations, those who are conducting the tournaments, they will see the last moment, the list of the students, the journey period, and before that, they may not inform us the expenditure that which we have to meet. These are the some challenges that we are facing, but overall, with the kind heart of my secretary and senior officers, we are getting very good result. From Adilabad to Mahabubnagar, many students are there. In coming nearby future, social for residential education institution society players will lead Telangana. Now itself, in softball, the entire team is Telangana Social Fair Residential Education Society only, representing Telangana. And 50% of the handball players are from our society, those who are representing Telangana state. Badminton, the entire badminton team itself is ours only. Like this, the sports activities are running in our society under the leadership of Ronald Rosgar. Thank you very much.
Great, sir. It's quite heartening to hear all the positive things, sir. There is always a room for improvement because seeing the potential of the tribal belts, there is always a room for improvement. Probably this is what this policy intervention, NEP, and this connecting like-minded people is for. And now my next and the last question, because of the paucity of time, a most pertinent question is, next year probably when the census will be declared, I think we are the most populous country on this planet for 1.4 billions. And every 3 crores birds being taken, we can't burden completely on the government. We can't put the onus completely on the government. There is a role of CSR also. If you have seen the Orissa government model, which the Honorable Prime Minister also says time and again, the PPP model with which they have gone and they have taken the hockey, and after 41 years, our national game, hockey, we won after 41 years in the Olympics. But lot of planning has gone behind in that PPP model of Orissa model. Now, can I now request Mr. Vishal, kindly in brief deliberate upon Orissa model and what is the CSR role in contributing to the sports stadiums across the districts?
A couple of data points, as Colonel Praveen mentioned, population of 140 crores. And most of the younger children will come from the rural hinterlands. So, which obviously means that the kind of avenues or the infrastructure avenues what we're looking at for sports is something which is not available in all the pockets of the country. Now on one side, I did mention about Watson University and the kind of infrastructure what we are building. But that's one pocket of success which we are able to see at one place. Now, how do we replicate this? That's the key question here. How do we replicate this as multiple hundreds and thousands of pockets of success all across the country, across the hinterlands, so that the younger students in the rural hinterlands are able to get the benefit of it? And I think that's where the Odisha model comes into the picture. And it's really impressive to, as I was reading through some of the articles around that, and we figured out that the high performance centers, how they have created particularly, and one state, one sport kind of a model which they are talking about, not necessarily saying the other sports they will not focus on, but they would definitely focus on the rest of the sports as well. But having said that, I think the public-private partnership, what is being anchored through the educational institutions, because that's where the student is at the end of it, and that's where what the real benefit is coming from. So the corporates, if they are able to come forward and through their various CSR initiatives, one of the initiatives could be towards the funding for the right infrastructure in those various schools and colleges which are there in the rural hinterlands. One way, of course, the entire burden of the creation of this infrastructure should not be there on the government itself. That's one. Second, CSR initiatives anyways are for the societal benefit, what the organizations work on today and the corporates work on. So among the various other initiatives, this could be definitely take a steering forward to move towards building those kind of things, and that's what Odisha government is already doing. Apart from that, we have some of the stalwarts and big names there in the country anyways who have been really brought a lot of proud moments for the country in the various sports, and they are running their own foundations, they are running their own federations, they are running their own coaching classes, they are running their own infrastructure as well as coaching for those kind of students. Now imagine if all of these three come together, the educational institution who is giving you the platform, the corporate coming forward and providing through the CSR initiatives the right infrastructure, and the stalwarts in the sports authorities who have brought anyways great laurels to the country, and they provide the right coaching which is required to the talent which is available in the hinterlands. And we are, I think, in a perfect sweet spot towards creating a recipe for many more Olympians from the country. Thank you so much.
With this, we come to this session. Probably I think they should have, Sudhir would have given more time, but it doesn't matter. This is the start point where we can start by thinking on these sports issues, and maybe in the next sessions, I always request again, principals, you are the principals and school teachers, you can always bring the change. The demographic dividend which we are basking upon and boasting is going to be perilous and cataclysmic disaster if we don't address that issue and we tap them for the right kind of things, because the negatives are all available. So we need to put them under the right things so that they can learn from their childhood. So with this, and with my always request is 50,000 crores could not save a person who, the big bull, because he neglected his own health. Let that be a lesson. We also we all, take out some time, because when we do some physical activity daily, our children will also do. That's my humble request. Let a small prayer and I will end. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya. May all be happy, healthy, free from the diseases. May we all be protected from the vagaries of nature and the life, and let the peace prevail all over. And I thank all the panelists and all the august audience. Sorry?
The laptop.
Sir, hello.
You can continue.
Yeah, I will just close. And I thank Mr. Sudhir, the man who is the role model and who has taken the initiative, Shri Nabil Mittalji, for giving this opportunity. It's a great forum. Probably we look forward for many of these things ahead also. Thank you very much, Mananda.
Thank you so much, sir. You can just stay back on the stage. After this very enthralling sports panel discussion, we would just like to thank you, for which I would like to call upon our program chairperson, Shri Naveen Mittal, IAS Commissioner, Collegiate Education and Technical Education, Government of Telangana. So I would first like to call upon Colonel Praveen, in charge, Training and Administration, National Cadet Corps, Sikandrabad, for wonderfully moderating the session so well. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Victor Amalraj, former national football player and coach. Audience, I'm sure it's the last session. The claps can be a little louder. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Ram Lakshmaya, Sports Officer, T. Suarez. Next up would be Ms. Aarti Nalge, Video Analyst, BCCI. Next, I would like to call Ms. Roja Paul, Principal, Meridian School. Can we have Dr. Trevor Maxwell, former national cyclist and coach? And finally, to end, can we have Mr. Vishal Kurma, CEO, Watson University? Request all the awardees to please come forward for a group picture. Yeah. With the mementos. Thank you everybody. I would request Naveen Mittal sir to please stay back on the stage. We will continue with our awards ceremony. I would like to call upon Mr. Sudhir Gautam to continue with the awards ceremony here.
Thank you very much, Prerna, for this, and everyone for this wonderful session that happened. We came up with this theme of sports as we felt Khelo India education are connected and it needs special attention. We might come up with a special dedicated summit on sports techniques, and maybe we'll give more time to the sports then. Without further ado, the time has come for the much awaited IndiGlobal Awards. This is all about recognizing the effort and the kind of excellence and the kind of leadership that went into in the field of education, school, higher and technology. So we shall announce various categories of award, and we shall start off with the first award of the day or of the evening will be presented to leading chain of preschools in India, Hello Kids, to Preetham Kumar Agarwal. Hello Kids is one of the leading chains that is not just in Karnataka, it is also there in Telangana and all over India. we have this Excellence Award. Excellence Award. Hello Kids chain of preschools in India. A round of applause to our awardees for making the difference. Next up is under institution category. The best student-centric school in Hyderabad is being presented to Meluha International School. To receive, we have Nishita and Naishitha, the sisters out here, Nishita and Naishita. Best student-centric school, Hyderabad. So we also have the Emerging Leader Award in School Education is being presented to Amog Bhutta, Chief Operating Officer, Meridian Group of Schools, Amog Bhutta. Yeah. Moving on, we have the Best CEO in Implementation of Technology and Pedagogy. It's an Leadership Award, Abhilek Puttagunta, Meluha International School. Please join your hands. Put your hands together for Abhilek Puttagunta, Meluha International School for implementation of technology and pedagogy. A round of applause. Congratulations, Mr. Abhilek. Moving on, we have the Hello Kids Pre-Orchid branch in Telangana. The Excellence Award is being presented to Namita Sahu, Principal Namita Sahu. Hello Kids in Preschool Orchid branch in Kondapu, Hyderabad. Next up is the Excellence Award for the project Drona, a joint initiative of ICEA, TASK and Infosys for faculty immersive experience. We have representatives from Infosys, also TASK and also Springboard, Infosys Springboard. Representing ICEA, we have Mr. Ram, Secretary and EC member. Mr. Sairam Vedam, the Program Direct Architect, and Ms. Shanti, Program Manager, TASK, Sugunakar, and Mr. Srikant Sinha. A huge round of applause. Next up, we have an Excellence Award in CSR Strategy to Vijnana Jyoti Educational Society. CSR Award in Excellence Award in CSR Strategy, Vijnana Jyoti Educational Society for the wonderful work that they have put in. We have mentioned about the agriculture, land, and the kind of free education and the training that are given to the people, the students and the young kids from the rural places of Telangana. A round of applause. Thank you. Congratulations. Moving on, next is an Excellence Award to Mr. Ram Deshmukh, Director and Training for Placements and Training and Placement, Dr. Ram Deshmukh. A huge round of applause for our awardee here from SR University.
Found guilty of murder in the first degree. On March
Next up, we have congratulations. Next up, we have Excellence Award being presented under school category to the principal, Jubilee Hills Public School, M. Varalakshmi.
They will return to
A huge round of applause to M. Varalakshmi, the principal for Jubilee Hills Public School. Congratulations. Next up is the Excellence Award to the principal of Paniniya Mahavidyalaya School, Dr. Vasundhara Rani. Dr. Vasudha Rani. Congratulations.
They will return to Iowa where they will.
Let us give that energy to the awardees, the kind of work they have put in. Next up is an awardee who has flown down all the way from Goa, and Miss Sandhya Venkatesh, the Leadership Award, Goa Sahodaya School Complex. Miss Sandhya Venkatesh. Next up is an Excellence Award under the school category being presented to Fusion International School, Dr. Padmavati Tungaturthi. Dr. Padmavati Tungaturthi. Let us hear up for Dr. Padmavati Tungaturthi. Next award is the Excellence Award under the school category, Meridian School. And to receive the award, we have Miss K. Bhavani. Meridian School Principal, Miss K. Bhavani. Moving on, we have the Excellence Award being presented to Gaudium School, Miss Shalini Singh Hamilton. Shalini Singh Hamilton, congratulations. Principal for Gaudium School. Let us hear for the awardee out here. Moving on, we have the award under sports category as Emerging Coach being given to Mr. Bhaskar, Golf Coach at Telangana Social Welfare Residential Education Institutional Society Golf Academy. Next up, we have another award under sports category, Emerging Sports Woman, Miss Nandini Agasara, International Athlete with Telangana Social Welfare Residential Degree College for Women. Emerging Sports Woman, Miss Nandini Agasara. Congratulations. Next is we have the Social Consciousness Award being presented to Achyuta Rao, Amrita Maha Vishwavidyalaya. He has flown down, and excellent work being done, very young, Mr. Achyuta Rao from Amrita Mahavishwavidyalaya from Mysore, Karnataka. Let us hear for this young chap who's been doing amazing work in several social initiatives. Next award is in the category of school education, being presented to Meluha International School, Best Student-Centric School. Meluha International. Next up is the award under school category that is being presented to Telangana Social Welfare Residential Educational Institution and also Tribal Welfare Residential Educational Institution Society Best Student-Centric School. We have OSD Pavani and her team members. Let us hear up for them. Congratulations. Next up, we have the award under sports category. That is one of the excellence award in being the sports academy, that is athletics academy, that is associated with the Social Welfare Residential Education Institution Society. Moving on, we have excellence award being presented to Government Degree College for Women Begumpet for securing NAA NAC A+ grade with CGPA. Let us hear up for this. The teachers and the teaching staff from Government Degree College for Women Begumpet for securing NAC A+ grade with CGPA. Next up, we have Vivekananda Government Degree College, Vidyanagar Excellence Award for securing NAC A grade with CGPA 3.14. Excellence Award to Vivekananda Government Degree College. Let us hear up for the awardees. These are the government colleges, they are doing wonders. Next up, we have Excellence Award for securing NAC A grade with CGPA 3.14 being presented to Government Degree College, Narsampet. Government Degree College, Narsampet. Next in line, we have Excellence Award being presented to Government Degree College, Paloncha for securing NAC A+ grade with CGPA 3.04. Next in line, we have the Excellence Award being presented to the Government Degree College for Women, Nalagonda, Telangana for securing NAC A grade with CGPA 3.04. Congratulations, Government Degree College for Women, Nalagonda. Next up, we have the Excellence Award being presented to Government Degree College, Bichukunda, Telangana for securing NAC A grade with CGPA 3.03. Next up, we have Excellence Award being presented for securing fresh autonomous status. This is to Indra Priyadarshini Government Degree College for Women, Nampalli, Hyderabad. For securing fresh autonomous status, it is the effort, the kind of work that goes in to bring that accreditation and the fresh autonomous status. It's all the work, and that too in a government college. Next up is the Excellence Award being presented to SRR Government Arts and Science College, Karimnagar for securing fresh autonomous status. SRR Government Arts and Science College, Karimnagar. Next up, we have awards for outstanding contribution being presented to Government Degree College, Kagaz Nagar for growth in admissions. The number of admissions that go up in college, the kind of efforts that have gone, being presented to Government Degree College, Kagaz Nagar. Next up, we have the Outstanding Contribution Excellence Award being presented to Government Degree College, Unturned for the growth in admissions. Congratulations to the team of Government Degree College, Unturned. Next up, we have Excellence Award for Outstanding Contribution leading to growth in admissions in a government college, that is Government Degree College, Torur. Government Degree College, Torur. Congratulations, team. And the last award, we have the Outstanding Contribution MALD, Government Degree College, Gadwal. Excellence Awards for the growth in admissions. Let us hear up for the team from MALD, Government Degree College. Congratulations to all the awardees here. We'll have a group picture. Thanks to all the patience that Naveen Mittal sir has here. And there are kids enthusiastically waiting from Dr. Maxwell Trevor's cycling association. They would like to join us. They have been here for last 3 hours joining us. You all can join here. So for a group picture with Dr. Maxwell Trevor. So these are the champions in making. We have a wonderful musical rendition lined up. After this, maybe all the awardees can join for a group picture. Yes. All the awardees can join here on the stage for this, for a group picture with their trophies. They can. Yeah. Maybe the school education awardees can join first. Because the stage might not be sufficient for all of them joining here. School education awardees can join here.
Hello, check. Can I request everyone to please give a huge round of applause for all our awardees here. This would be the last few claps for the evening. So please put in full energy and clap it for your fellow mates, because you'll also be here sometime or the other. So it's good to encourage all our fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, now, yes, we can have the government colleges joining in for a group picture with our program chair.
All the government colleges, please hurry up faster towards the dais. The government college awardees, not all the government colleges.
Next up, we can have all the awardees from higher education. Please line up over here. In the next time, can you please line up so that we can have a quick group picture?
Higher education.
Awardees from the higher education can please line up over here.
You can line up at the left corner of the stage. A huge round of applause to all our awardees from the government college and school.
Let's hear it.
Thank you. The higher education
All the
people,
higher education awardees, can you please join?
you can start moving up onto the dais for a picture.
We have an awardee that we missed on from Kids Miracle. Hello, Kids Miracle. Yeah. We missed out her. Congratulations.
Congratulations, hello kids. Thank you, sir. I request everyone to please take your seats. We'll be having a half an hour segment on music rendition. We have our saxophonist, Mr. Anthony, who will be entertaining us for next half an hour. So I request everyone of you all to please take your seats, have a sip a cup of tea or coffee and grab in some biscuits. Until then, we'll make the arrangement here on the stage. By then, you guys can settle down. Thank you.
Check. Check. AB. Check, check, check. Ismail. Check. Mute ako? Check, check, check. Monitor. Check, check, check. हेलो ये म्यूजिक थोड़ा बंद कीजिए ना 2 मिनट
All the audience outside, please enter inside the hall, Kohinoor. I request everyone who is outside, please get inside the hall. I request everyone, all the delegates, audience, please enter back inside the hall. We request, a humble request, please everyone enter inside the hall.
Before the starting, I want to say something from the bottom of my heart. अगर आप लोगों को ये बात मेरी अच्छी और सच्ची लगे तो तालियों का सैलाब चाहूँगा कि कहते हैं हम अपनी जान की दुश्मन को जान कहते हैं, कि कहते हैं हम अपनी जान के दुश्मन को जान कहते हैं, और मोहब्बत के इसी सरजमी को और मोहब्बत के इसी मिट्टी को हम हिंदुस्तान कहते हैं. थैंक यू. पुष्पा पुष्पा नाम सुन के फ्लावर समझे क्या? झुकेगा नहीं। एक फरमाइश सॉन्ग आई थी मैम की तरफ से जो आगे भी जाने न दूं, शायद सुधीर जी, तो किनके किनके बिहाफ से? जी जी, तो मैं आपके लिए डेडिकेट करना चाहूँगा ये सॉन्ग, आगे भी जाने न दूं, इंस्ट्रूमेंटल रेंडिशन के साथ में। थैंक यू। Thank you. एक और 70 एरा से एक बॉलीवुड का सॉन्ग है, बहुत ही उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आप लोगों को पसंद आएगा। गाने का नाम है गाता रहे मेरा दिल। आंखों में काजल और लटों में काली घटा का बसेरा, सांवली सूरत मोहनी मूरत, सावन रुत का सवेरा। आंखों में काजल और लटों में काली घटा का बसेरा, औली सूरत मोहनी मूरत, सावन रुत का सवेरा। जब से ये मुखड़ा दिल में खिला है, दुनिया मेरी गुलजार हुई। यूं तो हसीनों के महजबीनों के होते हैं रोज ही नजारे, पर उन्हें देख के देखा है जब तुम्हें, तुम लगे और भी प्यारे। यूं तो हसीनों के महजबीनों के होते हैं रोज ही नजारे, पर उन्हें देख के देखा है जब तुम्हें, तुम लगे और भी प्यारे। बाहों में ले लूं ऐसी तमन्ना, एक नहीं कई बार हुई। रात कली एक ख्वाब में आई और गले का हार हुई। सुबह को जब हम नींद से जागे, आँख तुम्हीं से चार हुई। रात कली एक ख्वाब में आई और गले का हार हुई, और गले का हार हुई। हे 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 ला 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 ला, और गले का हार हुई।
Hello.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Isn't that magical? Now I just want to give you one more surprise. I want to make an addition. Now you have been seeing this wonderful artist, Mr. Anthony, has been entertaining us. So I would like to take an opportunity to say that Mr. Sudhir Gautam is a good singer. So I want Mr. Sudhir to just, why don't you, you know, आप दोनों का एक छोटा जुगलबंदी हो जाए, तो मुझे लगता है it will be सोने पे सुहागा होगा. So ladies and gentlemen, if you could put your hands together for Sudhir Gautam, please join. 2 lines, what did we? So that would be a proper culmination of this summit.
Thank you, Vishal. Though I am not used to singing with the music, I do not know the full song. Since you put me on the stage now, just I'll sing 1 or 2 lines. नैना तेरे कजरा हैं, नैनों पे दिल हम हारे हैं,
अनजाने ही तेरे नैनों ने वादे किए कहीं सारे हैं, सपनों का जहां होगा खिला खिला, बरसेगा सावन, बरसेगा सावन, झूम झूम कर दो दिल ऐसे मिलेंगे, आओगे जब तुम ओ साजना, साजना अंगना अंगना फूल खिलेंगे, पनी सरे गमा दा 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 धनी धनी निरे सरे निध निरे नि मधनी ध निरे गगदम मधदम रे मग अंगना फूल खिलेंगे, अंगना फूल खिलेंगे। थैंक यू,
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
पर्वत से घटा झुकती है, जैसे सागर से लहर उठती है, ऐसे किसी चेहरे पे निगाह रुकती है, जैसे पर्वत से घटा झुकती है, जैसे सागर से लहर उठती है, ऐसे किसी चेहरे पे निगाह रुकती है।
So let's hear it up for Mr. Anthony, saxophonist. This will be the last performance, the item that will be presented. And that would be on?
National anthem. Okay. Ending कर देंगे. भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे. Thank you. Good evening. Good night.
Okay, thank you very much, Anthony, saxophonist, who has joined us all the way from Patna, Bihar. This particular IndiGlobal Education Festival that has been a resounding success wouldn't have been possible by our young, energetic volunteers from the government colleges, and they are from the City College, Hyderabad, and Women's College, Begumpet, right? Let us give it up for them. I would request the editorial head for IndiGlobal Media Network, Mr. T.P. Venu, to join us.
Check. Can we have Kalyani on the stage, please? So these are for the volunteers who have helped us in this 2-day summit. And very well done. Next up, can we have Swapna Thakur, please? Swapna Thakur. Can we have Vaidehi? Vaidehi. Kavya. Kavya. And Vijender. Vaidehi, Kavya and Vijender. Mannem Kavya. Juppali Vijender. Can we have Ratna Kumari on stage, please? Ratna Kumari. She's like, can I have Sai Ganesh? Sai Ganesh. Can we have Sai Ganesh? Meghna. Meghna GV. Sai Ganesh, go there. Meghna GV. Pooja. Can we have Pooja? Pooja M. Next up, can we have M. Akshita? M. Akshita. Next, can we have Tejashri? Tejashri. Tejashri. We are Tejashri, right? Next, can we have Sindhu Reddini? Sindhu. Is Sindhu out there? Yeah. Malik Sara Banu. Malik Sara Banu. Can we have Mamidi Shiva? Mamidi Shiva. Can we have Isha Sharma? Special congratulations to Shiva. Can we... Tejashri, you received, right? Double tap. Gummadi Gund Reddy. Can we have Gummadi Gund Reddy? Double. Isha Sharma. She's not there. Okay, can we have Bessa Sai Gayatri? Bessa Sai Gayatri. Can we have Jabiz Kumar? Jabiz Kumar. Raju, Ainda. Everybody received, right? Anyone's missing? Isha Sharma, we are calling your name since a long time. We've been calling your name since a long time. Congratulations to all the volunteers. We want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being there, supporting us. So everyone, all the volunteers, please come up onto the stage. We'll have a group picture together with your certificates. We already gave them. All the volunteers, please head on to the stage with your certificates for a group picture.
How come you guys can leave during the, what you call, summit?
Where did we leave? Can't we go to washroom also?
Means how many days you are going to washroom for another? Hello.
Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I. You got like diamonds in the sky.
And since you all guys are here, when we have a energy on the floor, how could we not dance? How we could not dance? I would ask my, yes, but we'll go down. I think I want you to celebrate here. Please get down. We cannot leave this place without shaking our feet. So I would ask my musician, sound operator, to play some good music so that all the receivers would make this moment memorable. So first of all, I would say each one of you to give a huge round of applause because you guys been very instrumental and the energy level was unmatchable. Can we have a music, please? Which music do you want? Bollywood? Bollywood.